Hello viewers, just had to scoop a few loads out of the egress window area. There were about a dozen that I took out of here, which was well worth doing with a backhoe, not with my own back, and a shovel. We'll do some touch up with a shovel, but we'll still have to put a gangplank across, like a piece of 2x12 to carry all the drywall through the opening. Then we can sign up for our egress window install and he can get to everything he needs to get to here, especially after we rinse it off a little bit. And then our waterproofers can come back and get the waterproof just so all around the egress window. This all because we didn't do the exterior stairway on this project, though I really wanted one, and there just is no other way to get full sheets of drywall down to the basement in an economical way. So we've talked about that before. We're going to put up as long of sheets as possible to mitigate the time in putting it up and the time in finishing it, actually, because there'll be fewer butted seams end to end when you go with 1.5 the lengths, 12-foot pieces rather than 8-foot pieces. You really make a lot of headway. You end up with, a full third fewer joints. So, to mud and finish and all that down the road, which we won't necessarily do here. The tree guy got our big limb that was brushing up against our 100 amp service down. He got the maple tree down out front. And I got the inaugural Voyage with my new trailer and the truck with the lift. This stuff here I'm going to cut up a little bit farther and put into the mini truck as its inaugural kind of project. And I'll run that around the corner to the local place where they turn these into mulch for the community. And then we've got to find out how we're going to take these radiators. I'm going to put them back on the pallet and fork load them into either the back of my truck or onto this trailer, depending on what seems easier. I'm not used to factoring in the trailer because I've never owned my own trailer before, and when I didn't have to rent one if I could help it, I wouldn't, because it's just more expense. But now it's sweet overhead, and we want to make up. We want to pay it off as soon as possible so it can turn into profitable time coming out of there. So this is a weekend. I'm going to wrap up the previous video yet. I still haven't quite finished that plumbing and drainage stuff, but this video we're going to get right into. They're going to disconnect us and roll that service back. The cable, television, and phone that probably is too, and stuff is going to probably hang out. But anyway, the upper one will be gone. Then I can take this all down with confidence, because right now it's quite, you wouldn't want to operate on that while it's hot. They'll take their meter away so we can't be turned back on. And I'll take this down and inside to the panel and wad that all up and throw it out. And then we're probably going to end up with I'll have to ask them when they're here. If I can't get a large enough service cable, I shouldn't touch that. As a rule of thumb, is it so worn out? We'll either replace this box or we'll just use that box. We'll just have to go a bit bigger as we go in because the cable will be bigger. We may or may not do a new penetration inside. And then we'll see, once everything's been taken away, how many circuits really have to go back to that panel location. Maybe the panel could move around the corner to over here, or left, right a little bit on that wall some. Maybe it'll make more sense. Certainly should come down the wall to where it's right in front of you. So all those things can be handled. Also, when I pull this down, I can get a measurement, so we don't only buy an extra foot or something of this wire, because it can be kind of costly. No point in buying 5 extra feet because you're not quite certain, and you don't want to stand up tape up there and dangle it around and try to get electrocuted. So we'll start by pulling this stuff down, laying it out, specking out what we need, and going getting that much stuff and getting all that much in with one little ground fault circuit on the new panel on a breaker. And then the electrician will pass us, hopefully toward the end of this upcoming week. And then with that, they can slap a meter back in here and come back across with our 200 amp service. And we'll have at least one outlet running in the basement again on the new panel. And we can continue to tie in. Then I'll be working on tying all the old circuits into it first, so that we're sure that we've got the first and second floor kind of back to functional, and that stuff can be connected up. We don't have occupancy until we get the other inspection, and then I'll see if he wants to inspect this to that extent, may or may not, and if he does or he doesn't. But then I got to put all the new circuitry in the basement walls that are going to be all new drilled holes, all new pulled wire, and all of that, which we're not doing when we tie in the old stuff. And then with all of that, we can get our final electrical, we can pass it, and then we can throw our insulation in and drag our drywall in through that opening. We can hire out the egress window, and that can get buttoned up. We can put the board up, we can mud and tape it, and I believe then we can close out this building permit. I'm still looking for a second-hand front door here. Haven't found what I want. Right-hand in-swing, 36-inch full light, so it doesn't get any narrower. The swing is correct, and the full light is going to be like they used to have in the one storm door that would swing here. And so I think that's best. There doesn't need to be a dark cavern when you open this up. Also, it's tight here when you open that door. And so if you can see that someone's coming out or something like that, you can keep from bopping them in the nose. I think it's best. And I've just been waiting to see. I'd love a fiberglass jam and slab so that the water that ends up falling right past this here and splattering up isn't just soaking up. This will all be waterproofed as an opening and flash and everything. But if it gets in there, I don't want everything, the threshold and the jam getting all rotten on us. So ideally it would be a really kind of a bougie door. So I've seen a few that might have physically worked but were lower quality steel and would need paint, and I've skipped out on them. I'm just keeping my arms or my fingers crossed. And then we're going to pack these up and load them, like I say, get them on their way. So stay tuned, everybody. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. It'll be snowing outside when she comes. We'll be reconnecting service and taking kiddies to the vet. And they're singing when they aren't on camera. Now they ain't. Today's Tom Soy, tomorrow Snow Tie. Better put those on, baby. Well, I didn't know if you would prefer to come out of the box. You gotta let me know if this is better or worse. Better or worse? I'll get back to you. Looky, looky, looky. Western New York decided to show up. This is how we do it. Didn't quite get the tree off the front lawn yet, although this here is going to be funny because in the next few days we're going to have probably an Indian summer day or at least a balmy day, and this will all melt away again. Knock on wood. I'll get this tree out of the way, but I'm glad I did that digging yesterday out back for the egress. I got the backhoe taken home. You'll see that in the next episode. We're wrapping up plumbing here now. I also took delivery of a front door, but we'll save that for another episode. I didn't want to hook water pressure up, and therefore I can't close off this video series or this episode about plumbing until we've got the ability to show you people that water come out the pipe. And that's all glued up and yada yada. I got this far before Thanksgiving, and now Ed and his wife and everybody were out of town for this long weekend. It's another great reason not to cut in and do a bunch of new plumbing, turn the water pressure on, and go home for 4 or 5 days. Hopefully you don't come back to a lake in the basement or something if you have some silly thing that just lets go. It's nice to have somebody living in the place. So, and, we are playing games with turning the furnace off while the power's off. So, all things considered, I might have connected these things up before I left for Thanksgiving. But someone has what I would call a felony. Whatever this fitting is was right on the shelf with what you actually want, which is a female sweat to 1/2-inch pecs. See that? I got all up here and something was amiss. Now that is not 3/4 pec stub either. It's... Someone's going to know. Anyway, it really bit me in the bottom because I might horse around with this being off the wall here to resolder something, but that's laying right against the wall, and all this little feathery stuff wants to try and catch fire with the torch here. So what are we going to do? We're going to take the front of all 3 penetrations off and then unbuckle it from the wall and take it out of there and replace those connections on there. And then we're going to come back and put it all back together. And then we will put these pecs, crimp ends on there. We'll get things crimped and routed down the stud nice and straight. They're going to probably want me to fix the subfloor here and fire foam. You really shouldn't have what amounts to a big chimney where flames can lick up in and around the tub and get started in the second story, all because there's an opening there should you have a fire. So we're going to have to probably make a subfloor repair, and so we're going to have to anticipate where these are going to break that plane and how so and wherefore art thou going to do that. So that's all part and parcel of figuring this whole situation out. This will keep me out of the weather today, and we're just waiting on the electrical company to come and disconnect us. It was supposed to be this morning, but it didn't happen. And so I had to call in and figure out why, and really no one has a good answer, but they are headed out here now. So let's get to work on this plumbing. I guess I left the tripod at home, so we won't get any time lapse of making this situation disappear. But maybe that's for the best. All right, well, the power's definitely off. And so I'm doing this in the dark in the basement. Again, that is not, it's probably 1,000 fucking degrees still. That is not 3/4 PEX either. That is some other thing that I'm sure is very handy when you need it, and we super didn't need it on this. This is the 3/4 PEX. I already put that other half on. And then there's this thing that's got like a very heavy wall as compared to these. And these are pretty thin wall. But that is a real heavy wall. I don't know. It's hotter than daylights. So the other thing that I'm going to do is, because I've got a bell hanger to the stud on this side. So this length is shorter than this length because this one was right against the stud. And that was because I was going to insulate one and not the other. I'm going to make my life easy and make room for a bell hanger behind this one against the stud as well. So I just measured from here to there. It's 3/4 of an inch. Another round number. So if you're close with a lot of this stuff, and don't agonize over the tape measure. If it's real close to something round, it's likely designed to be that round number, unlike machining and other stuff like that. So we'll take that much off of here. Then we'll solder this stick back on, and we'll put that appropriate... Where is that guy? I guess he is laying here somewhere. The right man for the job. Oh, he's right here. Okay, so we could look at all three. Yeah. So... there's a 3/4 orifice. There's the 1/2 inch we're going to put on, and this is whatever was in between with whatever. It says half something on there. I'm sure you plumbers are screaming at the... No plumbers watch me do this. It would be upsetting, and they'd be pulling their hair out. But anyone who knows is going to be freaking out about that. Probably it's just some like barb type thing for some other type of hose to connect to it. Anyway... It's not what we wanted. What my issue is it shouldn't have been on the shelf where it can be easily mistaken. It shouldn't be this and then that and something else. I realize that they're similar, but this here is for PEX B. That doesn't seem like PEX B to me, so it should be nowhere near PEX B fittings. So we'll take the 3/4 inches off this stick, and then we'll solder this all back together again. We'll put it back together, and the next time you see this thing, it will be installation. Look out, everybody. What is that? Fuck it. I gotta get my Camaro out for the lake effect snowstorm. Only in western New York, man. I thought we were doing a left, but we must have given up. Hey, I'm 2-wheel drive and I'm still going somewhere. What is going on? Get off the road. All right. Well, we've got a few hours of clear weather here. I am going to wander in here and endeavor to remove the now dead service entry cable from down the side of the house and meter box, and then I'm going to cut it where it goes inside, and then I'm going to go inside and I'm going to drag the rest of the panel down off the wall and cut any other or disconnect any other circuitry with as long of a piece of wire as I can, meaning disconnect it from the breaker and weasel it out, and that'll give me a sense of how long I need to put the panel back where it should normally be. I'm gonna go get the ladder out of the backyard in lieu of bringing my own ladder and try to set you guys up here. I'm gonna make my life easy. Everything's cold-ish. It's not bitter cold out. It's cold enough. I'm gonna try pulling these, but if they give me any trouble, I'll just cut straight in with the grinder and get that wire down and out of my way, and then come back and worry about yanking this. Although those have walked off there enough, probably all just pop right off of there. Let's get set up and get that much done today. Well, I asked the neighbor to snow blow this driveway for us while he was out. He said he would, but I guess he didn't. Didn't even make an attempt. So I just did some shoveling, because I guess Ed always shovels it. I thought they had a snowplow contract, but I guess they don't. So we'll just add that adversity to the list. Took all of yesterday since I was here. I got the ladder the day before, but I had to get all the materials. You need to have the same breakers and panel have all got to be the same manufacturer. So I had to go all over and call all over and make sure that there were enough ground and arc fault circuit breakers for all of the existing circuits that were BX cable, because they're all going to be too far away from the new panel to where they have to have both ground and arc fault breakers for those circuits. And then you got to have enough 15 and 20 amp breakers available for all the new circuits in the basement, essentially, eventually. But you got to make sure that you can have all those in the type of panel that you want to buy. And of course, the one that you could be more sure of, it's a far more expensive panel. So I dug around and made sure that we could go with a nice Square D QO. Is better than Homeline, and but not as expensive as some other stuff. And they're my favorite sort of breaker system anyway, and I'll point that out later. But after I established that we could go that route, then I know that I could get the panel with confidence and just a couple breakers that come with it and the main, which is all we're going to need here to get inspected and get the power back on at least. But I didn't want to get all inspected on a panel type with a few breakers in it and everything and be ready to turn around and get a couple dozen more at about $75 each after tax. And after we all stomach that cost, you can't get the ones that you need for a couple of weeks, and then we're fully stalled out waiting for those because we can't just quickly switch the panel type without turning the power back off and getting an inspection to get turned back on again, and yada yada. So this is stuff that you want to have lined up, and I just don't have the bandwidth. So we got there yesterday. I need a new 200 amp sized panel meter box for the meter, so that's going away. I'm going to set you up here, and those are roofing nailed, so I can just pull those right back out of there. I don't know what's holding that meter box on yet, but I'm going to find out. I'm going to disconnect it in there, and then we'll pull the rest of that inside where Ed's got started inside. We got to get the heater going in there because we have no heat now without running the propane, which we ran out of, to warm up the wire that we're going to use. And I'm going to put that back outside once it's warm enough, and I'm going to go right back up to the weatherhead with enough extra hanging out like they need to reconnect us, and then tick 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 tick, hold it down all the way down the outside. Well, at least to above probably about there where I want to put the new meter box, and stop with that. And then I come inside and see what I need to get over into the panel in the wall and put it up or some such thing like that. Whatever. Come back and basically cut in that new meter box at my leisure. We've also got some grounds we got to run here. Now, they gave us one overly long rebar out of the top of our foundation pour, if you remember. So he came up, and we bent him around and down inside. He counts as one of our ground rods. And I guess since I found this out, I'll see if somebody can do that with 2 rebars for me in the future. Because what you need is to have 2 full ground rods in series. Normally you push independently, you push ground rods in outside, 6 feet apart. You come off of the ground bus in that panel, you come outside, you go through a lug on one ground rod, you go through a lug on the other ground rod, and you come back inside to the bus right next to where you came off of it, and that is your ground protection loop for the whole house. In the event that they gave us this one rebar, well, we can use him as one of those rods, but I still have to push a second rod in outside, and we've got to do that ground loop, and that comes out and goes around and goes back in. Additionally, we're going to stay inside with another ground loop, same size, number 4 solid copper wire. And we're going to run along the sill plate or something there and go around into this alcove and grab the gas line as it comes in with a lug to ground the gas line. And then we're going to run down to the water line where it comes in copper through the foundation wall. And we're going to terminate there. We haven't got to loop and come back to that panel, but we've got to have that number 4 solid copper to the gas and then to the water with lugs so that those systems are grounded insofar as they come in. The rest of it's in plastic, but be that as it may, those are all going to need to be constructed here, as well as that heavy service, new meter box, and one simple circuit out to an outlet that's all put together and connected. We got more than enough to do here. We're not getting turned back on this week, I don't think. I have to cancel my inspection if he even bothers to get back to me because he's been kind of a dickhead. For tomorrow, we're going to have to ask, I'll probably have to run and get a kerosene heater, which is safe to breathe for longer term periods of time, for Ed to run over this weekend with good quality kerosene, just to keep the edge off of freezing here and to get us to next week. It's a whole thing. My ears are cold, so I'm just going to shut up now and you can watch me work. I just want to point out another case here where, like, it seemed to have made sense to use a few scraps and stuff here of foam to sort of begin this whole thing and filling it all in. And then we got expanding foam up onto that all along at the floor. And so we did what we could there, right? But the thing is, you find that the edge distance from the edge of this full sheet and how everything's gotten foam to the left from here over is all done. From there to the face of the concrete is 48 inches or a little bit greater, because I knew when I get this panel and stuff out of the way, I got to get a couple full sheets of foam in there and do this situation here. But somebody came and threw a couple pieces of foam sheet in there, and then another helper of mine who was doing the fire foaming just went right along about the bottom and glued it in. And then these scraps here got set in tight to that concrete, so I got to take a couple, at least 1.5 inches off of those down to the concrete so that I can get a full sheet in there or start cutting a full sheet down, whatever, what have you. But the thing is, I haven't got power here, so I can't use the electric hot knife, so I got to start sawing on stuff with a regular razor and try to make all that. So we're going to have all this foam mess, and then I haven't got the vacuum cleaner because I haven't got power, so we're going to have to sweep the foam mess out of the way, and I can't go digging that all out of there because the membrane that we poured on the concrete onto and that tape goes up the wall, so I don't want to disturb any of that. So we're going to have to get ourselves a channel cut on the edge of that stuff there and try to cut flush with some kind of a smooth straight cut here, and then measure up the sheets that we need and cut on those sheets rather than just walking over with full sheets and installing them. And all of that can happen before we can put the foam in, and then we can get some insulation up there, some rock wool up there, and then a top plate, and get the layout translated to the top plate with a laser, and then we can get some distances measured and cut ourselves some studs and screw them into place. And then we're at a point where I can send the service cable back outside and go up the side of the house and connect it. And we're going to get waylaid, like I say, to the extent that we are, on account of thinking that putting some scraps of foam in there and getting some fire foam started is going to be a help, when really it's not going to be a help. And so you want to watch out for things like this, because on a day like today, where the time matters today and the day matters this week, as far as getting turned on this week or next, these types of things will screw you. So you always want to be thinking about whether or not you're actually being helpful when you're doing anything on a project like this. Well, we decided on our panel. We're going with a 42 space square D QO, which I'll go over the reasons why when we're less pressed for time. But you want to realize that you've got places to come in the top, come in the bottom, and a lot of places to come in the sides. And these are built at 14.5, but if you should hang them in between two studs, you immediately take out more than half of your available routes into the box. And so I'm going to get creative here in the fact, considering the fact that we're going to finish this with drywall. You can't just throw a piece of plywood on the wall or something else like that and go. You want to make it so the drywall can be finished around, but you want to maximize the amount of points you can attach into the box. So let's see what we can figure out. Alrighty, I have done several full service installations before. However, I had always had plenty of, I had no worries about having been able to use the top and the bottom with all these knockouts to do all the circuitry. But we ended up with a 42 space box here, and whether or not we use all of that or part of it, I want the ability to get in here without a lot of upset. And before we wrap it all up and sew it into the house with wires, I want to be able to get to all of these side penetrations. And there's a minimum distance here of 2 inches usually for being able to anchor the drywall. Now we could make this all armor with steel so that you can't, but of course we want to sort of anchor at least down either side here with the drywall, know that it's sitting down nice so that we come to apply our faceplate to this whole scenario. And when I have to check and see if this shouldn't be out the thickness of our drywall, I'm not sure. I think it might need to sit out 1/2 inch, so we'll see about that. But I ended up just using some gasketed galvanized fasteners, which is what we use for the clamps for this wire on the outside of the house, rather than just using a construction screw, which is a little less. This is the thing that I've got all these things around, and I'm not an electrician, but I'll start using the types of fasteners and stuff that they would use when I start doing their type of work. Whether or not they would necessarily use those here remains to be seen. If I need to change them, it's quick and easy to zip them out and zip something else in with a long attachment. So that being said, I started at 6 feet here. You got a minimum height. I forget what it is for your main because we want to be able to let everybody grab the main and slap it off if they need to. But going to 6 feet here overall keeps this right about in the middle of the wall, keeps everything in front of, eye level for everyone. It's well within the overall elevations here. And these can be installed upside down or right side up based on where the service is coming down into this panel. We'll put the main and everything, the bus connections for it on the top. If it were coming up from below, we'd turn the whole panel around. And that's why you can have hanging notches at the top of this thing and at the bottom. And that's for at the back, a lot of times for attachment to plywood. But I'm slung this in between studs in this case because I'm just not set up with plywood here. It remains to be seen whether I need to change all of that, which may occur here. I don't do enough of this all the time to know just exactly all the different details about what I want to do. But for now, that'll get it up into our face, and we'll be able to pick the height at which to pair this sheathing back, which I did with the razor. Blade set real shallow. We've got to turn this into a wound connector enough to stick to this bar, which is our common on the left, ground on the right, and he goes around behind each one. And then these are our 2 phases of power. You got 2-phase power here, and that's the 2 things here. We're going to go 1 to 1, 1 to the other. I think one's got a red stripe, one should have a white stripe, or maybe it has no stripe. It depends. One will go to one phase, one will go to the other phase, and all the single 15 and 20 amp single phase breakers will have 110 volts, and all of the dual phase breakers, so that's 2 space breakers, will, because each of these tanks, see, this one comes from the left and this one comes from the right, and this one comes from the left and this one comes from the right, thereby each space is either on one phase or another. But when you have a 2 space breaker, he gets to one of these tanks from the left bus and one of these tanks from the right bus, which is grabbing both of these phases, which is giving you 220 volts versus just the 110, which is generally speaking what we're kind of constructing in here. And so this has got to all get to that point. I'm also going to cut these up higher. Obviously, they're going to go directly in straight here. You can come up through the bottom in a case like this when you want the breaker at the top and go up the side and turn and come down in. But we're not going to do all that. We came from the top. We put the breaker to the top. We're going to figure out, and that means we've taken as much cable as we need outside. I'm going to make sure it looks quite like we're going to have plenty of length. Couldn't have gotten much longer. So leaving myself a foot inside isn't the end of the world. So I just got to decide on how much of a knockout. That's where I'm stuck now, because you can use different types of cable to come into this box. You got different size knockouts, and even though it's a 200 amp panel, I'm going to have to go and get myself the component, and then I'll know the size of the knockout, and then I could knock that much out with confidence and get in here, and then I can start cutting these back and trimming them and connecting them up in here. And so since I haven't got that component right now, but I'm fairly content with my lengths of cable and my position of my panel, I can pivot to going outside, and we're going to start picking our meter box location, putting it on the wall outside, and then taking this up into it and figuring out what'll get in there, cutting this stuff for the first time, and preparing those ends and plugging them into the lower part of the meter box, and then we'll see what's left of the day. Okay, well, I situated this so that because we have to sit the flat back of that box on the high point of this siding, I want to screw it in near the high point, and so I was able to slide it up and down where the sight line and the location of the meter center line here is going to be right about 5 feet. But then I went up and down looking for where those 4 knockout holes in the corners land toward the top of the siding rather than where there's a gap, just because then we're just kind of jumping across that gap, whereas I just as soon have it at the top there. However, I forget how much siding is on this house, and the 1-inch long screws are not coming anywhere near anchoring into the house. I'm gonna have to go see how long of a screw like that I can get to just get the meter box up. And I've also got to have that connector for the top of the panel inside. So I'll drop what I'm doing here now and get a couple things now that a couple things have backed up and become necessary. Now you can go in any one of 3 locations on the bottom of this, to the right, to the left, or the center, but you can only go out the top in the center because that's a special weather cap that whatever. So I can't get the box anymore left because of the siding, so I went as left as I could, because we know here that we're going to try and reuse as much as possible and put this porch on, or the owners are at some point. So went as right as I could. We still got to come out the top on the center line. Wherever that center line is going to be, where I use the laser to plot the hole I've got to cut through that roof, which we're going to leave until we come back to do something about. If the inspector says we can't go through a roof like that, I'll just say, well, we won't build over that far then if that's going to be a problem. If he says I still don't like that, well, he's here, I'll go up with a Sawzall and I'll hack that off. But for now, I'm going to go right through it with a clean hole, and then that'll be how we choose the straight vertical line to route this wire on, and we got to have that kind of without doing a lot of measuring and farting around. Box up on the wall, and we had to have that box and everything else. So you want to make sure of your order here now. And so we aren't going to go out and around that and back the way they did with the old service wire. It was janky before when it was easier to do with a much smaller wire. This is even more difficult, and it's cold out. So we're going through that roof section. But I got to get some hardware first, so hang in there. So basically, this house just keeps beating us up here, and there's nothing we can't solve, but this is where we slow down when we're on a timeline. I got number 12 inch and a half. I hesitate to move to an even heavier screw. The hex driver size gets larger, changes. It's unhandy to have to swap around your screw driving tips, and it's just a bigger and bigger and bigger hole. The construction screws that I got that were 2 inch finally to hold this goddamn box to the wall, just to get this done. See, because there's a lot of tension on this here. There'll be a lot of tension on that again, and I needed to knock this out, and holding it for me right where I wanted to work was if I could screw it to the wall instead of working on it in my lap or on the slop ground or on the ladder as if it's a workbench. So you want to attach it to the wall well. So, and this is the thing that when the electrical inspector sees that, I think in his mind he starts thinking, this guy is like, you know, when you're a hammer, everything's a nail. When you're a carpenter and you think you're going to do electrical, everything's construction screw. Well, there's a good reason why I haven't got more of a systems type fastener here, because I couldn't find locally anything longer than 1.5 inches, and I got to have at least 2 apparently to get a hold of the actual substrate through this siding. And that's going to be a problem for us again here with going any farther with that, getting it started and going up the wall, because all of the clamps for that I intended to screw through and use these to hold them down, and I don't want to get started there. If I'm ultimately going to need 2 inch long versions of these for this box, I better go get 2 inch long ones before I'm even ready to start putting that up the wall. I've yet to hear from the inspector about how to go through there, which would be nice to hear before I went to go and do it the way that I'm going to do it, just in case there's something I could do that's easier or as easy but different. And I'll, and if I should do it my way and come to find out it's a way that can't be done or requires more work after I've done it my way, that'll be a bummer. So it'd be great to hear from him. So there's no rush to go up and do this bit. I haven't got one of these boys for the panel downstairs, but I think at this point, the other thing I haven't got is a big enough Allen to run this, because I'm not doing big service all the time. I should get this. This is the type of thing that I run into not having nowadays, and I get and I put it in my kit, so I've always got it. I haven't even got my electrician's tool pouch on, so I'm playing games with kind of the wrong stuff here. I didn't want to get all set up for electricity today, or this week's just a race to get the service in, and then I'll get set up for electricity more so when we go to doing all the circuitry downstairs. However, we need a big Allen. We need longer versions of these, and I could take this downstairs and I suppose do some work down there to get this much done and into the panel. So I guess this is where we quit outside today. So I'll get that up and off of there, and we'll go back inside with all of our stuff. I'll bring this wire inside just to dry up, and the meter cover I'll probably put in back up on there actually, just to cover that up for now. And then we'll go inside and work a little bit. Well, I'm sorry we got such extreme lighting for some of this stuff, but some considerations. I had to get through that roof deck before I put the weatherhead on. Otherwise, I would have just, and I fed it down through, and you missed it because I was zoomed in too much because I didn't want you to miss me putting it on out on the yard out there. I bent those around and jammed them, those ends, just so they don't go flapping around. These two lower wires are just data. The upper ones have been, the cable, is what bears the load or the weight of those coming across. It's just those two, 1, 2 that are live, but they've been taped, and we just don't want anything mingling here. And if we were having a windstorm, sorry, I'd be more concerned tonight. So, I was able to screw through the eye at the top of the weatherhead into the house, but I'm having trouble with these clamps and using even those 2-inch long screws to hold this wire down to the face of that siding with so much bullshit siding behind it. So I'm going to try and go and get even longer ones. These are number 12 zinc gasketed 2-inch long. I need like 2.5s at least. Irritating. So, but I translated the laser line, which is what allowed me to plot the center line of this box and the opening in it right up the side of the house. I translated it in pencil right along until the deck, and I drilled that so that I knew the hole would hold me on. And I also put 1-foot tick marks on that cable in marker so that when I come to apply those, I can put the clip on the 1-foot increments on the cable, and then I can go to the pencil line with the cable roundabout as I'm there, and then I can attach it to the house. So it would just be nice if the screws were long enough. So I'll leave that for now. I'm careful to adjust out only a little bit of length in my brand new fresh end of my razor blade when I'm paring off this sheathing. So maybe I can do this. Oh, by the way, if you're keeping score at home, I did not cut myself. I have a weird little hangnail that I know is going to get caught on like a glove or something before I get home. One of the things I've been meaning to add to my toolkit, along with I've got a pair of tweezers for bad slivers, but I haven't got an emery board and clippers for in case you get a hangnail, which when you work with your hands, it's actually a big deal. So I broke him off, get a breakaway blade, and I snapped him off so the tip is fresh. And then I run him to where he's not all that long, and I know he's nice and sharp, so I'm not working on necessarily hard to make it cut anything, because that's where you get, that's quite like a serrated blade. I get one serration notch showing on a fresh tip. And so since it's nice and sharp, I haven't got to force anything. And then I even hold it off with using my fingertips as bumpers almost, and score the sheath, and then score the snake skin, which is in there like paper is in smaller sizes of Romex. And then this is SEU versus SER. This is 2 conductor and an uncoated ground, but that's wrapped helically. And so then I split that which comes from the front of the pair of insulated conductors and that which comes from the back, and then I pull them around into the crotch between the two. See what I'm saying here? And then I'll chuck these into any old drill and spin them up to create sort of another conductor, because it's going right down into this lug here, and when I do that to the raw ends of this one, it's going right into that central lug there. And so in choosing those, I make it nice, clean, because all this heavy sized stuff, this large stuff, is a real bear to deal with. So the more physical, organizing that you do on areas like that, the handier of a time it's going to be to land that plane when you come to do that. So don't forget to put your tiny little tip of a razor blade away, or it can really get you bad. So, and my headlight's going to die. So tomorrow, and the other thing you'll notice is I leave the sheath on this stuff as well. And the other thing when I'm cutting the sheath off is I'm just rocking. I push straight in with a serrated blade and I roll around rocking. I'm not sawing on that, because then you start sawing into the conductor itself, which you don't want to do. So I just push in through the plastic till I stop and rock it around and try to line those up. And then you can bend this stuff. Well, from there I'm going to do a slice, and that is again set to a careful depth. And I'm sorry, I need to take a little bit off here. This is overly long here, because by the time I go up there, I'm only going to need 1 inch of exposed into this lug, and the rest is going to be cut off. What I'm saying is I left this insulation on just to control these from exploding out, and I can take the face of this plate off once I remember to bring a nice big Allen and set him down in there to where the insulation stops right here, set him in, pin him, and then I can cut that off, or I can at least mark it and do however I'm going to cut that. Probably do it with the Sawzall. But anyway, I'll leave fighting with these loose ends all together by just leaving enough insulation on. So I'll do the same here. I'll leave 1 inch on the end of it. The rest of it, I'll take it off to here, which you can see lines up with where I need it to be exposed. And then I can manipulate that until I get it all ready, and then I'll final cut it and put it into place. So that's what we'll do here tomorrow. But for tonight, this is how we'll leave things outside. I'll probably stand this up and down into that opening in the box just to control these ends from whipping around in the wind. And I'll clean this stuff up. It's probably not even as late as I think it is, though. Oh, yeah. It's, coming up on 6 o'clock, and I got to get a ride to get my car. Yada, yada, yada. Nada, yada, yada. All right. Pick this up in the morning with the light. All right, viewers. Well, it's got to rain on us today. We've got the appropriate gear on our exterior, but this phone does not have, I don't have anything to put on it so I can leave it out and record while I'm doing this. We're just going to open these things up and get the ends of the, upper two conductors coming down, trimmed back and exposed and covered with a anti-corrosion juice for the aluminum and buckled down into the upper two lugs there. And we'll do the same for the bottom. And like I say, we're going to twist these ground conductors up into enough of a solitary conductor, basically, or solid strand of twisted non-mess, and put the upper into that lug and the lower into that lug, and insofar as we can button up this cupboard. And I got better clips for this. There are a couple different types, and those ones I noticed yesterday, I went to apply them, they were clipping and like sticking onto this rather than falling off. They're not as big as you can get. So I got the biggest ones you can get, which I hope to go all the way around, and the ears on them will go down to either side a bit lower, and it'll allow me to get the hardware that I've got as well, between the variety of things that I've got, to meaningfully attach to the side of this house. Sorry, I'm almost dropping the phone. So we'll try and get this outside finished, and then I'll set you up inside so you can watch me do that much work at the panel at least. And Ed got started on one of my grounds. I got to get the other ground rod pushed in outside. And we got a lot to do here if we're going to try and pass inspection sometime this afternoon, if it's afternoon already. So, better get moving. Well, those of you keeping score at home right away noticed my error, which I just noticed, but the way that the cable lies coming out, its rotation puts the red striped conductor on the left, and coming down the face of the house puts the red striped conductor on the right, which is a problem. The minute you start trying to turn left into right and right into left here, you start actually spinning this, which puts a twist into it. I'm going to try instead, since the other end of this leg isn't connected into the panel down there. See, this is a product of the side that we turn out of and come down the weather head, which is all attached, and we've got a couple clamps on the side of the house. It's raining outside. That's up and overhead working on a ladder. This here is all between the basement and outside. I'm going to try to just flip him 180 before I put him up into the box. And I'm sorry I can't roll camera on a lot of this stuff out here, but you want to pay attention to stuff like that. The point of that is simply being able to identify which, phase we're dealing with, and it needs to be something that's consistent from one end of this thing to the next. So the moment he looks at this and they're mismatched, if that went to here and that went to there, problem. So as far as I know anyway, I'm fairly certain of that. So we'll get that sorted out by manipulating this leg here and then get back to... Well, there you go. Yeah, you end up with the writing facing out. I don't know how that happens. You would think that I must have twisted the conductors inside the sheath, because if it's right, left like that, you would think that it would be reversed. So something occurred here, and I'm spinning that around, but I got it done, no problem. Now I had to smack this up with my dead blow hammer to set it down flat and help it do that corner. And then once it's anchored, I've tapped it left and right to kind of straighten it out, so that overall, the appearance of it is as professional as possible. Now I've held it on every other one of my 1 foot marks, because that looks more typical to me. If a lot of times the inspector, if you've taken care of him and he's, and you've been good about everything else, and he says, you really need another one of those, even he can see the tick mark that I put on there. He says, I'll give you the sticker if you just immediately put those on there. And he's going to be back here to give us further inspections is the thing. So in a situation like that, when they know that you're up against the weekend, sometimes they can cut you a little slack if that's not quite how he has to have it. I think that that's just fine. And so I'm going to walk away and leave this now. I've got anti-corrosive juice on all of these, and I've cranked on these using the short end of the Allen with a handful of rag to protect my hand from the sharp kind of end of it. And I've put as much, English on it as I can do by hand. And so I'll have to, if he says something about, how tight is that, I'll tell him that. And if he says you really want to crank it, to the living daylights out of it or whatever, we'll have to see. I know that Allen wrenches really aren't designed to have extensions put on them for more torque to be applied. And so I just assume that since these are done up with Allen set screws to some extent, maybe that's all the more that you need to do, whatever. So I'm content with this here. I'm standing in the rain. Oh, the one last thing we got to do is going to put some duct seal or some, I think it's butyl or whatever. That's nut. It's also got to be not just hand loose. So I guess I'll come out with a wrench and I'll spin that down. It's squeezes this separate steel ring onto that rubber, which bites this. And then I used some WD-40 to get this wire to slip through that rubber, because this is a weather proof kind of connection where this one is not, and that's because I gotta tighten those up too. So I guess we've inspected ourselves here already. And so this is designed to like let moisture out and weep, although you want to bring it all the way down to snug. And I'll see if he says anything about, in other climates you can get snakes and stuff come up and get in here because it's warm, and then they'll jump. I've seen, you can find them on the internet, shorting something like this out from curling up in it due to the heat in there, and starting a small fire and being roasted alive. So, do you need to seal that little bit of cooks and nannies there? We'll get that tightened down. We'll put the butyl stuff around there. We'll crank that nut down. We'll put the faceplate, on this thing. And then we're going to go inside and work on that Well, this here isn't a rotary hammer, and you're asking quite a bit using the SDS Plus driver for ground rods to push one in. But none of this has been packed anywhere near as tightly as it would be if it had been lying there for eons. We only just had it dug out earlier this year, and so I had to move that around a couple times to find a place I could push it all the way into the earth. And as you can see, I could pull it straight up out of the ground all the way up like I pulled it out of a sandcastle. So we kept going until we found what we needed to be able to install it full depth. Whoa! You want to avoid the footer, which sticks out beyond the foundation wall. And if our panel's here and that extra long rebar is here, if you don't have one of those, you have to put 2 ground rods in about 6 feet apart, go out and through both of them and back to the panel. We're going to use this extra long rebar as one. So being right outside, or right here-ish, is not quite 6 feet away. And I didn't want to get stuck with the solid copper wire trimmed and cut to length, all to get back to that panel, and have that need to move farther away from that extra long rebar. So I opted to go to this far side of this window well, since this will all be underneath a porch someday. And then you don't have to worry about hitting that with the lawnmower or the weed whip or, you know, anything like that, which is oftentimes something that's kind of going on in and around where your ground rod and your ground wire are located. I could go around the front of the house and go over here, but in this case, we've got the exposed ledger from the old porch, and I'm going to tuck that right around underneath it and staple up to the bottom edge of it till we get to here, and then go down and through that eye and come back and go back on the bottom edge of that ledger and tuck it all in there real nice underneath there, and that'll make it a lot easier to do going this way rather than around the front of the house, which of course that would be in the flower bed, which is another good place to put that ground rod, but we did not opt to do that. Unfortunately, the best price per foot for the solid wire was pre-cut rolls, rather than pulling it off the roll by the foot at Home Depot. But things like this 12 gauge wire and the 14 gauge wire rolls were all in lockup. Same with that pre-roll or pre-cut roll of heavy copper wire, all in lockup. So when you ask for that stuff, not only have they got to unlock it for you, they've got to take it up to the front register for you so that you're not leaving the store without paying for it. Now we did real good here. It was worth looking. The same 250-foot roll of 12 gauge 2-conductor Romex at Lowe's was $258. It was $108 at Home Depot. So the $150 savings that we got on that one roll covered the $75 roll of 14 gauge, 250 feet long, the copper, more Romex connectors, a big 100 pack. It covered us the one outlet that we're going to put in that's regular if we don't want to put a ground fault, and some peripheral screwdriver tips and stuff like that. So, and I checked the supplier for the pros and the box stores just real quick on the day I was going to buy wire, and all things considered, that was a screaming deal. But I told him I wanted 30 feet by the foot of this, and he said, let's see, because sometimes the stuff that's pre-cut is cheaper. He said you could have 50 feet for like $3 or $4 more than you were about to pay for 30 feet. And so I thought, well, that's worth it, and left him to pull it and take it up to the front register for me. And when I got almost done, I didn't remember until then that I hadn't told him which register, but I was surprised to find that he was at the contractor register, which is where I normally go, which was a pleasant surprise. But I walked all the way out of there and came back before I realized the pre-cut amount of copper that he gave me is 15 feet, not 50 feet. Now, he knew that I wanted 50. He sold me on the idea of 50. So when he came back around and took 15, he wasn't thinking straight. But then I came all the way back and pulled it all the way out of the bag and rolled it all the way out before I realized there's nowhere near what we need for length here. So I'm going to pivot now. We've got the ground rod in outside. We'll go back and get what we need there as soon as Ed's done doing something that I need him to do before I go. Meanwhile, we're going to get in and out from the top of this box. Actually, we only need to go down there. It doesn't have to come back. I need one piece of 14 gauge wire going down there, and put that outlet on the end of it, and put one breaker on here and put it on that breaker, and then we're done with everything except this, that it's going to make me go all the way back to the store and get what I need before we can finish up and be ready for our inspection. Oh well. Well, I'm sorry this sucks in the dark practically and looking over my shoulder and you can't see a damn thing like what I'm doing. But I'll try to touch on each particular aspect of this at different times throughout covering the rest of this electrical aspect of this project. But like I say, go to the far side of the panel before I cut the Romex to length. That's what these lengths are here, kind of raw. Some guys want them to flop out and touch the floor. I don't know. I've never been an electrical apprentice. I just want enough, but not too much. I don't want to be using up more than a foot. I don't want to have, on average, an extra foot coming off of each one of these, because if you've got a couple dozen circuits that you're cutting a foot off in the end, it's a couple dozen feet worth of wasted wire, right? We can do that simple math. So want to be close, but not overly so. But not, wasteful. I'm going to take everything to the side and then go up and then turn and go in. It can all be styled real nice and neat and straight and clipped and retrimmed and stuff when we're sure of everything. But for right now, I went to the top of the neutral bus. The bottom of the ground bus was all the farther I could get because I forgot I have to cross to the far side, so I'm going to want to remember that. I want some convention with the way that breakers are stacking up bottom to top. Well, that's where the power connections are going bottom to top. So there's no reason why, roughly, the neutral connections and the ground connections can go bottom to top or vice versa on the buses. Shouldn't have top, neutral, bus, bottom, wildly inappropriate lengths. The ratio of stuff should be similar. Anyway, you take the things to the places that they go, and, the breakers, they tip out of the center and then come right off of the power bar. So once you're, satisfied, I'll be putting, landing all these on the neutral and ground buses while this stuff's hot. And then, or these aren't, these are bonded to those corresponding buses. These are the different little phase. Every other one of these is at every other phase of the two sides of power here. And so that's going to be hot as we work here, and that's where you don't want to fall and put your hand. That's why they build these ribs on there. And I wouldn't even get that close when it was hot. You don't want to be playing around. However, we can put a breaker on the end of every power circuit here, snap the breaker onto the neutral or corresponding ground bus, and then when we sit it down onto there in the off position, finally it can be turned to, that'll be on. And they'll all be inboard when they're on, and anything kicked out will be off. It should show a little orange flag in the window. I don't know if it takes having actually power, but that's the whole point of the QO, or one of the points of it. One of the cool things, I think they have a patent, is when things are off, there's a little orange, see them in there? Flag. Who's gone? And then when you go, when everything's on, that's, people laugh, electricians laugh at that, because of course they're always all flipped inboard when they're on, and the one that's flipped to the outboard is the one that's off, so you shouldn't need that, but it's still kind of neat. I'm interested to see why the one that came with that panel is already not showing its little flag. But that means we've got everything down to here. We got to have a staple holding this down within 8 inches of the box. We can go through one opening with two separate cables, sets of conductors. We can't go through there with another one, I don't believe. And same goes for the connector to the box. We can go through with two, and so we did so here. This is the light and the power circuit that go to this boiler room, and that's another way in which there's no good reason in my mind to have the light for that room coming in here and the power for it somewhere elsewhere in the panel, nor does it make sense for them to be too far away from one another with the final layout here. So if we're just smart about this, there should be some sort of method to our madness when we're all done, although something that you dream up in the beginning may change fundamentally throughout your whole plan. So you want to, again, leave yourself plenty of length to move stuff around in here until you have everything that you need to put in there and you love where it is. And then if there's some overly long wires, you can trim them down to size for its final form. All the way back to Home Depot to get that solid copper wire now, just to get this ready for inspection. Here we go. Y'all, something is very different. I think the power's back on. This thing is cool. I don't want to jinx it, but as soon as I plugged it in, boom, it's doing its whole startup. So power outages, this and that, no big. The old blow down tubule, whatever, pressure relief, purge valve, fucking whatever, puked up a bunch of what smells like glycol. So get that soaked up into this thing, and then put this thing elsewhere to drip dry / be thrown away permanently and forever. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Firstly, douche up that real good. So, hopefully that is the end of that situation. Looks like we're going to have to do something here. Our condensate, that knockout didn't fit, and so everything's just propped in and just went to a bucket because we weren't sure what we were going to do here. And I wanted badly to route it over and into the sump, because that's the best case scenario. They don't want it in the sewer. That won't pass code. And putting it right through the floor into the sight drain system and letting it wander over to the sump would be nice. If I probably have to see if this place, when they come back, if they've got they said they have a heat camera, and then you can see exactly where the loops are in the floor in here. And then we could drill and install a drain. I could use a core drill and just set down a shower drain into that core drill hole and let anything that happens in here, hopefully, go down into there. Route the condensate and route that thing right through a hole in the floor, essentially. And we didn't pitch the floor to a drain, so it's still a flat floor. But so this is something that's in the mix, right? But this is more of an electrical video, and the power's back on. We passed with flying colors. Couple of things. Needed to run this bonding screw down, that green screw, run him down in there to do something which I don't necessarily. This is probably your only ground. These two are common, or these two are ground, but that common connection slips by in the back, and in running that green screw down, it ties the ground to common, which in a lot of ways it is. It basically makes sure that these grounds, or the first ground that you have prior to this one, which runs all the way out onto the pole outside and finds ground way out there. And every little bit at light speed that it takes for a better ground to happen, the toaster effect and all the wiring on the way there, and the person that's likely conducting the electricity on the way there is dying. And so, and that's another case of we like a ground fault outlet in a bathroom or a kitchen, because at light speed, the short to that outlet is so much faster to pop that breaker that's in that little ground fault protected circuit or outlet, rather than running at light speed to the panel to the ground fault breaker and popping that breaker. Proportionally, it's many times farther from you in the bathroom or the kitchen to that outlet that pops. Almost every time it's farther from there to the panel. And so that little bit of extra time and faster protection may save somebody's life. So we will probably use ground fault outlets, and you want to get good quality ones. It's your best situation, best foot forward. We'll probably put one in the kitchen and the bathroom in the first position of a group of outlets in series, so that it protects all the rest of those, and that protection happens right in that room, and it doesn't have to overload to the panel, even at light speed, to pop that breaker. Now, these old circuits that we're extending to the panel, they will have to be ground fault and arc fault just anyway. So what I'm saying is we're going to do what we need to do here in the right way for code, but also in thinking ahead for safety's sake. Now, the inspector told me one other thing he said is I don't have red caps or something right in the end of this conduit before it goes into the connector, and that's not the right connector, even though I specifically at the electrical supply place told them what I was doing and asked for these connectors, because this is what I would call a Romex connector. It's clear through this side, and it gets pinched coming out. Now, this is different. It's not clear through. It's got this little neck down. And in my mind, he's telling me that that's going to come through and it's going to stop that armored cable, and the wires are just going to continue. He said, he says that this is what you want when you're doing what you're doing. Well, the inspector said for whatever reason, that's not going to pass. So all the time that I paid Chris to do that for us, now this One didn't get it because it wasn't BX. That's not BX. This is, though. So in every case of these, that's got to be replaced. And you got to add that red thing that I don't know what it is yet. We'll see. And then put the right connector on, and then we're back in the black with those there, and we'll keep going. So we got some things we got to go and get and do. And the other thing is I'm going to put, let's go right up there and look. I want to be down here when it's time to do all the wire pulling and drilling, looking at all the raw ends of circuitry that I need to think about and how to route them. I don't want to forget about things like I want to add an outlet behind the refrigerator while we got the wall open and there's nothing but this piece of shit here. I want to add an outlet there, and then I want to keep going, and I want to fix the problems that they've got in the bathroom circuitry, which is that they've got dog shit, and they need in this bathroom, because I can come right on through the wall here and I can keep right on it going. When you come in, you want to turn the lights on and off with a switch here, either in the tile or not, we'll see. This isn't legit. That could go away because right center line of this new position of the sink, we want to have some kind of mirror or vanity cupboard. So we'll go up here and we'll cut in an old work fixture box, circular, so at any time they can put one simple fixture like that. Hell, they could use that bulb and that fixture in there if they wanted. But you can get a 1, 2, 3 vanity fixture for all that on that one fixture box, whatever. Switch on and off here, and over here, you should have a ground fault outlet for your flat iron and your curling iron and your electric toothbrush charger and whatever else like that. Boom, boom, boom. Old work, old work, old work. We'll cut a very precise hole here. We'll put it through. You'll see the tabs bite the edges of the wall if you haven't got too much wall covering, which we're pushing the envelope here because once again we didn't pull all this wall covering down and just put one layer of drywall on, which of course we could have used new work boxes then instead of old work, but still old work normally give you quite a bit of bite for situations like this because they're for old work, aka not coming at it from the raw side, coming at it from the finished side. And then we can start some Romex down through there until he's dangling down here and keep him going and go on down to the basement and get all that copacetic. And, Ed got this drywall demoed off of here, whatever else. You don't want the toilet here. You don't want the sink here. The shower's working. They can scrub their grout and seal it. They got that much done behind where I needed to attach this stuff. But scrub and seal the grout, take a shower, wash it down, whatever you want to do here. But the sink and the toilet aren't coming back to this room until all the drywall's done because you can't stand in here and work. And all the tile baseboard is done because you can't crawl around behind the heater and the sink and everything's got to come in here. So we got to get all that done. Heads on the case, baseboard throughout there. On the case, on the case. I would fix this trim while I'm at it. Or at least put the plinth block back for now. So he's got that stuff to do. The sink was going to be in my way. So we had in here a little bit in the plumbing video. And we're right back out of here again for right now. We got it ready to hang up. That was the biggest thing is sometimes you get a cleat for the sink, and I want that on the wall at least, so all things considered, we're ready to truly place the sink instead of coming in to place it that day and do some finished plumbing and find out. Now we got to find out once we've closed the wall up, do we have structure enough to hold this weight of the sink, and what do we got in there? Right now we can see that, right? So we get in there and we figure that much out, then we leave it alone for now. So we're right where we want to be here. I'm going to start here, fixture outlet switch. Wires. I'm going to go behind the fridge. I'm going to slam a new work box on the side of that stud because I can nail him on there. I can swing and I can hit that. More wire. Drop the ends into the basement. Then we can get ourselves a plumbing inspection as soon as I get one more plate up. I don't think I need the 2 that I ordered. You got to be on both sides of a sister, so we're missing one there. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4. We only need to be on one side, though, of a single. And so I ordered 2, thinking we needed one here, but we don't. I'll probably just buy him off of Ed in the bookwork on this and keep him around, so I have immediately got the ability to slap one on in the future when that's the type of thing that I had to wait to order, and it would save me, it would kill me to send the one loose one back and then have to order and wait for one in the future, especially if the price goes up. So I'll hang on to that. It'll go in with all my other structural bracketry, and it'll be around when and if I need it. So then, once that's up, we can have a look at all the plumbing, and if I get that electrical all through and down to here, well, then I can close those things all up. I can get the drywall next behind the shower. I can put drywall at the top of the stairs. We can drywall down here. This here is going to probably stand open. I'm not going to mess with that. If Ed wants to get up and make more mess and demo and make a square sort of opening and go down the center of these joists now instead of just smashing off and make more pig mess to clean up and then get himself a drywall lift and cut sheets and put them up there, whatever, he can do that. We're just not messing with this. But anyway, the point is, Then I can get into the basement, stay in the basement, stop going up and down the stairs with tools, leaving, forgetting them. If he's working up there on those finishing things in that bathroom, we're not in each other's way. We've got all the ends of anything that I could ever want to know about down here to be thinking about electrical. We can clean up and consolidate all the debris, filth, garbage, old bullshit. I could smash away all the loose little, pieces of insulation that are kicking around. There's some other here they are, strips here that I'm sick of looking at. Put those all away, haul the old construction out of here. We're almost certainly done with most of this stuff except some packing to fly drywall around the vertical stack over there. It's a little proud of the wall framing, so we'll keep some of that around, but a lot of this here can get stacked outside and go away. We can clean up the leaves, we can take boxes. I hesitate to take a lot of tools away, but some of them can probably go. The old panel can go hang out in the garage. I'll stick it to the wall between two studs. It could be a sub panel out there someday. I got to get dryer vent going, and so we're going to get Chris here tomorrow, and we'll be into this electrical stuff. I don't know what more is going to happen today other than me working upstairs in the bathroom, so I guess you can watch me do that to finish out. And then we're going to hit this thing hard tomorrow with Chris's help, and then see what goes down on Friday. I really would love to get a bunch of old circuitry going, have the heat on kind of permanent, and essentially invite them to, if they're comfortable. They got a shower, they got a sink, they got the two sinks, the kitchen and the first floor bathroom sink, they got a toilet on the first floor, they got a shower upstairs. So they should, technically feel welcome to come back if they wanted. They can't probably get occupancy. We'll have to see. But this is the race to the finish line, and I don't have any more time to blab, so buckle in, folks. Well, I've never fought with an old work fixture box so much in my life. It's a cheap piece of shit. So I wouldn't have normally purchased that. I don't know where I was or the circumstances, but it was a pain in the ass to spin these screws, which flip the tabs out that, end up biting the edges of the wall covering. So you haven't got to do anything besides make a hole the right size, put it in there, and then tighten up those screws. The screws kept stripping, yada, yada, it's in. Now, I had intended to put a switch in, and then I thought, well, I'll put in a double gang box. Now this is what I'm talking about, old work. You put these into a hole that this will stop up against, and then when you start turning the screw, it turns this tab, zoop, and then you pull the screw in, pulls the tab in, and it bites. So this is an old work box here. I thought somewhere here we could do two switches, one that does nothing for now, and another one that turns the light up here on and off. Because then in the future, if someone wants to have a fan in here and some other things, they haven't got to do any more than connect that switch to something. I could even, and I'm thinking ahead, but now I'm seeing that 48 inches is about the height of a switch and outlet that you want to install standard. And that's just a little higher than this particular tile. And that tile, if I remove him, I could put a single gang box in there and just put the one light switch there, and that would make a lot of sense. And it would be finished in with a faceplate. It wouldn't be too high, and yada yada. There would be another tile in the mix to be used in here, which I could use. And then I thought I'd put a double ground fault circuit outlet and then another outlet in series so that it's protected by the ground fault. and that'll give you some flexibility there. And I guess that outlet, one of the, the ground fault has to stay, but the other outlet that's protected, it could become another switch for a fan or some other light switch in here or something else. So then I thought if the light switch is going at this elevation over here, then I'll move over and probably put the double gang behind one 4x4 tile carefully and remove him and put an old workbox in there. And then everything will look like it was always here and look really nice. And we'll harvest a couple tiles for our effort. So I may even just mark these. If I get to them, then I get to them. But if Ed does, then, or I ask him to do it, he's been harvesting tiles in here right along, so he's a tile harvest guru. Then it'll make more sense for him to do that. So maybe there or there. Where's the place to put that? If we come back and do a big vanity here and stuff, or anybody does in the future, you kind of want it right over to one side, maybe to there. I think that's probably, the last thing that you got to think about is where the studs are on the other side of the wall. So it's either, from the center line of that water, it's either 13 or 17, 18. You come out here. Sorry, I got everything in tow here because my phone ran out of battery. So we come out here and we look down there. What did it say? 13 or 18 from the water. So we got. According to that, 13 is a better option because 18 is right about where the stud begins. And we said, and I'll double check this, but 18 is just the beginning of that tile. So we should do this one, which is the 13 over, this one should be the one. And I'll double check that. But that'll be a ground fault outlet and another outlet that could become a switch. And that'll be the light switch for this fixture up above, up there. And then we'll take this stuff down and off and gut that out over there so that it can be covered over with a little drywall patch. So we're taking this out of here for this reason. This is one of the most laughably arcane fire hazard scenarios that I've ever seen. Power's on. I'm gonna see if Ed thinks that for any reason this should have stayed. I mean, that was what he was talking about. It's like, you want to burn this place to the ground, there you go. So we're taking this out of here for this reason. This is one of the most laughably arcane fire hazard scenarios that I've ever seen. Power's on. I'm gonna see if Ed thinks that for any reason this should have stayed. I mean, that was what he was talking about. It's like, you want to burn this place to the ground, there you go. All right, that is a quick tutorial on fiddlesticks, or little strips of plywood glued up with adhesive, using that PL Premium again. Love that shit. But we got to get the face of that orifice, now that we've taken a tile away, up there to essentially just at the bottom of where the grout is. There's no point in getting higher than these corners, having a proud, flat corner, sitting higher as high as the face of this tile is or anything like that. These old work boxes will pull down in there to here. You just got to be something like that to where the fascia plate, the cover plate, comes down and lands on our tile without having some kind of big ugly seam or anything that you're stuck with due to not having control of the face of this box, because it only just closely fits that opening that I cut, and it rattles around. You can kind of pin it there for a second, but then it changes and it can slap, kind of around as you plug and unplug things over time. Don't want that. But on the other hand, I don't want to put all this glue and wood in there and never sort of find out what happens when I put the box in until it's set up, or not be careful enough and have it hold me out. So I bothered to, tap one in to let that glue dry. This over here is a little proud, so the box is actually turning those sticks around the corner. So I took it out and, as it gets pushed in there. So I took it out and I'm just going to let these set up just as they are. The glue is nice and sandable, and I can recut a hair off that, once everything's hardened here. I'm not going to take him back out of there all sticky and try to cut him down somehow. That's ridiculous. So I can't use the box to hold him, but I can see that he's, the face of him is where I want things to be here. The problem with gloves is you never really get them clean, and you go back to wipe more and you just wipe more glue. So I'm going to take my gloves off and paper towel that with the world's just cheapest, shittiest paper towel, but it is better than nothing, I guess. Okay, there's that. We don't want any adhesive kind of anything. Just deal with it when it's wet. And that's a junction box. Or I'm sorry, that had just the home run, just power on all the time. And I thought it shared this location back to back, but it doesn't. It's up and over here. So the home run actually for this comes down there, and then I think bears left. Yeah, it goes left right there, and it goes over. And I'll show you, it comes out on the basement staircase, which is one of the most annoying runs that we got to go somewhere. But that's the home run for that. And I think it's low left. And then it's top right, power to the fixture in the bathroom that you could turn on and off there. That much I know for sure. Now, lower corner here, Ed says that the light here could be controlled with a three-way switch. So that switch over there could turn it on and off, and that switch over there turned it on and off. So I expect lower right somehow, some way, keeps coming up with funky shit and gets all the way over to that switch somehow there. And to the top left, I think probably he'll end up being powered in this bedroom. So everything was, this is too many conductors. The insulation is shot. It's wrapped with cotton and mastic type, insulation that's ancient and dry. We're going to surgically open this up so that I can get the right kind of junction box in there. I don't want to necessarily go too big. I'd like to try and do it in a fixture box. I'm going to have to just double check on all this. If I could get a fixture box to work to put a fixture back up and be a junction as well, but leave me enough room inside to get everything done that, that needs to get done with it. That would be the best case scenario here. And then the switches that always used to work again will work and run the same fixture again. We'll take power to a switch first on the bathroom, and the fixture box will be high enough to go over the mirror. Those are the improvements that we're making there. Plus you'll have ground fault protection, which you'd need for code anyway. And Ed's getting, he was working in the kitchen and got all the rest of our mending plates. No, we're still waiting on a couple. So he put those mostly up, and he put the spacer in that's got to go behind the steel, or he will be doing that. Cleared this off here. This had drywall and press board. And if we're doing this much drywall, we may as well come over there with most of what's left of a 48-inch width, and then one little square or something at the end. And that way that wall will be closed in, which you'll need again for fire, for code. Got to trim some of that foam out. And on our way through, we'll put in a double outlet here for the refrigerator, and it'll be something he can plug the dishwasher into. That's probably a far cry better than that, or maybe that'll just get replaced with a better outlet box. Chris has been here all day, and he drilled and plumbed this white 3/4 PEX all the way. This is one of my favorite songs, but we'll just turn it a little bit now. Then we had to drop 1/4 inch a foot, but you see you got to stay above outlets until you're going to crash right into them, so it actually falls more to get under that one. And it stays under them here, it keeps going downhill. Now I thought we could, and this is for condensate now, for condensate out of the boiler, which is on the right hand side, and that's CPVC going into this bucket for right now. And then you got the typical pressure relief and that pukes occasionally straight down. And this is the same assembly that you'd see on the side of your normal hot water tank at your house, a lot of people. And that barfed out a bunch of glycol and stuff when the power came back on here. Stuff I'm trying not to just constantly just throw on the floor and call that, you know, done deal. Oh, looks like we got another one here. This does this one too. Comes off the top. So we got 3 routes here. But what I'm going to do is turn the corner and go up in, you know, so that we've got downhill flow. From here it'll be going uphill, and we'll come out on this face around the corner in here. That keeps this lane free to work and to come and go, and you're not getting caught on stuff. But I want this to come up into a manifold and have all 3 of these CPVC things come over rigidly into a manifold that's rigid and straight down, and then probably have a valve to isolate from there all the way over to the crock, which we'll talk about. That's where it's got to go to. And keep everything all clean and make it so that it can be disconnected easy. So if you got to work around in there, it can all just come away. But that'll all be a nice way to keep that going. And the other thing I was thinking when I'm in here, when I do that, I've got the main potable lines right there. If I tee into those and come over and come down the face of this wall and mount some drop ear valves on there so they could be open and closed, well, when they're closed, the system will work no problem. But if you wanted to turn the water pressure off and let all the water back out of the system, you could open these 2 valves and open any faucet or whatever to let air in upstairs, and all your water would drain on down and through those valves and into that manifold and into the wall here and over and all the way over into the sump crock. And it's just a nice thing to have for in the future if you want to cut in a water line for ice maker on the refrigerator or anything else you want to change or do, or for any reason you want to just let all the water out. If you're going away on vacation and you turn the water pressure on, and just for good measure you want to let all the water pressure out of the walls and everything like that, just to never have to worry ever. It's a little something we could build in for nearly no extra time and money, so we'll get that much too. So that just means we got to get through that wall with this PVC. We use an overly big hole to try and make it easy, just in general. Any corners will be even bigger, as big as you could possibly drill, so that the bending is easy. He threw some armor on every one of them so we don't accidentally poke a hole in it when we put the drywall up. We had to go behind the stack because the town won't let me go into the stack with this type of water. Normally in your basement, it would go through a drain on the floor. We could have drilled and put it through into and you go into the aggregate around the foundation drain or the footer drain, and that ultimately percolates over into the sump crock, comes up and gets pumped out on the ground. So we could go directly into the sump crock, but to do so, we got to go behind this stack, because we can't obviously break the plane of the drywall. So Chris got in there and excavated out the foam with the hot electrical foam knife. And then he had to actually chip out with the chipping hammer the concrete around there to get that bend to go. And by then I got back and could finally jump in and help him here. We had to lube the tube with WD-40. We got a little tube lube on it. And then we were doing the old heave hose sitting on the ground. I think I might have got some of that footage like we're rowing a boat. But pulling together, it went the last little bit. And he got started on this end to pull with locking pliers that he was hitting with a hammer and stuff. So it got kind of munged up. But we only need about 40 feet here, and I bought a 50-foot. No, I bought a 100-foot roll because I couldn't buy 50 feet. So we got more than enough. You know, you can mung up the first, however, several feet of it, so long as you keep going. Over here, we're going to go back to probably a spigot, like you would have with a garden hose thread. And then I'll just get a 2-foot garden hose, or like you have a water supply for your washing machine, and cut him a couple feet long, and he can thread on and just go over and through a grommet into the sump crock. But then it's real quick and easy, and if it gets bumped or knocked, it doesn't get broken, it can get moved and pulled out of the way, and that valve will hold all that condensate pressure. So long as it's open, everything will flow here. But you can isolate that out of this situation if you're working in the sump here. Or you can isolate this whole thing and let the rest of everything fall out of it up at the other end. And I may put in a trap and a clean out too, because this condensate's going to potentially have minerals in it or anything that might build up over time. It's nice to have a trap before we go caking it all up all the way over and run into problems later. But it won't hurt to have some kind of little place to run a snake through this line. Hopefully it ends up being well worth installing now. Can't come back and do this stuff later, so we did it, today. And then we'll pick up and do some more shit tomorrow, right? See you then. All right, I'm pretty content with the boxes upstairs, in the bathroom at least. We do got to see into that wall at the top of the stairs, but we know that this is where we're headed for that refrigerator receptacle and the power to that junction in the wall in front of you when you get up to the top of the stairs, as well as the power in that bathroom. So we're going to be coming through here. Excuse me, sorry. I'm going to get most of that foam busted out of the way then as a result, and I'll put a couple of 3/4 inch holes. We'll do a home run to that junction the way that it used to. And then the question is, I really like to give that bathroom a 20 amp circuit to the outlets by the sink. So another home run directly to that bathroom I think is in order. I don't see any reason why not. It used to take off from that supply going upstairs, but this will put the bathroom on its own circuit essentially, or at least, yeah. So let's do that. We're doing 2 home runs to that up through here. And then the thing is, we'll sit the coil of wire one or the other on the floor here, and we'll get it started enough to the first floor to go up, and then get it started enough on the second floor to continue to pull it up and go where we got to go with it. At some point, I'll take more than I need up onto the first floor and put a spring clip on it so it doesn't pull and fall all the way downstairs. And once I've got what I think I need upstairs, I can do that little trick also to keep the tension off of it and get everything done that I need. And then I take those clips off and I can let down what I want, staple my way on down, and I've got things roughed in, which means just the wire enough coming out of each box and yada yada. What else was I going to say about that? We're going to get that far. Then we come down here, and I'm stapled all the way down at this point, theoretically, to here. Then we're going to pull down the center of we'll come down to the floor, pull out enough wire to go to the wall, and then pull out enough wire to go to underneath the panel, which will get us here in any way if we route it at 90s. As well as it'll get us, and it'll be in the ceiling, so coming down to the floor will give us enough to go to the floor when we get over there, essentially, which is pretty much what you want. And in that way, we can have one contiguous piece of new Romex go to the panel without worrying about where exactly we're going to turn and what, where it's going to be in the scheme of things here. Because what we want to do here, we've got this hearth area, and so anything behind this line to the right, there's some outlets over here and there's some stuff here, and we can handle that there. But I'm going to start and do a straight shot to the panel as far as laying out holes at 2 inches, and then 2 inches and 2 inches and 2 inches, probably 4 groups, and drill on those twice on each joist, staying over 2 inches or more from the bottom face and the top. I could put them together, figure that. And we can get pairs of holes running through there, and that'll be our raceway. But see, we're going to start on the farthest one of those and go all the way down that 2 inches off of this thing here. We're going to come through this area, and I'll discuss that in a second. We're going to get down into the wall here, though, because we're staying left, and we're going that way. And we're going to start, as we shorten things up, we'll turn off sooner to go down to this bathroom, and then we'll turn sooner to catch whatever circuitry here, and then we'll continue to turn sooner. And so that raceway, the rightmost routes are going to be the ones that are short, tearing off over here. And as we move left here, they're going further away until we're going the leftmost one all the way down to the far left corner, and thereby we don't really have anything crossing over. We start with the panel here, we make the main throughway here, and we go that way and up as necessary. Makes a real nice way to route everything without it running all around here. Now there will be some stuff that goes this direction, but it may run all the way over, and it may run all the way over in the wall rather than in the ceiling and go around into this area here. I'm not certain that I need to go over that beam over there and then drag everything right all the way over here. It's going to be a bit longer, more wire usage than just ripping down here in this direction to get these couple things here, whatever the case may be. So, this and that and the other thing. With that, the reason I don't want to just keep going with this wire is because I don't know then which set of holes, if I need some more to the right or to the left to keep things from getting crossed. So I'm working a little out of order, bringing that down and laying it on the floor and making sure I have enough wire, and then leaving it lay until I've built, start and built over into there. However, I want to reduce scope in another way. I want to get that much done upstairs and on the first floor, because I basically want to be done with my major work in those areas and be in the basement to do electricity and have those circuits hanging down like I've got all the other circuits hanging down here, not missing or forgetting about anything. because I haven't pulled anything up and out of here since this project began. I know that I probably am not missing anything. We kept everything left long. In fact, there may be a couple things that we connect and find out we didn't need to, or that we've got a short circuit problem because they're two ends of the same thing. That got yanked down somehow, which I'm unsure about, so we'll see about that. But the point being, we want to keep things organized, but I also don't want to be running up and down these stairs anymore. So at this point, we could go up to a small extent here. And I'll probably do another circuit for this box. So we got 2 home runs going up and a home run here. So we're going to end up with 3 home runs that we're wiring today. And this is all discussing home runs, by the way. Taking the power 2 switches that are going to operate light circuits, or taking it to the first box in a row of outlet boxes that were going to be in series. And so then the second level of electrical rough-in, once we've got the power going to the places power goes in the form of a home run, then we can start pulling that right along in short little pieces of wire and making efficient sort of routes for that in the walls in a lot of cases. But for in that ceiling, in that main line, I do not want any crisscross applesauce. It looks like I'm going to snap a vertical line here because this got kind of cracked up, but this is the thing where it's totally worth. We'll take another sheet off and we'll see just exactly how that power is being split out there. And I got these boxes in here. We got a light in here. There we go. So these have been installed and are in nice shape here. And we can fish, especially once we get that drywall off the backside there. We'll have no problem seeing what we're trying to do here. And everything's looking real nice. Real nice. Yeah. I want to get the inspector in for a plumbing rough-in completeness inspection today. And that would allow me to get a couple sheets of drywall even today, or at some point here when the weather's holding out, get a couple packs, bring them back quick and slap a piece up in here. And in fact, we're going to have to wait for final electrical inspection before we can put any up here. So we'll probably just get a pack of doubles, or I might even get one stupid sheet. And then they get real floppy. We'll have to see. But anyway, I'll get that covered because we haven't got any electricity stuff happening in there. And that would allow Ed to get all that body work done and putter all around, fill this crack. We could get, once I've got the other side off and pulled that junction down, I'll be able to see the back of this thing and pull it out. And then we could do, an appropriate patch there and a patch there. And he can get this all sort of sanded up and smooth and roll out a color on it and finish up his tile like I told him to do all the way along the baseboard and all of that, whatever, and grout it. And then at that point, I don't know what he's going to do for baseboard or something over there quick. But then it would be worth setting the toilet, setting the sink. And we could still then, I would like that to be finished, set the heater when it comes back, which they're getting painted right now. But since this will still be open, because we're waiting on electrical inspection, we can work right into the wall and right down, however we end up doing it, to get this particular bathroom heater tied in there. And you just want finishes up. And I said to him the other day, we're waiting on that. And it's like, it's going to be a couple weeks once I order that tile. So then I went, well, what are we not ordering the tile for? Get the tile ordered. Let's go, go, go. You're not going to put all this stuff in here and then crawl around on your hands and knees and ever put these pieces back up behind a pedestal sink. Well, you can move that, Well, you're not going to put them up and around the heater and stuff, whatever. You just finish the room first. The last thing you do is waddle in and set the toilet and put the sink up. We've got a toilet and sink working here already. The shower works if he wants to finish up scrubbing grout and running stuff down the drain. This is all 100. Get his tools and crap out of there. My tools even need to get out of there. So that's where we're at. So I am, I guess, going to pull this drywall off the wall, plot out another 4x8 sheet, or 4 feet tall. It's probably shorter than 8. But get that much crumbled off and wearing my mask and throw it in a garbage can and take a big bath in the mess before I get forward, move forward with any kind of high-level tasks today. This is just how it goes. This here is one of those things you see and you go, I don't know if I want to even get involved. But really, with the amount of changes and stuff we've had to this project together overall, the overall massive depth of this wall, I can put in a much larger diameter and deeper fixture box. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, going to a larger fixture box in diameter, far deeper than this, to use as a junction, but we get all done and I don't have to deal with a big ugly blind cover. It can also be the fixture that's in the hallway here that's on the 3-way switch. But I really got to see what I'm working with here. It's possible to do this with this old crispy wiring, but you got to be able to get at everything, all the little things that are holding the conduit, take that all apart, get it slid over the ends of everybody, get that little tiny shitty old box off of there, get everything pared back very carefully without a lot of disturbance, and then, thread the needle back, putting them all into that new fixture box against those little springy plastic tabs and whatnot, and get that put on the wall and do all the connecting or preserve the connecting, whatever. We got to get in here and see what we're doing. So that's what we got to do now. Well, I'm always impressed with this little thing, but this here Milwaukee abrasive style blade is not cutting it. No pun intended, but it's also not cutting it. To hell with it, pun intended. It's making it, but I need another diamond blade. I'll snag that on a lunch here. We'll get that line cut. I could be sure of working up toward there without getting in over my head to a certain extent there. And this is more, this is all humidity. All of this is as a result of the unbelievable amount of humidity being cooked up in this bathroom that we aren't doing a damn thing about. And if anything, this house has finally had a break here since the new roof years ago, and since no one's been here showering all year. It's the driest it's ever been, and now that we're in December, it's even drier still as a factor of the time of year. And so, if mold's going to die off and stay dead of its own accord, or anything that we've been supporting with constant humidity and organic material rather than just a desert wasteland in the organic material due to a low amount of water, now we would put in a fan. But the thing to do maybe is to go over that structural column there, but going out next to this is a no-go in the shower. There's no room left there. This is all underneath the roof. And so, maybe out the ceiling area of the shower. I don't know what they'll let you do. Or just right over the toilet. To get the poo-poo smell and all that. Even if your attic has vents in it, has gable end vents or anything, you could theoretically get away with putting the humidity just up into the attic space and not exhaustively plumbing it out. The closer to the gable end vent, the better. I don't know. We got to look at what's possible here, because this is, you do all this work and you put this all back together again, and you're going to have humidity problems. As far as this electricity goes, I can see this is our home run that I was yanking out that comes out on the side of the stairwell, and I'm just going to put that down with the stack on one side, the other side of the doorway opening to the basement down here. That's going to get that right out of the stairwell. I'll show you that in a second. And it'll be all new home run up here, all the way back to the panel. And then, at that point, this one upper right that goes to that old outlet, that's all coming out of this junction as well. And so we've just got to get these two things back in there, and then one new route into a much larger and deeper. So we'll get that on lunch also. We'll get a larger and deeper. We're going to have a problem here because this is the medicine cabinet that kind of needs to go away just to make room for this project. So I'm going to have to bounce that off of Ed, because any amount over here that I go, that's possible, I guess. But it's farther from these two. Really, if I wanted to do something here, I'd be here, and I'd give myself so much more to work with in terms of length. See all the black mold? This is unbelievable. Come on. Come on, light up. Look at that. That's what that is. Anyway, then the light fixture in the hallway here needs to be over there, which is a whack place to put it. If anything, moving right is a better place. So if I see when I get this up, if I can let go of a couple things here and move over and come down with those, we'll move the light fixture in the hall. I mean, right now it's on sort of the center line of this landing. And so we'll either move over some, and it'll be more on the center line of this space, and you won't notice it isn't centered to the landing, or we'll get approval to smash out that cabinet, because again, we're going to do a wall repair where this electrical box used to be. This here ought to be all pulled down and out so that all can be part and parcel with that wall repair, and then you could put a mirror on the wall over here, and you're going with a pedestal sink, so then you're going to wish you had a console, vanity under it for storage. Or you can cut another one of these in, but you can't here because we got that stack. You're going to have a problem with the medicine cabinet. To the right of the outlet by a little bit. A little something can go right here. And that is the center line, but it's tiny. It's not a conventional medicine cabinet. So you're moving to a mirror situation. We're going to have to revisit all these things kind of in quick succession. And it just frustrates them. Oh, now we got to do this. Now we got to do that. You're learning that now we've got to do this, where I've operated on this whole project the whole time knowing that we will continue to encounter things that we've got to do as we go. And the game here is to just mitigate how much we've got to do. And don't let Chazzy telling you that he's discovered we've got to do a few more things mean that he's just, twisting the knife here in terms of what this project is doing runaway scope. It's necessary. You can't leave something like this and energize it on completely new lines to a panel and leave it all undisturbed. And when you're all right here trundling all this waste debris away when you're doing drywall repair, and the mud and blending in time of Ed faffing around, blending it all up into this wall and blending up in this crack and doing all of that, you may as well do that to a new piece of drywall with a nice straight edge that's going to behave itself and make your life easy. Meanwhile, you've done all this improvement to the electrical system here for safety and peace of mind. That's worth doing here, because all of that needs to get done one way or another. I needed to get power replaced to it or tied into it for a new light fixture and whatever. So if I'm going to disturb that, between that and being right here with this drywall missing below, we're here now with a little more drywall missing, and that's a perfectly healthy and normal sort of workflow in a renovation project. And so not realizing that we weren't done taking the drywall away here from before when we were talking plumbing and I got all the plumbing done, we get to electrical, we've got more demo and stuff to do. Normally, fundamentally, a project like this, we would have known from the get-go what the scope was going to be in this bathroom. We would have discussed all what we were going to do here, but I didn't do all of that because I was already twisting their arm to do this project as personal friends of mine. I knew we needed to do what we needed to do here to save this house from becoming a massive cost to them and basically affording them no equity and stuff. So there was a fair amount of leaving it until we discover it later. But fundamentally here on a more professional project that I would be working for customers who don't know me from Adam, we would go through all of this and decide that I'm going to get into here. And at least by the time we're doing demolition, I would have looked at this enough to know that we're going to pull this much off, because I like the most cost-effective way to do demo is to do it all together at the beginning and be done with demo. And so we would have done all of this before, but this would have been all upsetting, see, because we hadn't even begun with the basement and we're already up here ripping and tearing. So again, special case situation here that we're doing this late in the game, doing the demolition late in the game. We do that first normally, and we get everything open and exposed. But we didn't end up working that way on this one. But I will come out and say that do as I say, not as I do. You will reap the benefits of that. And with that said, I got to get a bite and a couple things from the hardware store, get back here in time for my inspection that hopefully lets me put a sheet up on there. So maybe I'll even get a sheet of drywall if I've got the time preemptively. And that would be delightful to Ed if I'm taking more off. He's known that I want to do this. But if he comes around and he sees this here, but he goes in there and he sees that I've put one sheet back up for him there, that's It's a nice trade-off. I'm genuinely trying to limit the upset. That's also part of my job. But sometimes there's going to be upset if people aren't going to be able to conceptualize that they absolutely need to do things for safety's sake. I mean, the luck that they've had here where the house packed up to the gills with tinder, paper, and textile, you know, and the ancient electricity and Ed's preordained like proclivity to running extension cords that are too small and power strips and running all around and loading and overloading stuff and popping breakers and stuff in here. It's just been unbelievably lucky that we continue and leaving light fixtures on when we leave to hang around and stuff. We've just been unbelievably lucky. I'm not going to get all done here and dust my hands off and then come to find out they have a structural fire, right? And that really has to do, I wouldn't want that in any case, but after all of this, no. So here's that home run that we were going to like extend, and I'd have to weasel him all around there. Ed on several occasions wanted to play with this, and I said, leave it for later. Because see, in the end, what we're going to do is not fucking deal with that at all. Skip it. Home run to the upstairs circuitry is going to come right up through here where it's handy to work on, centrally located. All right, let's get back to work. Okay, you could watch me do this stuff all the live long day, but is that really teaching you anything? If I don't stop and tell you how it is that I'm going about a problem like this, see, to start with, we could only see into that box once I exposed the fact that it was a major junction and distribution between looking up and underneath, looking through inside of it, getting a sense of, I haven't seen any other circuits coming up here to supply it with power other than this one. Start to realize that's exclusively the bathroom power. It's very likely and it's also in, it goes to the bathroom, but that itself was the fixture in the hall, and the hall has a switch up and down. I start to realize that's distributing at least a good portion, if not all the power up here to the second floor. That's going to be a no-no. Unless I pulled it out a little bit, I know that's getting all crunchy, and you got to cut everything all back and make better, safer, quicker, less disruptive connections with stuff. You got to get nuts and tape, and you got to not bend it all up and wad it and have all the insulation fall off when you put it back together again. So I know that's got to change. So I uncover it, right? And then I see that I say upper right went to that box we're going to get rid of, so ultimately that's going to be smashed out. Home run goes lower right, and so that gets removed. But notice I cut this off here, so I still see what I've got going on in this box. And I don't cut the box completely free yet, because what's connected to what in here is going to be helpful for me to understand how they had the three-way maybe working and stuff in the when I come back here to do something else. So I'm going to preserve this, and I disconnect it from everything so that it's freewheeling here. And I know I got to be probably in this cavity, because it's going to be a junction slash fixture box for this hallway, and being over there isn't going to work for us. And I can be over here if I let go of that stuff. Then I can come over here and it'll be just fine if I'm on the side of this stud here with my nice new deep box. Now the box is going to have to be able to attach to BX, so it'll probably have to be steel, and I'm going to have to see what I can get done in the largest box that could ostensibly be considered a fixture as well as a junction with a lot of room inside. And that's what I'm going to need to get now, because again, it'll have to have knockouts, and I'll have to use those little clamps and put red caps on everything and whatever else. So now I could cut that stick off too that goes out through that hole, but then start to get confused over which is which. That was home run that was cut flush. That's 1.5 feet long going up to there. And so I'll probably get a box, choose a position for the box, get the knockouts on it, get these two out and back into the new box to some extent. Taking photographs as I go here, and then get the new home run going in and over. We're gonna have to go over again here to get down there somehow, some way. And we got to get the circuit for the outlets on a 20 amp breaker, and this is going to be supplied with 14 gauge wire, because that wire is also 14 gauge. We can't use 12 gauge wire to supply power to either of these left hand circuits that were always here. So we're going to go all the way to the panel with the home run for that in 14, and then we're going to go all the way to the panel with the home run for this outlet box with 12. And then the question is, will we come out of our fixture with 14 and hop over into that light switch and send light with 14 gauge up to that light? That may be how we do it, because that's just how we're going to do it probably. I could take this all the way down. That's another thing that I can do. I could take it down over to the left and pull it up and out of that wall next, or just cut it back. If I can't get it to come out of that finished wall on the basement stairs, I'll just cut it short enough to be finished out, and I'll cut this down there as close as I can cut it, and the last little piece of it can hang out in there for all of time, cut off on both ends, no problem. And then we can vacuum up and take care of all the demolition. I can suck up some of that loose insulation and cobwebs, and then we're down to needing those electrical components and a sheet of drywall, because the inspector came and he's cool with this. We can get this up, and then it can be finished, and the room can be finished, and that can be finished. And I'm going to get this box and probably leave that and just tell Ed, because if I just rip it down, he's going to be annoyed. So I'll work around the fact that it's there, but I see no merit to putting it there. I think if you're going to repair that hole, you go right down the center line of this stud, down to here, over across the top of the tile, and then up the center line of this stud and across the top, just higher, maybe up to that seam even, if you want to do a nice job of that, and replace all that with one piece of drywall. You can put little shims on top of the framing to get it out real close to the plane of whatever the thickness of this stuff is, which is a bit thicker than that, but you just do what would amount to up here, over there, down, across the top of the tile, drywall repair. And then you're all done dealing with whatever that was supposed to be back in the day. That would be my suggestion, but I'm not going to go ahead and do that, because I want to be able to point to the fact that I haven't done anything here that basically I didn't need to do myself personally. So I guess we'll run out and get some stuff and come back and hammer away on this, try to get this to a point today. Well, there you go. I got all that torn out. There was a piece of like lath installed in here, and for some reason, this is like hardboard again though. And so I don't think you really want to get down and over and then square this up with the drywall repair that we make. I think that I wanted to keep the drywall repair up here. And so you're really just blending in to that and making it flush, which usually a drywall seam, you roll up far away very subtly and go over and then roll back down far away the other way. And thereby it looks flat, but you really have a bump there when you have a butt joint. Here, we can just, I was thinking being up here, you could just sand that out flush, but of course you'll end up with these thin tiles that came down going back right over that seam, and essentially, you don't even have to really fill that with joint compound. You can mostly just go up and over it with that tile again and caulk right along the top, just as you've caulked along here. That's my goal here. So I've left this alone for right now, and we got to get a level line here. Now, this is all black mold on the other side, and it's black mold growing here. And so I'm of a mind to take that right to the corner away and make that the drywall repair that has to go up. It's gonna, as a best practice in every other way, you want to just blend this here and keep moving. You've got an inside corner kind of done up here, but we're going to do the rest of this inside corner here. And again, that's all black mold on the other side, so that may end up getting taken away here. But I got this far on this side, and I'll leave that for another day kind of. And then I got a measurement here, what it was going to take to go across between these two, and I made that block. And then I saw how deep this is, 2 1/4, the box itself, and we want to be at least a 1/2 inch proud of the drywall, or that would put us flush with the drywall. Now this whole setup that we're matching up to the wall here is a little bit thicker than the 1/2 inch drywall. So anyway, I essentially came up with 1 3/4 of an inch back from the face of this. I want the face of this block, so that puts 2 1/4, about 1/2 inch out from the face of this framing. And I used a speed square to put that black line there at 1 3/4, 1 3/4, and then I went to 84 inches right there with the top of it, basically. That puts the top of this fixture at 7 feet from the floor, which is a nice place to be when you're coming through here with bedding or pillows or handfuls of boxes of Christmas gifts and coming and going to the attic. You don't want that down here getting smacked into. Normally sconces are at 6 from back in the day outside, and I always go to 7 or even 8 in some cases when I have the headroom for that reason. You don't want to smack into a sconce all the time and be in the way and irritating. So 7 was a good mix there. And then where to go left and right? Well, I came down to the landing and I got the center line of 41 and a half and through the laser line through that, and that puts me right in the center line of this box. So pow, that fixture, if we go to the bottom of the stairs now, will be what appears to be dead center, with when everything's finished here, it'll just be really nice there at the top of this beautiful otherwise symmetrical staircase. So that's got our junction box there, and we know that thereby we've got what we need now. You got Romex in and out with the one that I chose. There are other types available, but this will be where we come in with a new home run and go out with the power supply to the bathroom switch and stuff. Now it's just the top and the bottom that have the knockouts for the BX connectors, but that's fine. We can go up into below and down in from the top, and we'll also be able to cut these right off and do a full new treatment to this wire that's been largely undisturbed, hasn't been wadded up, hasn't been baked and taped or anything. It'll allow us to shorten that and be very careful to redo our connections there. We're going to want a fresh head in the morning kind of. We'll get into that box with that, and then we can go over somehow and get back with our home runs over there. And then we're to a point here where we've done what we need to do. The only thing left is to cut him back and go down in the stairwell to cut that back. But I got to get the mini truck to get the coolant system flushed tomorrow. I got to leave that at the shop, get myself a ride home. So I think I'm pretty much done here for today. Let's come back tomorrow and see if we can't get electricity kind of finished down into the basement. And we may, if the weather's still holding up enough to transport drywall, we'll get some sheets here to do the few things we want to do with sheets. Even if we don't cut into them, we'll at least get them to the job site. I'm loath to get to a point where we put that off and then we've got wet snow coming down, and we don't want to transport drywall ourselves. But we're going to do a big order for the basement eventually where we have it delivered, and that will have to be another nice day. But the few sheets that I want to get, I want to make sure we do it on a nice day around here. If I could just see the button for that light, I'll kill that. We're back here tomorrow. So this is that old home run that went over into there and came out there, and it was going to be a whole project. Notice how rusted, corroded, and quite obviously all the water damage from running along the wall and water pouring down from the sink all the time, leaking in the toilet. Working on this thing here, this is going away. This is just buried in an undetermined amount of horse fuckery in here. We're gonna do all new. This is why we do what we do when we're here now. Instead of covering this all back up and leaving it like that because, you know, we could get away with that. That's an unacceptable way to leave electrical supply in a house like this. No, 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 no. We'll fix her up. There. Rip that down and out. I've already cut it off up there. All right. Now it's time to go home. Here's a quick little detail that was overlooked here as a product of just not being able to do what I wanted to do with this bathroom. Another part of getting this bathroom all torn down to the studs is that when we repaired our subfloor, if we need to get some into a space, it would be part and parcel of the sheet that goes on out there in the room on the other side of this wall, and it would come in here firstly. And then we get the wall all, you know, framed, and then we start looking at the plumbing, yada, 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 and then because we preserved the wall and we repaired the subfloor and there was all this going around and around about that face frame over there, I get distracted, and it sounds like passing the buck, but this is an important thing. This is how it happened here, because now that I'm here truly looking and thinking of what we got to do to button this up here, it really should have been structurally reconstructed before we got to running any systems. And of course I want to get to running systems, and this chased us all the way upstairs, and once I'm in the systems I don't want to turn around and get back into construction with wood, etc., which is why I left some scraps and stuff lying around here. But now instead of working on this electrical, we're over here rebuilding this construction area that needed to be here kind of from the beginning, basically. So you end up with oversights like Ed replaced this drywall here, which is where the old register had her. That's what was here, and it's why this subfloor was missing and all of that. We had a 14-inch or, you know, a duct vertical coming in, and then the register out through the wall here. So he came in with a little cleat and he glued it in, made of drywall, I think. Yeah, and then he got the piece in here and he fit it all up and kind of erased this situation from my psyche to a certain extent, certainly from the other side of the wall when I'm working on how I can't see into here and see what we need to realize. But now I've come back and I've put the 3/4 inch plywood that needed to be here, and we would have, you know, likely come down and landed this fitting on top of that surface, but now it has to be notched, which is no problem. We can fire foam that, but it would have been nicer to come all the way over to here and not have to notch it. Now my notch for these PEX lines has to be over to the side, rather in the center line of this wall where you really want them, as a product of focusing on everything else to do with them and trying to keep them glued here, but not realizing that we need to be in the center line of this wall. And going on the other side of this joist, we went over that, but we also needed to come back here into the center line. Now I haven't got what I need for slack to get that done. So I got subfloor and underlayment into here just because that gets us up to the actual level that the old subfloor was. If 3/4 of an inch would have gotten us there and pulled us up, we would have pulled off of this joist. So I ended up with a piece of shim material because it's likely basically 1 inch subfloor, and this is 3/4 ply with a 1/4 inch underlayment. It really isn't underlayment in this scenario. It's just packing up that substrate layer underneath the wall plate that's going to end up having to be here. So now we need a piece of 2x6 here, notched to fit around that PEX, and then it'll basically stop here because I can't get around over in there and have enough left. However, I need something here, which will probably all be foam, and so then over here I'm going to have to add some wood, because what somebody did here was make this wall thicker to accommodate the plumbing stack, but they didn't make the sole plate of the wall any thicker. So this is a fire hazard, and there's nothing to get a hold of down here when you're trying to put baseboard stuff up. You don't leave this open nowadays. You don't build like this. You'd have that filled up. So I made us a rip of wood that'll go down in there, and it'll stop on the little shelf of subfloor that's right here. See that? It comes through underneath from here, and so that'll stop me. And we'll put another piece over here, and we'll need a piece there, and then it'll all get fire foamed. And then I'm going to have to weasel somehow probably from the other side. The wood will stop here and the notch will go along until there. And then I'll have to come around into the room over here and get a real long strip of steel. And I'll have to attach it to the left of this plumbing and over here after the stack to the right. And all that will have to be there so that whomever may be putting up, now we're gonna put tile here, but still, you shouldn't have something that close. You never know what somebody might wanna redo and do baseboard. As a best practice, we gotta have that steel there. And at the very least, it's gonna be what the inspector wants to see. And I gotta do all that before I can go back to this electricity, because the electricity is ultimately gonna go through something here. We're gonna go downstairs here somewhere. We'll take the opportunity, the narrowest point, it doesn't have this bullshit, here, starting here, well, sorry. We've got to get from this electrical over to the right-hand side of this stack because the stack goes down. This is all doorway, and then this here is all solid. We got to go downstairs with our electricity here, and so all of this bullshit kind of stops here, and then we're just dealing with the smallest diameter in the stack up to we get to this area here. So likely this stretch here, if not above it, maybe over here. Maybe that's the thing to go over and peel off and come down, catch this switch and go right on down the side of that. So we'll be going through up here, I suppose, is the thing. That makes our life easy because this is all here and everything else too. But then we're going to end up drilling and coming through. And I already had to fit this around the PEX. I don't want to have to fit something like this in around the wire is my point. So we're going to stop what we're doing with electrical. We're going to get this all right while we're here cutting wood pieces and making them all just so. And we'll foam it all up. And then we'll go back to doing this thing here. And this is how we lose in terms of effective or cost effectiveness and efficiency, because I'm mixing up all the different tooling, I'm mixing up all the different places that my head's got to be, and really you want to just start at the beginning with a room like this, open everything all up, and work from the bottom to the top when you know you've got to do something as fundamental as fix broken joists in this rotten old floor and re-plumb the whole floor, and you really start looking at everything going, you know, we need to get to a real logical beginning here. And I'm self-conscious of continuing to drag out scope visually as far as customers are concerned. But at the end of the day, you're going to be in there and you're going to do it somehow, some way. And so we'll do it surgically and we'll do it at the wrong point in the project rather than just in one fell swoop at the right time. And, then you have a 10 to 25% return on that investment in terms of it being more cost effective because it was, like I say, at the right point in the project when everybody's got their head in the game, the tools are here, the action is happening, and we just don't have to mix it up later. So hopefully that's not too redundant, but I just can't stop saying it here because this project makes such a good case in point. We've got to do stuff. We have to. And trying to explain that to people in the beginning, they've got to trust you and your experience level that that's what you definitely have to do. And these folks, they'd say that they trust me, but I tell you, the experience of twisting their arm on all these things that are a best practice, only to come to find out later we definitely should have done that, and then it's just completely lost on them that was a missed opportunity. But still, frustration over total cost. I keep trying to point to it's your reluctance to go about this the way that I would go about it in a lot of cases here that has extended the timeline and has extended the amount, inflated the cost to a significant amount. So I will not be responsible for that when my, angle is always to do things in the right order, the right way, and at the right time, and to rely on what I've learned in the past. Back to work. All right, we're in good shape now. I'm going to hold off on that steel plate. What I could find are joist repair, and they are perforated. And so if someone should be lucky and find one of the holes in that steel plate, well, now it's not armor anymore, and it just invites fastener straight through. I could make sure they don't work out in that location, but I'm just going to get something that's the real deal. I got wood in here and all the other places. The screws in there I was using to just manipulate it around, make sure I ended up tacking them with toe screws in all cases. Even down here I just towed in and it worked out real nice. I could babysit the flushness of it from this side here where I'm running the screw in. All in all, best case scenario. Before I leave today, I'll pump this area all up with foam and it'll rise up and out of here, and then what we'll do is we'll just shave that off flush with this with a nice long razor blade once it's all set up, and that will be as good as anything once we put the drywall and stuff on this wall. So now the question becomes, this here I was about to say that these, I believe, supply power. At least this probably goes over to that room there. The other one may be the switched line somehow from that switch over there. But basically, that means I am going to... It wouldn't work because you need more than 2 conductors for a 3-way switch. And I'm not seeing, this is your home run that came up from downstairs. That's 2 conductor on the right, which went the short route over to the powered outlet on the wall over here, or powered fixture box that you could pull string the switch on. That was this one. Now this upper left and upper right, the question is, have we got more than... There's just 2 conductors that go in there on the left, and at the top there's 2 conductors. There's a white taken to all the whites and a black taken to all the blacks. So all this used to be was a pull switch here, and so what I think we're going to end up wanting to do here is put another outlet box here and go into there. No, we don't even have to. Yeah, we do. So we got an outlet box here. It's a 3-way switch here to the fixture, on and off. And then another switch that they claim was on and off stairwell light down here. The fact is, that's easy enough to get to because it's only a couple feet above the ceiling right here. It's one of those ones hanging down. Let's go downstairs and look. The point is, we gotta do a 3-way switch for the stairwell light while we're here. There's just no way to leave it a pull switch. Unbelievable. It's gonna be this one of these here. Yeah, it's one of those 3 there that we'll find out will be the other switch. So, in worst case scenario, we can open up that box on the wall, pull it out, put a couple new switches in there. I mean, it's just a couple of feet here. And so if I gotta pull these drawers out and get in there, we gotta be able to do what we're trying to do there. So I'll throw a box on the wall here. I'll at least put a box and plumb it and put a switch and whatever else, all before we close up this wall. So then it's here. So if we don't keep going, then we don't keep going. But I'd be remiss if I didn't do that much there. So we'll get that, and that can go on downstairs, and then you've got switched power to this light, and you can run down, over in the stairwell below, and up and catch that other switch, and you can have a switchable stairwell light, which older folks and folks who've spent this much on a renovation ought to have. Meaning, we can toss this, and we can toss this, and we've just got 2 conductors in here, 2 conductors in there, one of which will come down into the top of this box, one of which will come up into the bottom of it. We can either reuse these hold downs, or we'll get some new ones and we'll put the red cap stuff on there. And then it's all new non-metallic Romex on down. I'm just going to keep moving here, and I don't know that I can get in close enough and give enough value for the footage of me monkeying around here, so we probably won't get any. But let's get that much done and then see where we are. Well, I've got all the circuits upstairs now. This is how the box turned out. Not a big deal. I had to use almost everything that I still had to get underneath and up into this box. I could use a different box with knockouts on all sides, whatever, but we're this far and this will work. We are just connecting this all up. You know, all 3 whites and all 3 blacks to these circuits just always have power on. That's what it, how it used to be. Then, so that's this home run. These are 14 gauge. This is white. It's 14 gauge wire. This is the power, and this is going to be the home run that goes back down to the panel for the circuit called whatever we find out those are. Bedroom outlets, whatever. If I find out that somehow one of those... No, there's no way. I was thinking I went to the switch here. Somebody seems to think that this switch ran this hallway light. We're going to find out here what does what. Then we got a 20 amp circuit to this outlet that's for your hair dryer, your curling iron, your flat iron, your boombox, whatever, motors. Boombox doesn't have motors, but heating elements and motors plugged in for implements with ground fault protection on that outlet, or on that circuit right here, okay? Then we got another 20 amp circuit going to this box, because we're not all set up to put a fan in here someday. And of course, somebody could put the fan switch in this box and sacrifice one of the outlets we're going to put in. Then you got to turn the fan on. However, somebody puts a fan in, an electrician or myself farting around here someday. But what I like is when you turn on the lights for the bathroom, the fan comes on automatically. I really like to see the vanity light on off by itself and a fixture in the room, the bathroom, linked with the fan. If it's a fan light, so much the better. And so the fan's got a motor on it, so I want the ability. I'm just going to put nuts on this and fold it up into this box. If someone needs to take this old work box out and cut over and put a double gang old work box in someday and make use of this and switch this and send this to the fan and whatever they want to do, they have that option here because we can just fold that up. It's a nice deep box, and the only other thing we had in here was a switch. So this is a home run for a 20 amp circuit switched here someday. This is the home run for the 15 amp circuit switched here for right now, and this is the home run to the 20 amp outlets circuit right there. You dig? Flexibility. Now's the time to do this, to give yourself options. So then we've got the home run that goes to that box for 15 amp. Then we got home run to this box for 15 amp for the switch here that'll break the fixture. So that's where we're going to go in here in this lower hole. Then we'll share a hole with one of these and we'll go down to this switch. Same with this box here. We're going to go up with 14 gauge or 15 amp circuit. We'll run up to the fixture box here and that little shorty will come out. This is the next step. Right now we're talking about home runs. So these are things that go back to the panel on their own breaker. Okay, so we got two 20 amp circuits, and then we've got a 15 amp for this old circuitry, a 15 amp to the light circuit switchable here, and a 15 amp to the hallway circuit switchable here. Could the hallway and the bathroom light be on the same breaker? Yeah, but we're not wanting for breaker space in the panel downstairs. It didn't take me that much long to give these separate circuits, and nothing more annoying than wanting to turn off a circuit to do some work in the hallway, for example, and now the bathroom circuit's dead. So if you're trying to do a little home project and someone's trying to dry their hair or be able to see or whatever else, the whole thing's got to be off. Annoying. I like bathroom circuitry, hallway circuitry. Use a separate breaker for that if you've got the ability to do that. That's the beauty of a breaker panel. You can turn off designated finite spaces rather than things that made sense. That's how things used to be wired. It's super annoying now as a renovator when I've got to turn off a circuit a lot of times to do work on it. Something else is off that someone would otherwise be able to use, and it would be painless to have me there doing my work, but unfortunately, you know, they'd have to deal with no lights or whatever. So because of that, that's why we're using separate breakers. We got plenty of room for breakers. And then down here, we got one more 20 amp circuit coming to just this outlet box, which will be ground fault protected. We may or may not hop over there, do something there. I'm not quite sure what we're gonna do there. I just don't know. But anyway, then we got that one there. So we've got 3 20 amp circuits and 3 15 amp circuits. And we only use 2 conductors per hole when they're going to be fire foamed. Start putting too many conductors together in a hole, especially with fire foam and not a lot of airflow. We've got to have the fire foam here because it's from up first floor to basement, first floor to second floor. We got to fire block that. And you start putting them all together, you start building up heat, start having a problem, so you won't pass your electrical inspection. So we kept everything to the center line, and so I do 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, or groups of 2 depending on what I'm planning here. I only need 3 holes total, so I did it that way just to keep it kind of sharp. Everything I tried keeping sorted. We're now gonna go get some stackers, and you'll see we'll put everything. We may have to pull out and reroute, so before I commit any ends to anything, we're gonna stack everything up vertically like this on the center line of the wall in some stackers, and we'll take the opportunity to chase out some, you know, the twisting if we can, and we'll get stacked all the way up. Now we go downstairs and we see the problem with doing it this way is that we want to have enough wire to get all the way to the panel traveling at 90 degrees. So I just ran out at a curving diagonal. A curving diagonal with curlies. Ought to have enough. We've also fallen to the floor where we're going to stay up in the ceiling and only fall halfway to the floor. So we should have what we need over there. And if we've got 4, 6, 8 feet too much, or even 2 feet too much, we've got to jump when we're doing things in series between these outlets in the wall. We've got a short one there. We've got up and down spaces here where we're going to be, you know, jumping together. So right to start with, we're not going to do it this way. The rest of the time, we're going to work our way all the way back to the panel through our holes that we drill. But for right now, I haven't decided how I'm doing all this. And like I say, I don't want to come across and go to the panel and then come through all of that to go down here. This stuff's just going to get gathered up and, you know, laid over here in a pile. And again, right now it's rough, or it's loose, and I have the ability to get all the stackers and stuff sorted out and twist these curlies out of it. So this one I'll get pulled over toward the panel and clipped. And that's how I did it here. You want to pull out, you want to leave the thing shrink wrapped, a roll of wire. You want to pull from the center, and I just pulled straight up, and I was able to pull everything out that I needed. So I'm going to run out and get some stackers. I got staples for cases where I don't need to do more than 2 conductors. Same case with 2 per hole, 2 per staple is acceptable. So as you get, when you're near a main line, you got a lot of stackers, and as you get up at the end of the tree to the smaller branches where you're going with 2 and then down to 1, that can all be staples. So let's get that much done up and clean up this wire bullshit on the floor here. And then we got sheets in the back of the truck. We've got mold resistant drywall. And at that point, because I got Chris day after tomorrow to do all that drilling in the ceiling down there, I don't want to mess with that. And then him and I will pull all the wire that we just looked at through all those holes. So I may pivot and do some of that drywall and get it up on that shower wall and stuff. We're not going to be able to close this up until we get enough of an electrical inspection to do so. So even with Chris working in the basement and we get this wire taken all the way back to the panel, then I'll get him in here again and have him look at all of that and bless it. And then we can insulate. Well, we probably wouldn't insulate, but we'll cover this up on this side, drywall, and we can get a fixture and stick it up there, even if it's just one of those simple bulb holders for now. Make sure our switching works correctly, whatever. And power that stuff up and then cover it up, and then I can move on down, and all that's left is in the kitchen, get those outlets in that refrigerator wall. And again, he'll look at this at the same time and make sure we can cover it up to this point. Leave the basement open and functional for then, but then we can cover all of this. And I think I need Ed to square this drywall up on the ceiling so we can put a few sheets up and just cover this up above us at the same time and do all of that. And then he can start playing around with the rest of his tile work in the bathroom upstairs, finishing up that tub or that sink situation there. Any kind of mudding or taping or drywall finishing and messing around he wants to do. Meanwhile, we'll be going gangbusters in the basement. And at that point, they can also come home, which will allow him to work more on some of these finishing things. Get them in here, get occupancy. Then they get themselves a loan to finish paying the rest of this project off against the house if they're living in it, I believe. So we'll see. All right, I've got everything in place now except for the 3-way switch wiring because I didn't buy any 3-conductor. You can do it a few different ways. You can take 2-conductor power to the fixture box itself, and then it's 3-conductor to either one of the switches. Or you can take 2-conductor home run power to one of the switches, and then it's 3-conductor from that switch to that fixture, and then 3-conductor to the other switch, which we're going to go back down and around. Again, I got to buy some 3-conductor. Getting up here, I like the idea of getting to the switch box. I obviously went to power here with 2-conductor for that existing circuit. And so I think it'll just be handier to put that together and set it to the back and not do any more. It's going to end up with more wiring in the box if we did it the other way, coming in with just more conductors and stuff. So this will be the way that we do it. And so we stay in the 4-layer clip. I think you can get 5 or 6 layers somewhere, but this is what I can get on the shelf here. And so if anybody's extra, then they just get tagged at the back with regular staples where you can. You can do 2 conductors under one set of staples here. I like easy bends, horizontal. I could go behind this, but it's the same problem as this. But I couldn't easily, out here, I could get this angle of attack to get through that hole. Over there, it was going to be hard to swing around behind. So I'm on the face of this stack just as a factor of getting, sewn in there. Again, through, we turn down, we grab everybody here, then we run down within 8 inches of this box, go across, and then within, theoretically, 8 inches here. If he wants me to tag a staple on right there, I can. But we're going to get pinched in that box. Hopefully he's cool with that. And so everything's here except for that 3-conductor wire, which we'll get a roll of. And we're going to need that downstairs too. So probably just buy 100 feet of that. Yeah. Yeah. I got to think on that. Maybe get 250 feet of that 3 conductor. We're going to have a 3-way switch top and bottom of the basement stairs. I guess that's the only one. So, and then this coming up here. Going to be close. We'll have to see. Can't get too far ahead of ourselves. At this point, I'm going to vacuum up the loose debris, and then I'll get some fire foam along here and there. Over here, we ended up with more board coming off the floor. There's this like nailer strip that someone put here. And so I'd really like to see all of that cut off kind of up here. And then drywall, one strip of it applied all the way across. And this ended up a little shy, but that's okay. We can fire foam that. So I'll probably do that tomorrow along with this, and then do fire foam, I guess. So I won't do that today before I go. I was gonna, famous last words. I'll get that there, and then the last thing I'll do is foam it up, and we'll foam that up too. So I can just walk away from this as it is right now, basically. These are those stackers, Ideal brand probably, or no, Gardner Bender, GB, but Ideal probably has these too. So, and then downstairs, same story. And everybody organized out like that. Every 16 inches, which is the box technically, so I'm just a little high here. Not unlike normally, and yada yada. So just to hold these down behind the box, because the box isn't technically holding them. That's what I like to see as I fall through the ladder. One of my favorite things. But generally speaking, fairly professional looking scenario here with systems. I actually really like routing systems. Super love it. Started professionally routing them on like fabricated, welded up skids and package systems that were all super kind of high-end, custom built, very expensive. And so then coming to this renovation industry, that's what you want to call it. I enjoy all of that type thing for that reason, and getting to do it yourself. It's normally a little cheaper to the homeowner, and you can make the money rather than shopping that project out and, you know, handing away 20 grand by the time we're done here for what costs, you know, Ed and his wife between 16 and 18. I probably save them, you know, 5 to 10% on the cost of hiring it out, because I can come and go from it as necessary, and all the other collateral things about the project that can happen, and we don't have to let somebody in here. Like the heat guys were here, and I kind of stayed out of their way. But as an ordinary general contractor, if I'm getting electricians and I'm getting plumbers and I'm coordinating all of that, I may do that in the future as I get sick of doing every little thing myself. But there's really a lot of other collateral things that slow down and stop with that, and I like doing this stuff myself. And all you got to do where I work is pass electrical inspection just like everybody does, except in the one stupid municipality that requires you to have a license, be a licensed electrician or plumber. And that is normally because lobbying, and they want to be exclusively employed, those guys in that municipality, and not have any scabs like me taking their work. And so that's kind of all the only thing with that, because of course you're going to pass inspection in any case. All right, back here tomorrow to keep on trucking. Well, you guys missed a whole work day. Chris has been down here. He put all these holes lined up for the top of the panel to here, and then we moved that arrangement over on account of the hearth and came through here with those, and then we come back to that original sort of line, and we get to here, and he got our water lines and stuff moved, and we can come back through there. Now we're going to go up and over this beam, swing into the wall, up and over this beam and down into here. So then he got our pairs of holes for the 2 circuits. Now, I was using cables and conductors interchangeably previously in the video, but I needed to, after watching, I need to realize that that can be so confusing. You've got conductors, which I use to describe insulated wires. Where we got an example here, that are going to conduct electricity. This is 2 conductor, despite the fact that there's a ground in there. That's technically literally a conductor, but we don't want that to ever carry current. that is there as a redundancy. The common, or the white, is going back to the same bus. And so that's your first closed circuit route. The redundant ground in there is bare wire, and that's there incidentally. And then you've got other sort of things happening after that. So these are cables. This is, a cable made of 2 wire or 2 conductor. And so we're allowed to put 2 wires or 2 cables through each of these holes together at a 3/4 inch diameter. And so we actually can put 4 circuits through this wall because the fact that we can run 4 separate conductors through there, separate pairs of conductors. We only need probably 2 circuits in this room. Every other box will be on every other circuit, like you'd have a kitchen, and there'll be 20 amp circuits because we'll be in here. Ed doesn't have a lot of fast and furious, power tools running on batteries. He's got a lot of plug-in stuff, motors, and some bench top stuff that has a motor in it. And overall, it's a workshop space, and it won't hurt to have 20 amp circuits in the wall. I'm even toying with these outlets out here, running those in 12 gauge wire, which is the yellow. And that way, if his workshop kind of grows, which it likely will, and that is to say, if he just walks out here and starts plugging in more tools and using them, I don't need that to be 14 gauge wire. You're just asking for trouble. And so we might do 2, and there would be 2 circuits in either case out here. And I wouldn't do one of 14 and one of 12 gauge, because who's to say which is which unless you start using a white faceplate versus a black faceplate or something like that to designate. But that's just a bit more monkeying around when it's really just easier to use. Do all the same labor, use a slightly more expensive, hardier wire, and now you got the ability to do whatever you want out here. So we'll do 2 circuits in this big great room, whether or not I haven't decided the heavy or the type of circuitry. We'll have a 20 amp circuit in the bathroom. He put the rest of our drywall from upstairs. I'll show you that. Just needed somewhere to go with it, so we put this up in here. And that's green board, so it's mold resistant. They're going to want purple or green. Drywall designed for humid environments in bathroom settings. I guess we didn't. Oh, no, we did get a bunch of electricity drilled all at the same elevation here. And that'll be, now I chose that because to start with, you come in with a 48 inch tall sheet of drywall in here, and you screw in them at the top edge and the bottom edge, once in the middle at 24 inches, and then you split that distance up and down. So this being at 30 inches, these holes, not only does that kind of avoid, we're going to put steel plates on here, but I don't want every single fucking time I'm trying to screw up a sheet of drywall, slamming into nail plates, slamming into nail plates, slamming into nail plates over and over and over again, pushing my nice, kind of drywall screw layout up or down. It just becomes irritating. So we chose that, as well as that leaves us high enough to turn and staple once with the wire before we go in. And when we come back out of these boxes, you got to have one staple within 8 inches of the box. So that's where you end up picking your elevation, normally about a foot or so above the elevation of the box themselves, which you'll see is where we are up here. In this, everything's higher in there, but that's fine. We went down and underneath the window opening. We'll go up and over the boiler room door. And let's see here. I got all the stackers. We probably saw all that before going upstairs. Got some furring strip, or really it's not. It's 2x2, which is a true 1.5 by 1.5. And I use that on the wall up here in the bathroom, and you'll see. At this point, I got our 3 conductor, which allows us to have switchable power, because you got a black and a red and a white and a ground on those, and that's going to be for all your 3-way switching applications or your fan light situations where you've got a switch for the fan itself and a switch for the light itself. You got to have 2 different switchable power lines. Okay, so this is where we furred out with that 2x2, and then I routed the edge flush here. We're going to put another piece of drywall up here. Now this is because, and I'll show you the drywall corner downstairs, if we did try to apply a drywall corner to this little piece of old lumber, we would have been crashing into the tile and trying to finish it against the tile, and you're really getting yourself into a pickle. In fact, I would kind of argue this is a little light. We could have added more here, but you start to squeeze this alcove for the toilet kind of a lot. So this will let you sit the drywall corner on here. We'll use mud-in corner with paper on it instead of the screw-in type, and thereby you can just kind of float between the ridge outside metal corner of it and the surface in there and sand it, and then we end up caulking here, and we just leave this alone basically as much as humanly possible. We could potentially apply, actually I would argue, to glue a nose of some kind onto there. Like there's some stuff, I forget what it's called, but it's designed to finish tile and come into it with drywall and then do a caulking joint inside of there, kind of like the type of backsplash type of situation. So we'll look at that. But anyway, that was the point of bringing this out to this degree. Got to put some more drywall on there. And this has got green board again. We put our factory edge into the corner because that'll be handy for us to do an inside corner. When you put your factory edge on the outside, it can seem logical. Some people who do it all the time, that's how they want to do it. I do this periodically, and I know that I don't like that when that happens, so I avoid it. In here, we put the factory edge where, can you see it? See it's tapered there? It'll let us come off of this and up onto there and shelve over, which is the way that the light skitters to your eye and stuff here. If we put a cut edge here that's closer in flushness, that becomes more difficult because you've got to adjust that difference in thickness and make a big bulge to fly over. But when you look along it, you're going to see that roll with the light situation here. So I chose to let us put a lot of mud down in that taper and bring it out over to here, all with staying kind of at the same height here. Non-traditionally, we'll kind of probably get real close to exposing this and then go out onto there and land fine over here, you know, like this. We'll fill, okay? And so all this here will get done up too, and we'll get the tile up back on there. We got this, let me see what Ed did out here. Use some shims. Just needed to adjust. See this here? This is all the more that we ended up doing. Just some little pieces of stuff. A couple layers of plywood. I missed right there, it looks like, with the screw. We had this black mold happening, so that was worth replacing that much here. From here down is tile, not worth doing. We're gonna need some custom nail plates here. I got some down here at the baseboard in front of that water supply. They're gonna want us to I'll probably pull that and go right across everything to protect the stack. In theory, you're gonna put tile up in this room right now, but later somebody comes back to nail baseboard, don't wanna be able to hit that. And I'm sure the electrical inspector's gonna wanna see a heavy gauge steel coming over like here to maybe there-ish. Sorry, covering this up. I just don't have a choice here. And they just don't want to. In here, when you shoot a nail or a screw, it can move it, kind of move it out of the way. Has more flexibility in there. This is going to get pinned against that stack, and he's not going to like that. But he's going to know that, you know, what do you want me to do? He's going to have seen stuff like this. Just keep it from being something somebody could nail into. As soon as I get his blessing on all of this, probably going to want to see steel across here too. And then once everything's legit, then I'll put the foam in these holes and foam all in around here. I decided to just hold off because as luck would have it, you go and you do that. And even if it's a small change, it's just a bigger pain in the ass because everything's glued together with expanding foam. So, homie, don't play that. Chris was a huge help today. I was in and out constantly. We got a bunch of that drilling done, which is awesome. I'm going to jump into actually pulling wire tomorrow. And I gotta find a place to get some steel to cut up and make these custom like plates. Oh, we gotta put a ceiling light. Hey, I forgot. If I'm trying to get, I already called in the inspection for the second and first floor stuff, the electrical inspection, and that would allow us to actually put drywall up on here, and I could put the outlet and stuff in, and I could roll the refrigerator over there and whatever else. However, I forget that we need a kitchen light, so I need to slap a fixture box on the ceiling. Put, I don't know why there are 2 wires. Figure out what that is. Anyway, make it look like it's been stapled down and just get a blessing on a ceiling light fixture. So then we can also put the drywall up. Even if we move that a little bit or change what we've got for ceiling lights, hopefully nobody bats an eye when they come back at that. And so we're getting down to the end of the day. Chris also did a cleanup, which is supremely pivotal. And I got to get that ball of bullshit cleaned up tomorrow. I can't stand having wire kicking around the site like that constantly. Tomorrow's Friday, so we got to get some real shit done, and then we can put our feet up this weekend, a.k.a. do a bunch of other shit at home and not be worried about this. I got to get back to this condensate drains. We got to turn and get that. I should at least get that turned into the wall and a couple feet sticking out in there, and then cut it, and then I can just, this stuff was in my way. Oh, I got an old work box into the wall in there where the other one had got monkeyed up on putting the plywood up in a rush. I just twisted and tore them out, threw an old work box in. We got an outlet there. Chris, did you, moved these couple lines down more. I'll get those in the box tomorrow, so then we can plug our boiler directly into the wall like it should be and roll up one of Ed's precious extension cords so he can run it to another 3 or 4 extension cords somewhere else here, the way he likes to do it. And yeah, all right, back tomorrow. All right, y'all, we're on our first paying gig with the mini truck today. Saturday morning-ish. Oh, no, Saturday afternoon. I can get to the Department of Public Works before 2. And it's like 1. I've got an hour where I can get the tree trunk and brush that Ed chopped up on his front lawn just around the corner, literally, to the Department of Public Works, which I can get 1 load over there for sure, maybe 2 or 3. I'd love to get rid of everything, but brush is just awkward. We'll see. So I'll do a little setup quickly, and we'll enjoy the fact that this thing is starting to make money. It's going to be a while until she pays herself off, but I'll keep you posted. One of the things that's so great about this truck, to start with, we picked out the right material that we needed on the ground here, not only for the operations of this project, but for future operations that may need to take place here. Secondarily, all the landscaping, and tertiary, incidentally driving in on the ground in here. We're not sinking to the axles despite the time of year or the recent weather. And I can roll right up on that stuff with this little truck because I've got 4-wheel drive, and I'm also not that heavy. I won't make a big mess in that regard. I think she's feeling this. I think that's the recommended payload, if not a little more than that, but we're not going to go much further than over there, just out of sight right there, and drop this stuff off, and then race back here and try to cram. That's the thing, is like there isn't a full truckload in terms of weight in that stuff, but there's at least 2, if not 3 or 4, loads back and forth just to keep it even with a strap. So anyway, I better shut my mouth and keep her moving. Well, I want to remember to unlatch the upper and leave the gate to fold down prior to dumping. You just got to be careful here. This is a cute little feature where it's a spreader gate. If you tip this up, it'll automatically open like that. Or if you leave this down, you can flip it like I say, but there's some very important geometry there, and once in a while she gets out of whack and the one side will dislocate itself from the other. Anyway, these get all twisted and have been getting twisted and munged up as I become more acquainted with this whole rig. I want to cut all the paint on this down to bare metal with the sandblasting operation that did the radiators for my other project. On the other side, or on the back here, what looks like weld is all just painted caulk, and so we really got to get down to what's actually in there and straighten some stuff out, make sure things work appropriately. These may need to be built out of something heavier. Just make this pin a little bit longer and build these out of quarter. You got room here. This is just a little light duty for really working this bed. Anyway, I got to run back and get another load of brush on here, see what we can make happen before they close up shop on us here. Well, we're going to do what we can here, but I want to chop this kind of up some more right away. This is another case of doing most of a job or part of a task, but not all of it. What seems like just a few more things to snap and break up. I mean, all that stuff there is like my wrist. A lot of that stuff over there too. Everything's like my wrist or larger. The point is, there's a lot of effort in breaking that all up, so you got to get yourself a tool, get set up and do that, and then you stand in here doing this instead of running loads of that stuff over to the dump before they close today. So we don't probably finish this up, but we'll see. I really wish he'd have chopped these up into mini truck-sized pieces, all of it, but, I don't want to abuse someone's intellect and explicitly say everything, but sometimes if you don't say everything, you don't get everything. We'll just make lemonade. All right, we got about 5-10 minutes to get over there before we're pushing our luck, rolling up when they're closing the gate. Not gonna get the rest of this over there, and I got stuff to handle over here too. Not to mention, you know, if you just tip something like this over, it doesn't ever get to this point somehow. Manages to avoid that. Okay, let's empty this thing and come back for the chainsaw. We'll give Don a hand at his house maybe with that a little later today. And this here will have to just wait till next time. Well, she stumbles a little bit when you put your foot in it setting out. I don't know if it's all this bigger wheel. I tightened up the throttle. I've advanced the timing some, so she's got kind of a high idle right now. It's still sort of, and then everything afterward, we're all set. So we got some kind of weird stumble. I don't know if it's accelerator pump or some other type of linkage adjustment at the carb. I'm not a carb whisperator or whisperer. Carb whisperator. Anyway, and the tailgate could use some, I guess, when I go all the way up, then if I even remembered to flap it down first, once I go all the way up, there isn't enough hinge geometry down here to keep it on the vehicle. So, like I say, things to be ironed out. Need a set of window sweep seals. On the other side, the actual door seal could probably be replaced, or I could look at what the actual issue is there. There's some hissing and some road noise, wind noise. But anyway, it was a lot less handwork to get done what we just did than it would have been had I had to have loaded something like this, brought it down here, and then unloaded it. So we saved ourselves half the handwork, and the mini truck did a little hours worth of labor for us today. So now it's back home and on to other personal things, back to Ed's job site Monday. We'll see ya. All right, well, this is some of the stuff that just slows us right down here. See, this is like number 10. What is this? This would have been number 10, 3 conductor for 220 for like a dryer that someone used here at the switch for the kitchen. So that's me throwing the switch, and that's continuity between red and black. So that's your switched leg that used to go to the light fixture for some reason, because it had... And then I went looking for the other light switch because it has a 3 conductor. Maybe that's what they wanted, is the 3 conductors. I can't actually test that because this is nothing. If I move that over, that's nothing. That's just common. So the switch is switching red and black, which isn't without a fixture in there, without the 3-way switched fixture, it shouldn't do that. So you'd either just get, well, anyway, the point is there's no other switch in this room. I tried those. There's only ever been the one light switch for that light. And so there's no reason to go to a junction box. I mean, I've got that 2, 3, 4 little driver boxes for these LED ceiling puck lights that are relatively inexpensive, and they can be set to whatever color temperature that you want. And so that's what we'll use here. And we just need to daisy chain them to a switched circuit. But I am loath to leave this and go into that first box with this. It's just incorrect. So we're going to do what we can here. I'm going to get this box, drag it out of the wall, let go of the switch with the other end of this wire, and hope it's only got maybe one staple or something in it, and at least be able to like push it out of the way and run another just, I guess, number 14 gauge 2 conductor, fish that up through here and come back into that box with it. And if I have to leave that piece, I'll just cut it off flush, but then we'll have switched 14 gauge wire from that switch, and we'll probably put a different switch in, depending on what that actual thing looks like when I take it out of there. I've got some new ones, and go to those, and then we can get the rest of them on that circuit. And then the home run goes out and over to a splice box on the ceiling downstairs, which I'm comfortable with, because that's how we're going to handle all of these existing circuits. But I can't just leave this in here. It's the wrong type of wire, and unless it really turns into a bear here after I open it up in the wall. But instead of just getting in there and continuing on, we're going to do this whole exploratory nonsense here. So let's see what happens. It's just complete and utter horse shit all the way down. This is not anything. This is a cheap and relatively new switch in the old box here that isn't the right type that I can tell. It might be, but it certainly isn't applied in the wall the way that it should be. You haven't got the ability to put an old work box. I'm going to have to cut this larger and get this right out of here. But the only thing holding this switch where it belongs was the cover pinching it against the back of this wall plate. So I don't know who put this in. Again, this is obviously not from the age of the house either. So this whole thing, this whole scenario of a switchable light in this kitchen was likely a part of this drop ceiling event and some of this other stuff in here at that time. And it's just DIY in the 80s or 90s. So just, this is where I'll be all the rest of the day, is getting this just so for the kitchen light circuit. And desperately hoping that the electrical inspector, if he catches me in the middle of finishing this up, doesn't call a halt to my whole second and first floor inspection, because I was thinking I'd just daisy chain these in. I thought that was going to be my switched light circuit for some reason. I hadn't really looked closely at it, so it's my bad on that. But still, just bonkers. Now we got to fix this. All right, well, this is not remotely professional. This switch isn't even in the box. Then we've got the home run cranked out the top, turn, and down the wall, or inside there, rather than just out the bottom of the box. This is absolutely fucking horseshit. We're going to just disassemble this whole scenario. These are like some old school style, old work type of an idea there. Anyway, this is all going to just get a new plastic old work box. And we're going to take this switched leg. You know what? I'm really over even using this after we get it out of this box. I believe there's a hole if we go downstairs and look up. Let's go check that out. What the hell that's all doing down there. This is beyond old house. It's nothing I can't fix. See, it's nothing that I don't understand what somebody was doing. It's not like that at all, you know? I don't want anybody to misunderstand me when I'm saying, you know, oh my God, yada yada this or that. Where are we? I was fairly certain there was a hole. There it is, here. So that's the home run. Sorry. There. Here's the doorway to the kitchen. Here's the home run. And then there's this hole that if I get a light out, I can look right up in the wall And so, even though we paid Chris to come over here to there, to hell with all of that 10 feet or 6 feet of, I'll put this back on me, but anyway, of wire just to splice again is stupid. I've got the ability to go up there and do what needs to be done straight up, go right back to the panel completely, with a new 14 gauge light circuit that's switched. So that's what we'll do. And then we'll just pull this down at some point here now. Anyway, I'm just gonna get an old work box, one of these bad boys, and get this right and then keep working. All right, I use that old line that's like black. And I mean, it's white. It would have been white Romex, but it is black. Exclusively to the conductors. It has been getting hot. Hear it? Hear that? It's hard and crispy. It's been getting too hot, specifically in that area of the wall, over and over again. So I'm so glad we're going to be on a 15 amp breaker. And now this used to go to there. I'm just going to take that down. And we're going to pull enough now that we've got it down from upstairs to go over and over to the panel with a note. They'll be all new. New 14 gauge to the switch on the wall, to the 4 can lights in the ceiling in the kitchen. And those will be called kitchen lights in the breaker panel. And then we'll be back on track, right? So now all we got to do is pull enough down here. Let me go make sure I got what I need upstairs, pull enough down, and then we'll put that old work box together enough in the wall and the switch in it. I guess we'll put that all back together with a nicer switch, that Value Home Center's piece of shit. We've got some nice ones here somewhere. Where are they? Here. So we got some 15, 20 amp. This is a $350, $4 switch, not a 99-cent switch. You're turning those on and off every day for a few more bucks. You know, if you spend another $100 to $150 in the entirety of a home, in the form of outlets and switches being 3 or 4 times as expensive as the cheapest ones, yeah, who gives a shit? And now every single one of those and all that time spent installing them is robust. It'll go the distance. It's got good anatomy. You know, you make a good investment with those. Look at the difference between this switch, I'll take it and leave it in the box, and what somebody ran to the hardware store to throw in here before. Those things will work to some extent, but then you got to come and fiddle with it later. Why bother? Why deal with that? You know, why deal with that? This switch versus this switch. You see that? This is the difference. In all the situations that you could get away with a little switch like that, this would be one of them, but we're not even going to bother. We'll put a new switch in here. We'll put that in the wall. When we tighten these screws up, the little wings will kick out on the old work box, and they'll suck in and bite on this. The box will be rigid. The switch will be well installed into it. The wire will be pared down, stripped, and everything will be taped up. It'll be all new routes, just the way that you want it. And we're not going bougie here. We're going status quo. I'm not doing this to every circuit I find here, but the ones that I can get to, you better believe I couldn't reroute this, and I couldn't leave that swinging in without going into that beam is another thing. We got to go into that beam and then straight down. I had to drill those holes, which is why I needed to make that room for the drill, because you got to stay in the center line of the structure. You can't be cutting corners to where someone puts crown molding up or does something different with this ceiling and pokes a hole in that light switch route right at the very end of everything, and then you can come all the way down and rip it all apart again and fix it. So we'll just get everything the way that it should be here. I don't know what those other routes and stuff are in there. We'll see what that is when we get there. Would you look at that? 4 new overhead adjustable LED on a new switch, on all new wiring all over the panel. Eventually, of course. But within a couple of hours here, we got that problem solved. You'll be able to see what you're doing in here. Yada yada. This circuitry here, I don't really understand. I can see the one going up downstairs in the basement. The other one I don't see. So it leads me to believe that the one going up went to the lights, and then it was connected and went back over and around, and it went probably to this situation over the sink here. Ugly ass piece of shit fluorescent bulb. So perhaps I'll do something with that at some point. Before we close up the ceiling. For now, I'll probably fold those up and out of sight so the inspector isn't asking about that. This is a catastrophe. It's a non-ground fault circuit, protected, not even grounded outlet, that their pile of dog shit, old dishwasher that leaks all over the place, you know, plugged into, and then whatever else. Just a mess. Just a complete and utter mess. The fact that they wanted the dishwasher, but we haven't made a place for one. You just couldn't do a kitchen renovation as part of this project. So, although that's just broken and shitty, and I don't know that you can get one like that anymore, I'm going to replace this outlet. That's got a short little run that goes down into another junction that Chris set up for us, but I'm going to put an old work box in at the same elevation as that, and then we're just going to run over here. This will be a 20-volt circuit on a 20-amp breaker, or 20-amp circuit, number 12 wire, 20-amp ground fault breaker for the refrigerator, and then another available outlet for, you know, whatever you might like to run here in the future. If they did a microwave over this way and snuck the plug behind the fridge, and then they had this actual counter clear, you know, if you're going to move that all the time, you may as well hang the microwave underneath the cupboard and then park the dishwasher there. And honestly, you would have been better off plumbing it right here with more of a washing machine sort of a situation. Whatever, I can't go down a rabbit hole here. But then this counter would have been available to do kitchen tasks on. There's a baker's bench or whatever else. So for now anyway, I'm just gonna put that in, run over, and this outlet will also be on that same circuit. It'll be the kitchen wall circuit, whatever down there, and that'll go away. So see what we can get done. The biggest thing is to drill through all the framing that's here and somehow fish over and out. But going with a double gang box when you can, that means that the hole that you're going to work through is that much larger for the project of fishing the wire. And then it doesn't hurt to have outlets, you know, when you get all done. So that's why we'll go about it that way. And then that will just be an opening in the wall that is no longer an outlet, and they can deal with that another day. All right, so what I did here was I made myself plenty of a hole, plenty large enough to be able to get in and turn and even be able to see. And I can see that this was where the stud was, and so I put myself on that same line. This is where this stud is. And so in the scheme of things, there's just one other stud in here that we have to drill. And I want to stay at about this elevation. I want to drill about there, and I want to drill about there, and then I'll be able to see it come out close enough down here to get the wire out through the hole and thread the old work box on it, whatever. So I want to use this type of extension that quick connects. Right? I have some other types like this here. We've looked at these before. Just magnetic style. And it doesn't hold enough. And if I were to get threaded in with this tip and then try to pull that back out, I can disconnect. Then I got myself a real problem there. So I use the 1/4-inch extension that quick connects together for drilling purposes. Now this is the 6. This is a Diablo. So is this. Right. There it is, Diablo Hex 1/4-inch by 12. I gotta see if they have a 3-inch or something, because I can't quite turn in and go straight for all intents and purposes. I'm still at an angle there. It's just a bit too long, and that's as far into that drill truck as possible as I can get it. So need a slightly shorter extension because we're just at that stud when we go in here. So a couple more inches will let me drill through that stud. Then we can come back and we can put probably the 12-inch extension on, or partially build it through here and try to get set up to where we feel that we're pretty level, and as far as facing in and out, pretty okay. We're in good shape because this wall is extra thick. I mean, I'm almost touching, I could just barely feel the far side at the tip of my middle finger there. So we got quite a big area there to come through without problems. And so all things considered, I want to make sure and get this situation right rather than just forcing it. So of all the things, I don't think I have a shorter one that quick locks. We got to get ourselves one, and then we can finish putting that outlet in, which will be, I mean, this here is unbelievably dangerous to be running equipment that has a motor and a pump and deals with water, and when it's leaking and you've got no ground pin, and this is just as ancient. And the wire that was going in there is wrapped in paper. It's just no. We're all done with that. Wasn't going to happen. So let's get the right toolage, and then we can get that buttoned up. Keep moving. Well, I went in there, and all they had was that same Diablo set, 12-inch long or 6-inch long locking extension, and I couldn't see anything anywhere else. It's going to really be an issue. So I turned around and was about ready to head out, and next thing you know, bam! Right there on the shelf, staring me right in the eye, was the old Milwaukee dream fulfillment. Just exactly what I was picturing. Same sort of setup, locking, whatever, but half as long again. There may be a Diablo one you can get, but it wasn't on the shelf, and that makes all the difference. See if the mini truck can get through the green light. Anyway, no, I can't. So the point is, you've been here this long. If you've been watching this series, you've been digging on all these episodes and listen to me blather on and on. I'm going to let you in on a little secret. I'm going to speak to this whole Milwaukee thing. I get a fair amount of comments about it, whether they're on YouTube or in the wild or whatever. Oh, Mr. Milwaukee fanboy. At the root of anything, if there's anything at the root of it, it's that as far as the battery power tools are concerned, having all the same battery for every single power tool you own, and having every single power tool you own cordless, and having significant power, you can walk to what you're doing all over the place directly without having to sort out the power situation. The high, like, prosumer end brand battery power tool scene has, like, taken the edge off what would be intolerable working for myself. I couldn't be doing this if my job sites were full of corded tools still, and everything was power cords and electrical cords. It would be like the most efficient somehow or another setup to get that done without tripping through it that you'd like ever seen, whatever it is. I cannot stand power cords and hoses. I cannot stand them. I started earlier in my career as a treehouse carpenter, and a fair amount of setting up the day, taking the day apart, the work day. Was running cords out, running them back, and burning up saws, and burning up cords, and stuff coming unplugged, and then you have to go deal with that, or tripping on it over the job site, whatever. Just the most irritating, and it's unsafe. I don't mean necessarily directly, although you could trip. I'm thinking about being aware of your cord, not cutting your cord, and not coming to the end of your cord in the middle of an operation takes bandwidth. And I've been in situations where I felt my attention jump to the irritation with the cord, or just some kind of a logistical problem with the cord during an operation, and I may have cut myself or done damage to someone else or something else as a result. It was close. And that's the type of thing that I can't stand. So the battery tool thing is like an obvious thing to do, and at that point you may as well have all the same exact batteries, and then you got to pick somebody. So there you go. When I started my career, I started designing welded piping systems, and all those union pipe fitter guys, steam fitters and fabricators, all their stuff, they had, been mobile for a long time. So even though they were running cords, they had gotten these new, they make good money. So they had plenty of, at that time, money to spend on really high-end power tools. And they had done so, and they were still corded, and they were all Milwaukee. That was, what they were into. I keep forgetting to unlock that door. That's what those guys, unlike carpenter guys at the time, we're into. Of course, the carpenter guys are into all DeWalt stuff. So the first stuff that I ever bought for myself that wasn't hand-me-down was corded DeWalt. It didn't last very long at all. And the first thing I bought for myself that was battery-powered, what did I want? I guess I didn't need all this to get that. The book can stay. The first thing that I bought was battery-powered, was the brushless impact and drill gun set from Milwaukee back in probably 2010 or something, 2012-ish, in there somewhere. So from there, the variety of things that you could have from Milwaukee has outstripped the other prosumer brands in my area, in the Northeast U.S., for a very long time. And it still practically continues to do so. From the lawnmower, leaf blower, hedge trimmer, weed whip, and everything around the yard, to my ratchets and all the socket set stuff and the impact drivers and all that stuff that I've got for my mechanical tools to service all of my infrastructure, like the skid steer and my mini truck and my pickup truck and all of that, through the work that I use it to do every day. They were big in the plumbing scene already. Then they did the electrician thing, and they've been circling on the carpenter scene, for a long ass time as far as what's available for carpenter's tools. I got, power 4-inch palm sander oscillating. I'm trying to think. I got the hand router, for the trim router. And, here he is here, this guy, and the serious carpenter, finished carpenter tools, then into drywall, my drywall router. This thing, the versatility in this cutoff tool, this giant big-ass grinder, the hacksaw, power staple gun, the rotary tool, right on into those right-angle drills upstairs, all the lights and fans and stuff that a lot of them have, but the PEX crimping tool, the rotary hammer, and the magnetic drill press. So I need a wide variety of things. The circular saw is probably the third or the fourth thing I bought from them, from the brushless setup as well. Now, the pass load framer and this thing here was something somebody gave to me just for the cost of having it fixed. It's like $20. And I've already got the pass load framer because I have played with a friend's pass load framer, and it just is so friggin' heavy. It's unbelievable. Or a friend's Milwaukee M18 framer is massively heavy and just unwieldy. Anyway, that pass load framer continues to impress. And so there it is there. That's where the line's drawn, okay? Not all bound up and, have to have absolutely everything. Is it nice if it's not DeWalt? Yeah. I really just as soon not have yellow floating around the job site if I could help it. The miter saw, obviously, and all the pack out makes life a lot easier. To the chainsaw, it's part of my yard stuff. And the glue dispenser, caulk gun, powered. And it just goes on and on and on. Obviously, Sawzall. And they invented the Sawzall. The Sawzall is their trademark. So, that's the deal. Am I pleased that they saved the day today? Yes. Let's get this thing buckled in. That's my little spiel, okay? Pick a prosumer brand that has the type of variety that's going to cover all the things you could get yourself into. As a small design, build, construction, business, I do all different types of work. And so I picked something that has serious professional grade toolage in a battery powered version, all the way across the board. And I'll stick with Milwaukee until they take a big shit on this battery platform and go in another direction. Hopefully they get to the point, battery technology slims down to where an 8 or a 12 amp hour battery can be back at the 1.5 or the 2 amp hour battery size, or maybe even lighter. Because you get to a certain point, you got to have a motor and you've got to have a handle, and so these M12s are getting to be about as small in terms of a pistol, in terms of this is the M18 gun, but you got to have that much. Perhaps the motor could become smaller somehow, but it turns into science fiction. Anyway, it'll be cool to see where that stuff goes in my lifetime. I'm going to put this short little thing back in this drill setup and see if I can get to where there's wire pulled to that neighboring outlet over there. And he just called me prior to shooting this and said he can't get here today, but he'll be here tomorrow. And so then, because I've asked for this thing and should have been ready for it last week and worked a full day at least since then, just getting to the point where he's going to nod, hopefully, at everything, I'm glad that it didn't actually come down the pike right away. It's been serendipitous. I am not complaining at all. But let's finish up. Well, this is one of those times where I don't know how to necessarily communicate this idea. Perhaps it seems fairly straightforward and simple. Maybe that's because I've already sussed it out for you and I'm now going to explain it. But the capacity to work something like this out is an important part of making things easy on yourself or hard. It may seem to some like a lot of work here to try to tunnel all the way through, and if they've seen any electricians rewire anything like this, they often will just open something up and leave it for, it's perfectly doable. A drywall repair or what have you, but we've got this old wallpaper and press board over the drywall to start with, and if you start cutting here, that is completely, I mean, it essentially is toast, but I just didn't want to make a big ugly access panel if I could help it. But here, maybe that's even a better point. I can if I need to here, and I don't have to follow through and finish it out because no one's going to want me to take the time to do that here on this project. So I've got the safety net basically of being able to cut this open and get in there if I lose any tools or if I'm unable to achieve it, but I'm using it as an opportunity to make sure I can do something like this or work out the problems with what I'm trying to do so that if I need to stay behind a wall like here and I have no options in the future, I'm better prepared. So to start with, I can see that I'm going to need all three of these to the two 12-inch pieces, the 12-inch, 3/4-inch self-driving spade cutter, a 12-inch quick lock extension, and a 6-inch quick lock extension. However, I've got myself that big hole drilled here, and then in the middle stud, I've got the 3/4-inch hole from this drill, and then in the last stud, that's where I'm trying to drill, and I'm trying to drill right straight through across the top. The big hole is right here. We've got to go through the 3/4. So what I'm going to choose to do is I'll put this in as far as I can reach and get started in that 3/4-inch hole before I lose this end of it, and then I'm going to put the 6-inch extension on, because then I can keep going, and I'll be in both of these studs right here, and so I'll have some pretty good index as to where it is I'm trying to go with the other end of that. And as I pull this thing in and out of sight, I have the ability to add this much more to it, and I can then it'll be deflecting through those two holes, but I'm hoping to be able to push and not get hung up on this as it comes up on that middle stud before or anywhere during the drilling operation where I'm drilling this to the best of my ability out the stud that hole is adjacent to over there. So hopefully that was relatively easy to follow. The game is how to build it into the wall in the right order. It'd be nice if I had another 6-inch extension, and I'm kind of kicking myself when I saw it on the wall and thought, oh, that's all the shorter they've got, before I turned around and got that Milwaukee extension right there. I said to myself, well, maybe get another 6, because you never know when you need 12 and you've got it, but it can't be all one piece. You've got to put it together out of 2. Well, then you get yourself another 6-incher and you're covered. And I'm not in a big spendy mood today, so I wrote it off. Anyway, I'll probably kick myself and wish that I had gotten it so that I could basically add another 6 inches. In fact, I'll probably wish I'd gotten 2. It seems silly, and this is why I've got so many tools, but like if I wanted at this point in this situation and I can't add 12 and I need to add 6, so I add the 6, but I still needed another 6, so I actually should have potentially bought 2 more 6-inch extensions for just such an occasion as the investment. This is why I've got, like I say, what I've got, because when I need stuff and I can't think to myself of an easier way of handling a situation, and it's going to be something that I'll use again in the future to make money, I'll buy it as an investment, and that's what I would go do now. Well, let's see if we can do this without doing that, but ultimately, if that's what we got to do, that's what we got to do. Yeah, that's exactly going to be what I need. This is not going to disappoint me at all to have, and I still may need it to just die. Again, you get all down to what you need, and perhaps one of these quick connects is just about to run into a stud, just as you're about to clear through the drilling the hole operation with, the proper pointed end of the wherever the drill bit is that I forget. There it is there. Anyway, well, that's the end of it. You've got to go all the way through, or you really helped yourself. So the difference of an inch or two can be huge. When it's all that you need to finish drilling through, it's probably best to just use that much, because like over here we've seen there it's crimped, and so it's not, you need all little short pieces. So that's good to have. I'm going to have to get myself 2 of those 6s just to build in long enough to get this drilled through. But again, you never regret investments like that. I mean, the belt that I wear all the time, every day, it's a growing, this is actually my electrician's belt. The other belt is somewhere else in here. But the amount of times I reach for things that were an investment before, and now I've got them, and they just keep me moving on a day when I would have had to run to the ends of the earth or wouldn't have had any option to keep things moving otherwise. It's practically every day. Every day that I get to stay in work, or all the segments of time that I get to stay in work without going to get something that we need, comes as a result of having the forethought to make the investments that I've made into the toolage and stuff that I've got, hand tools and everything else. Beyond the Milwaukee thing, I guess if we're on it, you want to brand yourself. The red is, the red, black, orange, could be construed as my brand. I've leaned into it. The little truck's going to be red soon enough with the pineapple logo. It catches your eye. It's a cohesive kind of a thing. I didn't necessarily, this is the other bags that I got for my subs. It's not even Milwaukee brand. I've worn that Milwaukee one for a long time now, so that's just sentimental to me. But, a nice leather one, anything like that. So I a lot of my hand tools, they're not necessarily Milwaukee. They're just red. I've got some Crescent stuff. I've got some stuff I painted. A lot of the stuff's Milwaukee stuff. I got some really nice, you can't argue with a bullet level that lights up from Savage. And it's magnetic and stuff. That was red. I painted my T-bevel red. It helps me to keep track of my stuff too. Here's my electrician strippers, or they're Klein or whatever. They're blue. That's egregious. I really don't like that, but it is what it is. They came from home. Actually, I should take them back. This made in Japan nail set is something I painted just so that it was steel colored. It was this colored, and so there's some rationalization. You don't want to have to lose stuff that you make an investment of, and you want to be able to, catch it at a glance, know that it belongs to you, and other people are mixing their tools around. More and more, there's actually the plumbers, when they came, we had a bit of a, we had to be careful because we didn't want to sift our power tools together. They had the same exact stuff as I do. So I get my little logo sticker. Hasn't made it onto these yet. Is it on this one? I throw my little logo sticker on all of them. It isn't on this one either, or is it? Huh. Jazzy's falling behind. The light has one, the bigger one. But, so then it makes it easy between that coloration and whatever else. And I think, as a unit, as a professional, you can see that, even in a place this densely overrun with stuff, you can see what's mine at a glance. And when I send, someone to help clean up or scoop, gather up my stuff, it just is, it's my thing, I like red. And that you can always have too much of a good thing, though. All things in moderation is what I meant to say. The ladders are Werner, and this is actually, these were secondhand. I got to get that off of there. That was the outfit that owned them before me. So anyway, the orange and red thing, and it's just there's multiple facets to why I chose to do it. And I think in the end, there's just a lot of contractors flying, by night almost, in their white, gray, or blue, black, pickups with no name on them, and just a handful of, whatever they need to buy, and just buy it over again next time if they forget it at home and stuff. I wanted to elevate the experience of this work, and, I kind of act a little bit larger than I am, kind of. I hope no one thinks it's putting on airs. It's more of a fake it till you make it. It's where I want to go with this. I don't want to have it get too big, but I want to be taken seriously. So this is the first step, I think, in representing yourself in a professional manner to the extent that it makes sense to do so. And I've leveraged a lot of this to my advantage now after it's been almost 10 years of these investments. Like I say, most work days go pretty smoothly. I got a tool for that, and we don't have to spend 2 hours doing something that takes 2 minutes. At this point, I need those pieces, and they have closed, and so it's cornering in on the end of the workday. I'll probably scoop up the debris a little bit and throw batteries on the charger. These light units don't go in until you've got the drywall up, and then you just lay out the same. I use the floor grid, the tiles, to lay out those locations. I'll probably use, something like marker paint, like water washable marker paint, to put a little dot on the floor, where they are. before we cover it up with drywall, and then I can just plumb point off that little washable paint dot and essentially put the plumb point right on the drywall where I need to make the circular cut, and then those things go in, and they've got a bezel that finishes it so it looks real nice, and you can set the light temperature to them, and you're off and running. Actually, I guess that isn't left like that. So this, before we cover up with drywall, all that wiring will be completed and that box will be closed, and then that little quick connect wire on the left there, that's what you are left with. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving these like that. I should do that up tomorrow as well. He'll appreciate it. Then you come back, and when you cut in that hole, these come back and just plug into that. And at any time, you can go up a little short ladder and change the color temperature, or push them out of the way. And almost like drop ceiling, you can get into the ceiling. You could even add lights kind of like that if you wanted to, be really careful. But the 4 in here ought to be really good as compared to the old dingy one that used to be here. Again, I can't get enough of this. They're going to have to do something with this microwave, but that switch feels great. The day-to-day feel of that, hopefully, is appreciated. So do a little cleanup, duck out of here, swing through that place on the way in tomorrow and get those extensions, and we'll pick right back up where we left off. Hopefully try to remember to catch it on, get some footage of that working out for us, knock on wood. And then we will genuinely be ready for the electrical inspection that I've asked for. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit tongue-tied here. I'm just trying to make sure and remember what my goals are. I think we've done quite a bit of electrical work here. We may cut a second video off from this. I'm not sure where we're going to start and stop. I would like to know that we've closed this permit up. Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll get this far and make sure we pass on this stuff here. And then it'll be all about the drywall and mudding that's going on up here, whereas we'll continue with the second half of electricity in the basement when we get down there. Maybe that's... Well, stay tuned. Find out. All right, we're back. And now I own 3 of these 6-inch long Diablo Quick Connect extensions, along with a 12-inch one. But you'll see, to start with, I can get this in and find the hole that I drilled before, and if I've got to add one without losing it, I can add one and I can feel around. For the hole that I drilled. There it is. So I'm in the hole that I drilled. Then I can add this one in here. And I can add this one in here. And then we get down to, I can feel the stud right here. And I've got to then put the drill on it and go back and hopefully come out right above this outlet box. So we'll take the sunglasses and the coat. I've got a little bit further I've got to go, so I can add this. then if we come through over here, we can see the degree to which we succeeded or failed. So long as we can get ourselves a light and turn it on, you'll notice that if we look in here, that we've come out up there, which is essentially right about there. Best case scenario for this. I just as soon be farther away so that I can get a fold and a staple. However, that's just more of a hole I've got to make to get in there to swing a hammer or even use that handy dandy stapler that I've got. So there's no harm in being that close. It also affords us the ability to work up rather than down here, which there was, arguably we could have taken this out and worked through down here and then maybe even drilled a little bit from this way. It had the ability to staple, but I'm trying to do this without disrupting this place whatsoever. Another nice thing about that is even if you get up into this area and you open this situation up, when you come back later, your countertop and your counter height and your backsplash height stuff will cover up a problem area like that. However, we haven't got cupboards planned for here, and if they take away and stop using that dishwasher, there's all that much more showing here, and so there's just a lot of factors. I'm pleased in doing this that way. It won't be stapled, but it certainly will have this expanding phone at this end, and at a certain point, what do you want from me? Let's get this now we got to get that guy out of there, but the next big thing is straightening out some wire enough to be able to push through and find our way through this stud and that stud, and then drag enough out through the hole to get into that box, put the box in the wall, put that wire into this box, and then we're pretty much done, except for actually connecting those wires up and buttoning those boxes shut, which I suppose I'll go ahead and do if I'm still waiting for the inspector, just as a best case. I could tell him I will do that. He'll likely pass me and, know that I will, but there's no harm in just getting it done. And then I'll be truly down to the basement, and pulling wire. Okay, so you see me finally get it there. A couple things. I re-drilled everything with a 1-inch diameter up from 3/4-inch diameter. Spade self-driving bits there. Same stack up of extensions and everything. Then I was able to feel all the way through the stud with my little finger, or excuse me, I could get one of my the 3/4-inch hole all the further I could go in with my little finger. I couldn't quite feel the other side of the stud, and it was too small for the rest of my fingers. So making the hole that much larger is an easier time of getting the wire to come in there, but I could also get a longer finger in there and see if I can feel the end of it and then direct it through that last opening, which made all the difference. The other thing that I did here was I turned the end of it into this handle, which then gives me control over clocking it all the way around, and I haven't got an unnecessarily long tail kind of fighting me out here when I'm trying to turn and manipulate it. I shortened everything that I was using up, and with that I got all the way through and out. So now I'll put this, like I say, together to that extent and then work above to finish that stuff up. Hopefully the inspector calls at some point. I'm starting to get hungry for lunch here, and then we'll go downstairs and work. Well, we passed. So he was just looking for a couple things. He wanted to see a staple on your way into this hole, but I'm going to foam that up, and it's just something he indicated and kept moving. He wanted to see some staples on the back of these routes that didn't end up in these stackers, but went along behind here. They'd been stapled down to here, but they needed this staple right there. Can these slide over? Is there room for 8 conductors or 2 per layer in these stackers? Yeah. You know, it seems purpose-built like that. And so I'm going to, you know, I always, you know, went looking for a taller stack in the past and then ended up, you know, take these over to the side. But to me, it seems like, you know, you might just get away with, he didn't say this, but you may be able to just put 8 in those and put everything in those. So that would be sweet. And you could put 16 conductors through a given bay between 2 studs, between 8 on this set of stackers and 8 on another theoretical set of stackers. That would make a good... You know, and they don't look bad when you use 3 conductors in them either. It looks, you know, and you can always clip the extra wing off of there if you really, well, I guess you couldn't because that's where the latch is. But anyway, long story short, we got everything the way that it needed to be. He wanted another staple upstairs kind of, but I'm looking now more at the fact that we could close this up, except we want to have that radiator in that upstairs. Now, this upstairs bedroom had a duct that went through this back bathroom wall all the way up to a register on the floor. And this other duct here only went this far, and the register came out toward us and supplied hot air theoretically to this space. Then Ed closed that off, and we weaseled up the water supply line. And we like to put the water supply out through the wall rather than up through the floor because, and it's the same reason like underneath the sink, you don't like an S-trap. They won't pass it anymore for a few reasons. They don't like the trap to do an S and go straight back down, and then thereby the water lines come through the bottom of the cupboard for other reasons, but also then anything that you're keeping under here that you would otherwise have room for is banging into them all the time, and any leaking water is pooling around them and gluing them down, and debris and gunk and bullshit's all getting stuck underneath it with the way that water flows when you mop, and then it settles out and bonds to the floor like that. So I don't like floor hole penetrations. Now this is the bathroom. The door comes in, and the sink connections are going to be here, and we're going to put that one of those cast iron radiators in the bathroom. And so I don't want to come through the bathroom floor. I want to come out the bathroom wall and then turn and go into that heater. So we'll leave that wall exposed upstairs, and only after we get this in here and go over to here to go downstairs and over to the boiler for our 4th boiler circuit. There's the garage, the basement floor, the 1st floor circuit, and the 4th circuit will be the 2nd floor radiators up there. We got to come up through this space. We're on the left and we're on the right, so we can do a big hole in the middle of the bottom and a big hole in the middle of the top, and 2 3/4-inch red PEX routes up, you know, top to bottom. I don't know whether we even go that high. We may. No, we can't turn behind the stack. So we're going to find ourselves in a wee bit of a pickle. Looks like we're going to have to turn right here and go through above this line and then along and then turn and go up. That'll likely be how we do all of that. And so we'll have to make some room there. However, to hold them in here, I think the best solution, because if I were to just add a 2x6 or even a 2x4 or anything as a stud in here and try to be on a side of it, it's got to come through, you know, right here next to the box. It can't move any further to the left. So then you're trying to put pipes on and hammer nails in for like this type of a thing that you're going to try and do. You don't have the room to swing a hammer. You can't even replace them with a screw. There's no room for the screw gun. So we'll go right across the front here with a 2x4 block right from there to there. We'll do the same thing up there, and we'll do 1, 2 here. We'll put the PEX through, and then we'll go onto the top sides of those with those suspension hangers that go out and around and back, and put some nails or screws right into those, and it'll suspension hold those right in that correct orientation, right in the center line of the wall cavity. However, obviously we need to leave this open, and as well as that, we need to leave the upper, you know, hallway landing on the stairwell wall needs to be uncovered until we get through the wall in the bathroom and make sure that we've got everything how we want it for the radiators. Now the radiators are done, but they're packed up with blankets and banded on a pallet, and I could go get it with the mini truck, but I'm going to want to walk them right in and set them upstairs, and then we could start looking at that stuff. Meanwhile, we haven't got the rest of the power circuits attached in this place. So it's like, am I going to the basement to continue to try to power up some of this stuff? I'd like to power up the lights in the kitchen, a few of the outlets, and some other stuff in this main area of the house, as well as if I'm powering that, all the new circuitry, they'd have the upstairs bathroom available and stuff. Maybe the back bathroom wouldn't have a light in it, but the plumbing works and stuff. There would be an awful lot of utility here, especially if the heat's on for the most part, even though it's a little bit chilly on the very, you know, in the upstairs. You go up there to sleep with a blanket. However, I got to run and get those radiators and get them trundled here and get some help and take them upstairs. And so now as we race down to the end of this week before the holidays, I just can't be everywhere at once. So since I am here and I don't have help today or tomorrow, I am going to focus on this electrical stuff. And then as soon as I've got Chris's help Thursday, we'll try to get the radiators here and walked upstairs and placed. And then I'm going to start him on buckling together all these junction boxes for these lights, and then going in the basement and putting together as many outlets and stuff as I can get to. I'm trying to pull wire today and tomorrow, therefore, so that Thursday there are a bunch of raw ends of wire hanging out of the walls. So all those outlets just daisy chain all the way around this room, for example. Could just daisy chain together. He did all the drilling. I may have to ask him to pull all the wire too, but all these outlets just need to be daisy chained. That's just so much busy work that I don't want to have to do. Any of this circuitry coming from here that we're going to come down, turn, and go through his holes, we need to know where our next logical route is, depending on where we're coming from as we work our way across, because we want to go shortest, leftmost, next longest, then to the right, then the next longest one more to the right. But we've got two vertically here and yada yada. We got to watch what we're doing. And so really what we need to do is start with the rightmost, and I've said this already, but I got to get the couple rightmost circuits pulled around and through here, up and over, through this wall, back down and down into this wall, so that through these two holes they can go through these two holes, falling into every other outlet box. We'll have to go under the stairs or the window that Chris drilled, back up, over, fall into this one, skip the next, fall in the next one, and then vice versa. So those two probably bottommost, because you got to picture this as a ribbon. It's a ribbon where the rightmost routes, and then we're tipping the ribbon up so they're the bottommost, and then we're tipping the ribbon back down, theoretically here, and then we're going to roll, and so they remain, my thumb, essentially, and then they can turn here, whereas the rest of my fingers, in terms of theoretical routes, could keep on going. So that means that we've got to do the sort of furthest and least appropriate rough wiring, at least, and start consuming things this way, because then we can take the next few and go along and go up and over and around and through here. And since we've done the two outlet circuits in this room, we've got to keep going on the beam here, and we've got to go for an outlet circuit to the bathroom, and a light circuit to the bathroom, because I'd like it to have at least two circuits, a 20 amp circuit for the ground fault protected outlet, and a 15 amp circuit for the overhead lights in the room, and probably another switch for lights on this twisted stick that still hasn't been fixed, because I haven't been back to it, but you can see how twisted out it is. But it's taken this box right out of the plane of the wall. The box is tucked into the wall behind us and around over here. So then you stop and you have to fix that. Now Ed wanted to put this drywall up. Now he's cut it to fit, and it's sitting here, and I had forgotten about this. How much do you want to bet that he'll get involved, or somehow, some way I'll forget again, because he's just so gung-ho to do something with this scrap, and he'll have it all screwed up permanently, and then we can take it down and take this all apart, much to his chagrin, and do something with this here. So I got to stay on top of that. Oh yeah, wait a minute, back to what it was we were talking about, by the way. And then we've got to make sure that we can get some light circuits as well for switches in here, like this one. It looks like we've got two light circuits planned, probably that correspond to the 1, 2, and then the third light circuit on the far side of the beam in this area. We got 1, 2, so we can do that same aligned light scheme in here. So it'd be 1, 2, 1, 2, or perhaps this was supposed to be a three-way switch that also runs under cabinet lights. That, I just don't see him having. That takes a lot of thinking things through. You want to have the cabinets, and you want to have the lights, and you want to know roundabout where your layout is in this room to get switchable hardline under cabinet lights. So we'll probably go with the two light switches in this box, running the overhead outlets that are switchable, to which we plug in the work lamps like you'd have in your garage, which is what we're going to use for lighting down here when I piece out, and they can upgrade them in the future. Those boxes can turn into the type of boxes that we've got upstairs in the kitchen, and then you can put drywall up and cut a circle in it and put temperature switchable LED pucks on it, and they'll go back to being switchable, just as the old outlets that you plugged work lights into were switchable, right? Okay, here we go. So Ed can buy some incidental task lights and there'll be plenty of outlets here, and he can plug them in, and if he wants to clean it up really nicely, you can gather up the lamp cord on the plug-in lamp that you bought and double side tape it to something. That'll be the best that he can do down here, which I doubt it'll even be that far. This is so far above and beyond what he used to have. Do you guys remember what his workshop was down here? Do you guys remember what it was? Dirt, rotten 2x4 floor system, like 3/8 plywood on top of that with linoleum, and then Berber carpet pieces that were so full of casting resin drips over the years that they were several inches thick in the middle of the room, and you had to hump over those. And then most of the workbench was press board, upper press board shelving for like the $100 kid's desk, my son's first desk for homework desk, garbage furniture that he had tipped around in here to sort of stack some stuff on, and then a few garbage cans that he could put his projects on and kind of work on them. And the ceiling was about here, and his hair was stuck to it like a bumper car from static electricity from shuffling around in here. That's what we started with, right? Go back to the beginning of the series and check it out. That's exactly where we are right now. He's going to have a big, beautiful, double-hung sash-looking swing-in egress window that lets all kinds of sunlight in here. The floor is going to be warm to the tootsies. To stand on it, it'll feel like a warm wood floor does in the summertime. You know, you don't even notice the temperature at all. It's going to be great. But there's an awful lot of electrical bullshit we got to deal with, and we're crushed against the holidays here, so we're just going to keep trucking and hope for the best. Well, now we're down here, and one of the things that I've got to do is replace the studs that I used. I made 2x4 studs in there. I believe I'm going to end up wanting more routes available than one layer deep. Even if I did 4 or 6 routes, I'm trying to stay away from the nails at the ends, and sent 4 or 6 circuits back here. We got 2 in this room and 2 in the bathroom, and then we've got at least 2 light circuits here, so that's 6 right there. And then as soon as you decide you want to put the bathroom light circuits or anything else at all, you've got no more availability. I know I can put multiple conductors through the holes. I'm just not sure, because once you've done, you got to have everything in front of you before you get started pulling wires. Because if you think you know what you want to do and then you change your mind halfway through, you're going to be lacing them all together and just making a pig mess of the whole situation, which I don't care to do here. So I've also got to think about where I'm going to get up and around there. Those have to come down, and then we've got to come up and go over. We got to see what we got to do here. And if I'm going to stick to those 2x4s and double up on the holes through the, perhaps that's an easier way to keep moving, as long as I'm certain that I'm not going to regret it, which seems all right now. So we'll just see. All right, take 3. I've done this twice and then realized it was on time lapse. The first time and the second time. Did it again. I left myself 2 holes or 4 total circuits outboard and pulled this all the way through, so like these 2 things can jump in on the far side of that wire and go down. These couple circuits, if they need to be extended, can jump on the far side of that wire and go down, and keep anything from crossing over, just as a best practice. And then we get down here and there's a bit of a bottleneck, because we've got to get up into this space underneath the stairs and come through what would be normally the floor. These stairs up to this landing just have to be here because the stairs and the landing just always have to be here based on this house. In fact, this overly long span was done to make this, to take the threshold through which you step to the first basement stair and to take it that way as far as possible so that you could come down and there'd be room enough on the floor here. Same as, you know, above us, they wanted to be able to do a landing the width of a normal hallway and then come down enough to have enough of a landing left to be able to go down either side. And it all has to do with how much you're squeezed from this plane to that plane. And so it's as big as possible, and you're still stuck having these landings. So even if someone changes the stairs in the future, they'll see this and it'll be far enough away from all that operations that they can do so without getting hung up. But this stud, I had to cut it off because as it starts to curve here, it went to like a nice edge at the bottom. It was a real piece of crap somebody installed there forever ago. So old and nailed in the hole, and it turned into toothpicks, so I just took and cut it right out of there. But we've got to safely turn here and stay away from this inside corner at the stairs. I don't know if you can see what I'm trying to show you here. That's an inside corner, and the stairs roll out. It's like 5/4, and then it goes out the front. So anyway, we got to stay in here and in the center line of this. And then there's not enough meat here to pack everything all together just to spread it out and come through. And so I got to make sure you can attach drywall and route that wire away from any of the screws that you're going to use to put the drywall up in the beginning and to, in the first place. This is all going to have to be armor, so the attachment for the drywall will be across the top and the bottom. And then whatever we figure out over here has to be applied over there. And this wood needs to be cut back because it's around in there that the stairs actually stop the way that these stairs stopped. This had drywall over here, and I just pushed it and it broke away. But that's actually boards, and I got to plot that out and cut it. Then I'll know where I can turn and roll back down on the far side of this beam. And then I can come into this space and down into the wall and go along the beam, staying in this plane of the ceiling above it, and go that way to get into the bathroom wall and beyond. And I just could pull all kinds of wire like I just did if I could just fly. But I got this area has been a bungle since the beginning. This witness at an angle here was the ductwork that pushed hot air out the stairs on that side, and this being out of your way and off your head as a product of not having a forced air furnace anymore but using that boiler is awesome. But it's just going to take some doing to get it to allow it to be the alley-oop that the electricity has to do over these two major beams here. And then we can get back into really making a lot of fast progress. Okay, now on this side, you can't do as we did right behind us because the stair geometry is different, which I'll take you upstairs to see. What I chose to do here is I put a piece of Luan, which is the thinnest, while being the most robust when it comes to drilling the 4 kind of 3/4 inch holes, so close to one another. Over this space, I went from 2 inches apart down to 1.5 inches apart, but the Luan took it no problem. I was gonna be up and over in here with it, but then you can't really screw it in. You really wanna go through it into something else. So I put it on the inside here, I put one on the inside down there. They're essentially mirror images of one another, and it puts that electricity back and in the center line of this and allows us to attach. I was also able to put a couple screws through and put a block here and a block there to return the corner of this drywall that's gonna be on our left and our right. And so we'll go out and away from that corner and come back and go through, just because again I could have remade these in 2x10 and scooted that back in there because we need something to organize it. So now it looks like we're bringing it to the forefront, but really I just left the 2x4s in there that went up a while ago, and they're perfectly functional. And we'll just put some steel over them so nobody hangs a piece of artwork there and pokes a hole in it by accident. Or really a lot of that is to do with when you put up the drywall. You can pop electricity lines immediately with drywall screws in cases where you haven't used those steel plates. So we just, like I said, opted to keep the 2x4, which is plumb in this case, and that is listing left because that stick is stuck to the side of the beam and the beam is tipping left a little bit. But no one will ever see that when we're all done here. But to get around the corner over here, I went and looked underneath here, and I'll go and show you upstairs what the real difference is. You go up, you turn around, you go over. Now there's a closet here on the end of this landing. Here's the landing. This much of it, the reason it looks so long from downstairs, because at first it's got built-in cupboard drawers. Now that rounded outside corner right here is where we come right through in front of the hearth downstairs to the electrical panel, and we stay right inside of there, and we go up and over this thing, and then we swing around. But if we were to go back across and right over and down again, we're going to be at the end of what we have here for available space, because we go right back to that wall thickness there, or as you can see here, that's the end of the road there. So I stuck my tape measure in to see how much of this wood could come away, and I stopped there. But that is actually the framing that's in the end of this wall, or whatever you want to call this, built in here, that's been just full of, ouch, motherless mother effing effer. That hurt to the max. So maybe that's karma. I was about to say that closet was just full of tinder. So I'm glad I went and checked. We will have to now use that information. And there's a white, there it is. There's a little low voltage wire coming down. There he is. And that's like all the more that way that we can go. And it looks like we'll basically be able to stay on this same line when we come through, even though the two stairways are different. So just want to go and investigate and measure around and make sure before you go drilling up through the hardwood floor and sending electrical wires through it. And then come to see in this room in the corner behind that stair someday, it's done a clean jump over like the shoe molding and out through the baseboard and back into the floor or something ridiculous like that, which I've seen stuff like that sometimes that people didn't know. They worked exclusively from one area of the house, and it didn't seem to be a problem for a long time. And then later you come and you look, and it's like, wow, that jumps right through the finished space, and you can see like a wire or a pipe or something like that. So you got to watch out. So I'm fairly certain I know what my plan is now. I just got to finish up over on this side and get one circuit. And the end of this just has to be long enough to fall down into our first, I think I took this box off. So I don't know, I went every other something here. We need one here, and there should, oh, the door opens up like that. So it's probably just this is the first one, because you really can't do much with anything when the door slab is in your way there. And so we've just got to get that first circuit over, put this box back on the wall wherever it used to be, and into it and coming out, and then it'll be a daisy chain wire pieces far shorter all the way around this room. And, so we just got to get that far. Oh, we got to get two of them, then we got to do the other one, so for the other circuit into that first box. And then we've got quite a lot done here, and we can start opening things up for there to be work happening on multiple ends. So when Ed comes back around, he's got COVID right now. Chris is here later this week. That's the other thing I'm doing here while I'm here by myself, is opening up the availability for multiple people to be busy on the same thing without being in one another's way. If I had been trying to do this last week when Chris was here, or when Ed's been here, you know, in my ear every 5 minutes with questions about things he knows completely how to do by himself, don't bother him, except for he needs to know how to do every step of it, every step of the way. When nobody's here, I can work this type of thing out with a clear head. And then when people are here to help, we can pick up and all of us pull together and accomplish great things. Back to Well, so you can attack it like that. That's how I've always done it. You got to think about physically, we're going to come straight down and then build over as we get shorter and shorter, as well as taking power to all of our switches. The home run goes to the switch, and then the switched lines go to the appliances that you're switching. So we took the upper outer hole and went with a pair of 14 gauge wire all the way down, all the way down, all the way down into this. So we got 2 home runs for the 2 light switches here, each on their own circuit. And then, and of course we could have taken 1 circuit down here and split it into 2 switches and switched lines off of 1 breaker. But again, we're not wanting for breakers. And if I have to start doing that, I can do that. But having the wires and being able to pull them through these openings and getting them into boxes up front is well worth doing. It won't hurt anything to have a couple different circuits there for other things if you need them. Then we kept going, and in each of the holes where I had sent a yellow 12 gauge wire, I put a white 14 gauge wire and went along with those 2 inboard sets of holes there, and came along here and came over, through, down, and went left and went through here and took home runs to the 2 circuits for the 2 different switched circuits in the ceiling back in this room. Once again, we have plenty of breaker space here. So far so good anyway. And then when I come back, I can go back up, and I'll probably go back through these holes and back out through another set there, and then out and over and down through the ceiling to those 2 different locations. So we won't mind, and you want to make sure you don't have to come back and drill more holes when there's wires in the way. So, I got 2 holes, put a cable through each, and using that methodology throughout the process will afford you some flexibility should you need it. And early on there, I had to back something off, and then I started thinking it would have been easier to pull this much less cable through because I had been behind something and it had twisted and wrapped in there. However, I didn't opt to do that because in the end, you've got all these dangling around over here, and any of this central conductor area here on the panel is hot right now. So, we're playing a little bit of a gamble there with letting that stuff flap around, but we will probably be fine. And I'll cut this off as our most recent. I didn't bite it enough. Hang on. Come on, baby. There. Okay. So that's a pretty good deal. We got to start thinking about how to switch with the bottom and the top stair, 3-way, upper and a lower light fixture in this stairwell before we go too much farther. We passed upstairs, so that stuff is all hanging down here, and at some point can come down, turn, and come through some of these holes, as long as we've got room to connect up. Now, a few of these we've omitted already. This one that I ended up refreshing to the kitchen, he's going to come down, so that's one fewer. This other one right next to him is the dishwasher circuit that I ripped down. So that's going to go 1, 2, gone. And so we've got to come at this thing from a few different angles here tomorrow. I'm going to pull things right down and out that we don't need. And then we can start making the best use of these where we have what looks to be like a well thought out sort of, idea of what the hell we were trying to accomplish in doing it that way. Everything on that side of the house is coming toward us, turning and heading into the panel down there. It should, in the end, make for a really easy to live in and modify. And, this place here, I'd like to do another 100 years with these systems, with this basement for sure. I think that you're set up for another century here of, ownership, quality, residential property, high quality for this neighborhood. Given the tech in here. So I'm really proud of how this is shaping up. This is still that filthy toilet. Stop asking. We're going to put it in. Eventually that's got to get set up here. I tagged these couple things with paint so we don't ever forget them until we remember them. Or we will until we remember, that's for sure. Starting to get a little crowded down here. Got to get down to knowing that we don't need any of this stuff. And then, I can't wait to take it all home. I don't want to have to trundle it through a sloppy day outside on the roads today. The salt slop is not good, so we don't need to do it right now. However, There's still some wood blockage and support and stuff that may need to be cut up just to get those radiator situations handled, making little custom things, all these different thicknesses and compositions and types, and certainly things that are left over that we purchased, you know, for this project. So we want to take it all away and then go buy a project panel when we've got what amounts to a project panel right there. So we're still tripping through that shit. All this stuff over here, by and large, is going to just go back to the shop. The insulation will be used here. The linoleum I don't want. Any full sticks of PVC can be returned, and the fittings can be returned. These opened rolls of PEX will have to kick it, and the gas line will have to head back and just kick around at my place. Some of that munged up copper that was by the foot we can't return. These, I want to say even that blue's been opened, but the red wasn't, so the red can go back. Oh no, we're going to need, that's half, so it can go back. We got some joist hangers and fittings there. We got an unopened tub drain, bunch of fittings and stuff here. And we got some stuff waiting upstairs. We got to get this condensate situation handled. I might go right from PEX to copper and then copper over. I may replace these with copper, potentially. I haven't decided yet because you can sweat the copper here and here and here. And I could build a nice cascading downhill sort of leg that went 1, 2, 3, turned, went this way, went straight down with a split ring or 2 split ring holders on the wall to a convert to PEX out the bottom, PEX right in, turn the corner and go right on over and over to the sump. That might be a nice clean way to do it. And then and I could put some isolation in there too, so it could be taken down if it ends up in the way. That's probably the best way, you know. So I could go right to a union, and so zip, 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 and then take it off the wall, and you can take the thing right out of your way and work, and then come back and install it when you're done. Would be nice. That's a full day spent between procuring the materials and building that whole thing out. But, you know, otherwise your condensate's going to fill a pail like that, and then eventually you got to go somewhere. Most people, I think, they said, put a drain into the aggregate, and then it ends up in the crock anyway underneath. But I didn't want to cut a big hole. We'd have to know where the heat routes are in the concrete. We'd be cutting a hole that stands dry and empty, and breathes potentially the radon gas comes through it and fills this. We have a radon problem in this village. A lot of people have radon pump. I put that heavy yellow barrier and that red tape down early before we did the PEX floor or anything like that. It should be a full-blown, non-permeable membrane, sealed off to the toilet flange, sealed off to the sump crock. The sump crock lid has a gasket on it. All the penetrations in the sump lid will have a grommet, etc. Even the one from that condensate will go through a rubber grommet, and so you won't have any radon hanging out in your basement, killing you slowly, killing you softly with its song. So do I want to just cut on down, even if I could avoid the heat routes, and just put a shower drain face plate on the floor there with some glue and let that stuff just piss out on the floor, and whatever mineral deposits and other whatever just skunk up the floor and stuff? No, not really. Don't really want to do that. So then you got to do what we're talking about doing with that plumbing there. Just non-stop fun little details, punch list stuff like that just takes paid day after paid day. So we're going to do our best. I'm getting down to the end of my rope today with energy levels. I got a serious amount of electrical stuff figured out. I'm feeling good. These are the nights I go home and I can put my feet up with some amount of, confidence and relaxation now that I've handled how I want to do this here. This stuff will be organized out a little bit better and snuggened and styled and curled and draped and formed, and when we're good to go. Tomorrow then I'm going to race around and do a bunch more prep, get all kinds of stuff and pieces sort of handled. And so, like I say, Chris can just put a rig on that's set up to connect and splice and strip and install outlets. Probably not switches. That's a bit technical. Not that he couldn't handle that, but I don't want him to think that hard. I just need all these outlets and stuff put in. Now's the time where it's like, you want to shit or get off the pot. If you think, the thing is, there's no plan out here. And so I went with lower outlets. But I think that Ed's workshop area is going to creep out here. I think he's going to end up with work tables and surfaces and old pieces of crap dragged home here that, you could set up and work on. It's why this ended up here as a switch box. That's an outlet. But I may end up putting another quad outlet here. I may put a quad outlet above this lower outlet here on this wall. I may put a quad outlet over there. Wherever I do it, it'll be above the lowers. So you have the alignment factor, and they're not like polka dots all over the wall. There'll be quite a few of them, but they'll at least look nice and lined up. So I'll choose a location where I'm in the middle of this wall, the middle of that one, maybe 2 on that wall, 1 over here, 1 there, and put them all at the same 48-inch height and align them to a lower box. And we'll tie those in as well. So, you know, it won't be the end of the world if there's some outlets on the wall, you know, where you could plug in a television set or a DVD player. You could plug in a variety of things that make sense in that application. Some other stuff lower down. If there's shelves in here, and he's organizing inventory and crap and stuff in here, it'll be obscured. There'll be, you know, nice new outlets and stuff. They'll be there if you want them. And so I think that that's wise, because it ends up being just a few pieces of 4-foot long wire to jump from a lower box to an upper one. A couple dollars for the box, a couple dollars for the wire, a couple dollars for the time or for the outlets, excuse me. So you got, you know, and then a half an hour additional to each. So it's another $50 over, you know, 4 or 6 outlets. So it's $100 to $200 prospect. A couple $100 to have that much more flexibility in here. It's no harm, you know, no problem to trim the drywall to fit around it. But because we don't know what's happening in these big great room areas, and I want him and whomever to have the flexibility in the future, that's what I think we'll probably do in that. So I'll probably grab that stuff tomorrow as well. And then probably another case of outlets and stuff. But if all that stuff could be wired, or a bunch of it could be wired, and Chris could just rock out down here, and I'll be coming and going around him, getting other stuff, more importantly, sorted out. That's how we're going to probably do it to make the most of his time. Oh, first we're going to kick things off and go and get those radiators and take them upstairs. So maybe we'll get a little footage of that, but that's not tomorrow. That's the day after. So stay tuned. More solo work tomorrow, getting electrical stuff done around here. God, this week is taking forever. All right, now I'm just trying to be sure of how many holes I want to leave outboard for a few circuits against this outside wall that may or may not be extended, or you may find out those are switched and whatever. I wanted some flexibility, so we've got a pair of conductor holes that can be used right along here, right along the bottom there, and a pair of conductor holes that can be used there. And we can also, we could drill a few more to the outside, no problem. Then I took 20 and 15 amp circuits all the way down through the far corners in pairs in holes, and then in pairs through the holes that went up there. And then I ended up with just 4 routes, 4 openings through that plywood, where the topmost hole there hasn't been used. Right up there, same with up there, and same with through those 2 studs, right? So, sorry, this is where we get into problems with focus from earlier in the video. I have one more route with 2 available, wires or cables that could be through that stacker, through those upper holes, around and through here, and then down through that hole. And the reason is, and I skipped one because at least one conductor or set of conductors coming through there, 14 gauge wire, 15 amp circuit, is going to bear right here, come down through another hole there, through the lower hole across the door, and it's going to go to this switch. So we're going to send home run power to the lower of the 3-way switches that are going to be used in the stairwell. And then from there, we'll go up to a light fixture on the ceiling here. Perhaps we'll go through the wall over and up to the light fixture above on that ceiling, and incorporate that switch up there with some 3 conductor, all TBD, and it probably will be additional holes sent through the wall here. We can't go up to this beam, and we've basically consumed everything we've got available over here. And so that means that I need to pull one more length of 14 gauge white through that lower hole, lower right, and it leaves us another, available route for a different circuit if I end up, thinking that I need one. Because right now I've got home run power to 2 different switches here for 2 different groups of ceiling lights. I've got home run power in a heavy 20 amp circuitry, 2 different home runs, so that every other set of outlets on the wall in this workshop area can have a heavy, electrical draw. Then I've got home run power in 15 amp white cable again down here, 2 different ones, to 2 different sets of switches here for 2 different groups of lights on the ceiling. Then I've got home run power 14 and 20 gauge, a heavy and a light circuit that turn and go down this way. One of which is the light circuit for the bathroom turns, goes through, goes in around the corner to this light switch. I'm gonna then split it out to 2 different switches. It'll be powered to both switches, but then each switch will have their own separate leg. Now, this is something we could have done over in any of these. In this case here, in the case of the ceiling lights there, but these are such large areas, such large ceiling areas, that I want there to be a second circuit, just no matter what, just in case something crazy occurs in the future. In the bathroom, we're in a smaller room, so it is the one case, and I'm getting cramped on availability to run home run circuits down here. We'll split the power off of this home run and go to a switched fixture above the mirror and a switch set of cans, probably one central in front of this beam and one central on the other side of the beam, just to those types of junction boxes that we have in the kitchen ceiling over there. And that'll get our ceiling lights in this room and power, ceiling lights in the bathroom. Oh, and the other line there, the 20 amp 12 gauge wire comes along and will go into this box, and it will be the ground fault circuit interrupted outlet that's available in this half bath. I'm not going to go with a quad in there or something else. Somebody else could if they wanted with an old work box. For right now, that suits me just fine. Now, laundry room is the last thing, that you wonder, and I had been wondering whether I would keep going and supply power to the laundry room, but the fact of the matter is I'm going to have a hard time. Although, yeah, I just haven't got what I need for routes. I got one more set of holes above on those. Stop doing that. On those 2x4s up there and up there. But like I say, I'm going to consume the one. I'm going to put a conductor through the one just to get power to the stairwell. And I have in and out. I could add some routes and stuff like that, but I haven't got really any more space in the 2x4s. It's getting tight. So I'll ultimately send the power along the wall here or in the ceiling. The question is, how to get around this stack. Over here on its low end, I can go above. So that'll probably end up being what we do. I could certainly go around behind it the way we went around behind it with this water line. Maybe that's what we do. That's probably the safer thing. It remains to be seen. But we will have ground fault protection on these upper outlets due to the fact that there's a sink and water's being used here. So whichever one the home run goes to will have the ground fault outlet on it, and then the other 2 will be after that. Now the nearest one is to the panel is on the right, rather than going way on down using more wire for a home run to get to the farther one. The farther one's also going to be behind the laundry or the washing machine here, and it's going to be around this corner. Now when they pop, this is something you want to think about. When you pop one or trip one, the little green light on the front of it, see the little green light right there? Okay, he turns red. But if you're wondering what the hell the problem is down here and it's behind there and you can't see it, whatnot, annoying. I'm going to put it probably right there, and then those will be daisy chained and protected by it. But if it should pop, you'll see the red light on it and you can reset it, and it'll be quite easy to understand that. So essentially, crisis averted there, trying to take power around this way. We'll go around this way behind us. What does that mean, though? That means now that I know that I'm only using that last lower opening, most likely. I could start with these 2 and these 2 and these 2, and I could come with this stuff that's been dangling from upstairs. I can route it down. I could put some stackers along the joist, and I could come in here and I could start turning, and then I could pull it all the way back over and start seeing that I hopefully have enough length, and it could all dangle down over here, and everything could be over here then for new circuitry for a lot of our home runs. And then it's up and off the floor. That shit's up and out of the way. And we can pull some stuff through the walls around here. I put those upper boxes in like I was talking. And so Chris can work all around in here on the lower wall tomorrow installing outlets. And I could put potentially some switches in. There's all kinds of stuff that could be done. And connect up some circuitry. Once this stuff has been taken over and run down, then we start at the next longest. And we find, this one here, that one needs to go to the first available inboard set of holes. And then we back up, and this one here we're going to tear down so he doesn't matter. This one is maybe one of the few that will be reused, you know, and then we just keep all working our way back until the last little sheboygan there. All right, got to answer the phone now, I guess. Okay, I got that 3 conductor that comes down from the upper landing wall light. Is the last one on the outside of these stackers, and then I just ended him here with enough to go up all the way fresh to that switch that's on your left before you get onto the lower landing to go up the stairs. Or I believe one of these is on that switch, and all 3 of these are 3 conductors, insulated conductors. And so I got to find out what those other switches used to do. They may be one end or the other of this living room, in which case we've got to get into one of these. I guess there's like no by the door. I don't know. On your way in and out, you should have a switch for the living room. I mean, the thing is, there's no ceiling lights. So is it like, are they the wall outlets that are switched? Or you have to, you know, I hate to, well, we'll have to see. There's a couple circuits that come down here on the left and the right of this. I'll have to see what that is. Maybe it goes over there. There won't be any way to do, well, I take that back. We could potentially go to like one of these wall outlets. That's got the fireplace. More likely the wall back here, one of these outlets. Perhaps this one, whichever. We'll have to pull the couch away. That would be worth doing. There's right behind the chair here, the light that's by the chair when you first walk in the door. Maybe that outlet is right here. So maybe that is a switched outlet. I would bother to put a fresh new outlet in it if I'm not going to rebuild the whole. If I take that box out to put an outlet in and I'm able to pull it down and pull a fresh new set of, you know, a new Romex unbroken line all the way back to the panel. In fact, I don't need to do that. Anyway, I could go up here and put a 3-way switch just inside the door and use one of those 3-way switches at the bottom of the stairs to switch like just this outlet, and then at least the lamp that you plug into that may be turned on, you know, like a room light or something is what I'm basically thinking. And then over here, we've got most of this stuff organized out. I'm gonna have to drill that steel to put a stacker right where I, you know, make a little hole for the nail. I'll do that. Chris is in tomorrow. The other thing he can work on is like, we got to replace this crazy stick here. I'm going to hack off the 2x4s on either side of the panel. Now that the panel is screwed in above and below, because I can't get in here. The thing I can't do is run the screws on a clamp with a screwdriver. So I can cut this clean off, I may add another screw, so there are 2 into each, You know, 2 going into the lower piece, 2 into the upper piece. Take this thing clean out. And then if I feel that it's necessary, I can bridge and put a scab block on the outside. The thing is, I can reach into this opening now behind the scab block and tighten the little clips to hold all of the Romex going in there. So just being 1.5 inches off the side of this will allow me to do all of that work. So maybe that'll be how I finally install this. I just got it stacked, you know, tacked up to start with. I hadn't had a plan. I haven't done a lot of electrical service inside of a finished wall. And the couple that I have done, we didn't need any of the side penetrations. Either everything fit in through the top or in through the bottom, which is the handy place to come in. But we have so many breakers available in here and all these knockouts. I'd be remiss if I didn't give us the flexibility to come in the side with some of the stuff that goes that way and the other way. In fact, it might even come over and come down and then turn and go in the side, rather than all of this coming in and around that heavy line on the top, in and around this here. I'll probably go to the right and to the left, fall down into these bays on either side, and then turn into the sides of this box, to be honest with you. And so to get that done, I got to do that work there. So we'll get back here tomorrow, and there'll be lots of busy handwork to do all day. And then I'll have Friday to myself to sort of do anything that makes sense. I may pivot out of electrical and put some drywall up upstairs. Although we got to get that heat. We're going to set those radiators to start with tomorrow too. So we'll get some of that. I'll get those back. They can come shrink wrapped and protected from the weather. We'll put them in upstairs. And then if I'm feeling really frisky, I mean, honestly, it wouldn't be bad for me to prototype, get the one set in the bathroom, since the bathroom is waiting to some degree on that, and prototype the hard lines going into the wall, get through, in, and down right here, even if it's just 1 or 2 feet of red PEX sticking straight down, refoam up all those orifices, and those penetrations. But the point is, with that, I could put some drywall up. And if I got bored up on all those open walls up there, Ed could sort of mud and tape and do that to his heart's content this next week while I'm not here. And he wants to make progress. He can do drywall, play drywall games if I get that far. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. We'll see. Is do that plumbing so that Friday I can hang some drywall. I don't know, guys. I just got to keep moving, you know? Let's keep her moving. There they are. That's the bottom side, so it's got some, what do you call that? Not blow by, but that's not the actual finish. The actual finish is up here, which is real nice. Yeah, now all we got to do is get these in place. We had them put in these low profile little plugs in these old steam ports and paint those in. These are the plugs that got painted in our upper breather port to let air out of the hydronic system. And of course, Ed's freshly tapped and our rinsed and equalized lower water connection ports. And they gave us a little touch-up color in a can that ought to last a day or two. And the rest of our color. We got some wheels done down there, so we had a whole gallon of paint that made sense to use. Let's go and see what Chris has got done. Love it. Got it done. Where you got your box end wrenches? All right, Chris is pulling our wire all around in Ed's workshop. We're going to put each box on each other's circuitry. So within a box of 2, those outlets will be on that same one circuit. And in the case of a single box here, because it just seemed like a lot to throw another double box on the wall. This could be a bedroom in the future. It's got the egress window in it. You could list the house and call this a bedroom. No one would bat an eye, except for there's just a lot of electrical outlets on the wall. So I did what I could in a couple cases to just sort of downplay that. There should be plenty of outlets here. So that this, Ed used to work in here with 6 or 8 cords kind of dangling together in the middle of the room on a surge protector kind of hanging in space because he needed that much power. So hopefully he's got everything that he needs now. Meanwhile, I want to get the outlets in the ceiling that will have the switched power for lights. And I was looking at the overall width of this place, thinking we'll get an overall width and we'll just divide it in thirds. And that'll be, to start with, if you were to divide the width by thirds, you only get 2 locations. And really we were looking for 3 rows of lights. So we actually need to divide it in quarters. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4 sections, but 3 courses for the lights to ultimately be on. And then I started to wonder, how does this beam location relate? Will it be, 1 quarter, 1/2, 3/4? No, because it's far less of a distance over here than it is over there. So that would mean that these 2 light routes in this room, these 2 lines on which the lights are positioned, the one of them would be far nearer to this set of poles than the other is from the outside wall, which as a ceiling space or a floor space, you want to think of this as a room, because you would put a wall through these posts in the future if you should divide this space up. It would be asinine to put a wall like right in the middle of the house, not to mention the door at the far end to the boiler room. So more accurately, or a better way to go about this, is going to be to plot out the distance between the center line of these posts and this wall, disregarding the hearth, the far wall, and divide that into thirds and put a row of outlets on the 1/3 mark and on the 2/3 mark. And then we're going to come over here and measure from the pole to the outside wall, and we'll just go right down the center of this space, and that'll be the line, where the lines are, or the lights are located over this space. And when you get all done doing it this way, it'll look the most professional and well thought out, thinking about these as rooms and being in sort of the center of them. And so that'll be how we do it. Oh, and then they turn around in these 2 locations for light routes. I'm going to shoot right through the stairway and put them on the ceiling back here. They'll work just as well back here. The beam's just a bit further that way. It's practically on that wall. And then this thing bumps out into this room. And so all things considered, having them right along straight shot, probably won't come into play in almost any other way, but it'll just make it handier to choose their location. It'll take one laser setup. I'll do the same operations overhead in there as I do out here. And so if we saved a little bit on the setup to get the work of putting those boxes up in the ceiling, that'll be why it makes the most sense to do it that way. Okay, at this point I put a little dab of paint on the floor now that I've got my light, or at least the outlet layout up above. That will allow somebody to finish and cut in can lights on those locations really easily. And you'll be able to plug in the work lights and hang them any old which way. I'll probably end up hanging them in such a way that it makes sense, sort of. They're 4 feet long, so it'll probably end up being right on top of these with this particular outlet in the middle. That'll put them on a nice layout in this ceiling. If you did drop ceiling in here, you could do them most likely. You may have to take the ends, you may have to put this one tight to this end, this one kind of in the middle, and this one send down that way. Where is it there? So that you have a full at least 2 foot square tile, if not a full 4 foot square tile between a 2x4 light panel unit or light unit, fluorescent bulb unit in a suspended ceiling situation, which you may want to do. Just trying to be smart about the work and putting these in. Now these are this row and this row are independent circuits, independent switches, and they're switched here. So now we've got to probably put another hole and come up. Now going over to line up with this route and that route is more wire than I can put in those stackers. So I will probably stay right above the wall and drill. And where's the first box? On this. So I could drill right on through and turn here and go through the center line of those holes and go down and tag that box and then start and go through to that one and to the following. So I've only got to drill on this laser line between the 3 boxes, and then I'll come over here and I'll drill right along on the wall through 3 sets of joists, and that'll be our switched circuitry. And then the other one will just go farther down and I'll drill through on this line from him to him to him. And those will be the 2 switched circuits, and that'll have our lighting in. I was going to keep going and work over in this room, but between the tools there and Chris working in there and not being able to shine the laser through the stairwell, it doesn't hit everything over here, although this one works. Maybe I should take advantage of that. At least stick a couple boxes on the ceiling. Well, I've got the laser up. We'll see. We're getting into some logistical things that if it was a big, clear, open space, we could do things that made sense in that case, but we've got some stuff jamming us up down here, so we're just going to keep plugging away. Okay, everybody, thanks for sticking it out. Those of you that have been here since the beginning, this is all the farther we're going to get this thing in 2023. It's Friday before Christmas. I'm going to take off a little early. There's our new electrical supply. I left what I could of the porch roof if somebody wants to come back and do that in the future. I exposed the area out here before I took the backhoe away, where they're going to need to have their egress window installed. The stuff we set aside from the porch and some other stuff, some lumber, brick and stuff, the dirt and stuff that will be used here to finish up this area around that window. I'm going to go ahead and tip these down so there's no question of whether or not they should be used. They have not been attached to the house. They're the first front steps that we used before the grade came up, but they'll work perfectly back here, which is an excellent, if I do say so myself, kind of a way to do that with confidence. We got all of the downspouts draining into this area. There's a little piece of SDR 35 sticking out, and all new gutters and downspout. They have had a lot of leaves, and they need to be cleaned right away. This place it gets an unbelievable amount of leaves. Got your little shim from behind the silcock, which should work. Yep, boom. Although that has one, we don't need one there, so I'll put that in my pocket anyway. Could still bring the grade up here after this all settles. The driveway needs to be graded. Again, it's all bumpy, particularly out in this area here that wasn't really prepped as a driveway without a lot of a base. You get some cracking, and it's got a big pit through it here. This needs to be allowed to settle in and then drag this all back out again, smooth it up. Obviously seeding the lawn and stuff. A little bit of brush left. Ooh, my skid steer forks, I guess, are going to sit there. I don't know. I just don't want them to disappear. There's some value to those. I should bring in the garbages. Maybe they'll be just lost in the shuffle. They're heavier than they appear. But the brush, the town doesn't pick it up for a couple of months till the springtime is the brush schedule again. The wheelbarrow and the bale of straw, I can't do anything about that. We got a nice new door, composite, 3-light Craftsman style, all composite jamb and slab. Right there. However, because we brought the floor level up by framing out a lumber floor system on top of this bump out in the foundation, unlike it used to be, it was just a solid filled concrete monolith that was a step down from this level. Therefore, this door hole that's existing needs to be cut up into there before you can put an ordinary sort of door in. And we just didn't get back to this as it wasn't a huge priority because you've got this door. But this wall isn't connected. This had all rotten off down here. That whole plate had rotten away. And if you're going to try to surgically install plate and stuff underneath that and peel all of the finishes and stuff off to get a door installed and take this all off in here to extend it all up, you may as well just pull this wall down completely and just frame up from the bottom to the top, which is the most effective way to frame. And working surgically to replace what's necessary here and get this all right from the inside, it's going to be 20 to 50% more expensive in terms of time spent, so we won't do it that way. Or I don't suggest anybody does it that way. The mud and tape is hanging out. We got all the electrical rough-in inspection for the first and second floor has passed. This stuff is all legit. Ready to be covered up. I got a couple steel. I can throw those on before I leave. Here they are right here. I finally found some nail armor that I like because, see, it's perforated but not in the middle. So I'll stick this stuff up before I go and I'll pump some foam in there. So we got some over there. We'll just start there. We'll go right across everything here and probably down here too. So you should imagine like a plate. I don't know. It won't hurt to plug this up. Then it'll be a retaining surface to allow us to fill with foam all around here. I'm going to go around across the front of the other side too. In the bathroom, we'll go right across here, which is the reason this isn't ready yet. I threw that one on just temporary, but really should have it all the way through here. And I can do that much. Drywall's up. Corner's been cut. Paper corner. This is why I wanted to pack this wall out, because you got to have room for this paper to land and to do a nice clean job with enough registration in the knife to finish this off nice and clean and sand right through here. And then you just, a little bit of caulk would be a nice clean and cheap way to finish that off. And if you wanted to get more spendy, you could put some outer corner on or whatever one might like to do. I prototyped out the radiators. They're all painted. They're sitting in the rooms around here. You got a valve elbow that's got a union on it. Let's see if I can get this to go with one hand here. Come on, baby. Hang on. There it is. So, it's got unions. So this can kind of stay here. Can stay coming through the wall. Same with the other elbow. And you can kind of spread them a little bit because there'll be some room in the opening. Like there'll be an escutcheon on it where it comes through, but there'll be some opening, half an inch or so. I'll drill the hole so that they could be spread and this could be changed out in the future, whatever. It certainly is no issue to do that. So you've got valve in, regular old elbow out, and then we'll go in the wall with brass nipples. Once we've got this back on here. In the wall with brass nipples, and then into these drop ears, which is like you've got for your shower head, but 3/4 instead of half. These will be mounted on a block inside the wall where the nipple goes in. The block will put this down PEX line right in about the center line of this wall, and we'll go straight. So that will involve finding the place in here to put the block, put those drop ears, drill, and get the PEX to turn. At least by here, because we got the basement door here, has to turn, and then we got to go downstairs, which we'll do now, since we're all done with the updates up here. Not to mention the water and everything works, to the tub, shower, and faucet, and everything's functional there. We got appropriate electrical outlets and fixture boxes, and the opportunity to finish in that patch over there is ready. We got the radiator painted here. We got to put a little breather in it, but there's our, you can see the basement down there. See it? Whew, right down behind that bathroom downstairs, and plumb it right into that boiler. And you could park this right on top of this opening. You can, we could take this out, block across for the nipples to go in there, and then a 2-piece like wooden plug, which Ed is perfectly capable of building, could cover that up. Whatever you might like to do. Meanwhile, we got a radiator right here. Same situation. I'll squeeze in here. Oopsie. Gotta come out of there behind the wall or behind the door and do some clever, business here so that that guy can be hooked up. And in the office over here, there's the register there, right on down. And this here would be the heat source in the room. Everything's ready. Just got to have some of those components and drop some PEX down to where it's showing in the basement and tie it into that last piece on the boiler, which I'll point out when I get there. Here's all the return stuff for plumbing. I'm fairly proud of this. The plumbing and electrical, it looks like at least that much is electrical. Most of that is PEX stuff we didn't end up going or needing. That wire that was a error that the guy made, and he sold me a shorter roll than I actually needed. Some other supply lines and plumbing stuff there. This is drywall finishing stuff, so that's for when we're getting into the mudding. And a piece of all thread, a piece of copper, a piece of black pipe. Pretty trim amount of stuff to be taken back from the plumbing escapades here. Whoa. Anyway, here's where we're going to have to go above there and out and turn and down through this with a pair of red 3/4 PEX lines, and then we'll be downstairs. Oh, the bathroom. While we're here, Ed got the epoxy putty sanded out pretty smoothly. All things considered, it's a pretty it doesn't jump right out at you over the course of this, look at this whole sink. The water runs real nice. It goes down the tube. It doesn't look like we're having any leakage. Looks like we got a really nice, clean, drain install here. The toilet, I won't expose you to that nonsense, but, suffice to say, you can do the flushing, and, it goes down. I did some body work and stuff in here. This still needs to be the ground fault circuit interrupted outlet. That won't pass right there, and there's no switch to this, so they have to go with a pull string. We're not going to all this effort and trouble to add a switch there when they're this distraught over the costs kind of so far. I did have to do something with this switch because this is what we were going to have to use to turn lights on and off in here, and this was abysmal, as you saw. We got a new light circuit in here to 4 junctions for like wafer style LED pucks, which is what I want to put, one in the top of this landing and one in the top, well, whatever this space is here. It's the bottom of a landing there, same as the bottom of the landing up there. But those are just something you could cut in, stick the junction on working through that hole. I can go left or right in either one of these cases and get my wiring and stuff in, and then we can do a switch right here at the bottom for these 2 lights and a switch at the top for these 2 lights. And then you turn, and 1, 2 switches here. We've got 1, 2, 3 lights come on as bay 1, the first switch. Second switch, 1, 2, 3 are bay 2. You come down here, you hit this switch. The first one is 1, 2, 3 down through the ceiling here. Now we could do the second switch, another set of 3, and bisect this room into thirds or whatever, however you want to phrase that. Or I had intended the other switch to activate a light, maybe a pair 1, 2 in sort of the laundry area. If you want to kind of imagine that these 2 areas are kind of different from one another, or like I say, you could do 2 switches and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 lights, and it's either the one or the other. I think that's kind of odd since you're really committed to a laundry kind of area here. You step inside the area under the stairs. You got switch here for a light fixture there to turn on and off. Sometimes it's nice. I had considered this is so solid. Sometimes a switch for a closet like this is nice if it's on the outside, and you can get one that has a light that comes on if the light's on. So then you always know that the light's been left on, and you can turn it off so it's not in there with the door shut just burning away on you. Then you come in the bathroom. You got lights in the vanity and lights in the room switches. Ground fault circuit outlet for a hairdryer or curling iron, flat iron. Room enough for a sink, a vanity, 2-foot square, toilet, and room enough for the door to swing in here and to leave you the room to, get around it. Got yourself a slop sink We got a slop sink faucet here ready to be installed. We got washer hoses here ready to install to there. All we got to do is have some electricity over here and a set of outlets, and you could plug this bad boy in. All we need over here is some electricity. You can plug this guy in. We will need to use one of these telescoping things to get out, up, and then into the wall above all this plumbing. But then into the wall somewhere here, we're going to go up, turn, up, and out through the rim on this sort of stretch of wall outside. Actually, that's where I turned that sillcock on. So kind of on the other third line on thirds there will be where the dryer vent would come out, which is a real nice place for that. The gas line is all rigid here. I got a little escutcheon for him once he comes through the drywall, and a valve that you can see but don't have to deal with it. And that goes right over, up, and around and out. We could turn the lights on down here so it's a little less. I'm just trying to recap everything we got done in 2023. And where we've got to leave things before we come back. Couldn't quite get occupancy. They want those walls upstairs covered with drywall. And I got to get the heating tubes routed to at least that bathroom, where we've got to have the ability to work through from the kitchen walls and the walls at the top of the landing, just to get those routes to that radiator through here. The others, it'll be a straight shot. I forget where they are down here. But, you know, up through these old registers, we'll just be able to like shoop, send those right straight down, no trouble. So we're stuck on that point. Otherwise we'd have occupancy and they could come home for the holidays, which is a real bummer, but there's only so much I can do here. We got this much leftover PEX, which will get one of those routes down from upstairs, I think, for us. Then we'll have to get ourselves some more PEX A to get that done. I got this outlet wired up, that orange line, or yellow. The white is this switchable light. We got to have a fixture box for that somewhere there. I think I even bought one, but that's on, so we don't have an extension cord running in there anymore. And I was careful not to style the wire against anything that's not going to be a cool water route. This stuff in here gets pretty damn hot to the touch, so you want to be careful of that. Chris got the condensate for this condensate, this condensate, and this condensate. I tend to bring them across, turn, over, turn, and fall down right into this PEX, which goes downhill, downhill, downhill behind the stack, and into the sump crock over here by way of, I think I put it right in the sink, a PEX to faucet sillcock situation. However, I may have to bend way over in there or put an elbow on this PEX to turn out. It'll be over here under the sink, right? And then a cheap, washer hose that threads onto it, and cut the other end off after it goes down in through a grommet into the cover of the sump crock, so that you can turn it on and off there. Leave it open, but you want that to just drain. But in case you need to do anything or work on the sump, you could turn it off for a time, so long as you remember to turn it back on. We did not go for the sump pump, and we did not go with a route outside to puke water out, because they haven't had problems here. It can be added at some point by anyone else, and I want to just point out that we haven't gone to the nines on anything here. Almost everything we needed to do here, we needed to do to close out our building permit. Did we need a full bath in here? No. So we went so far as setting it up for the half bath, but underneath this riser for the washer is a vertical for a shower. So this room could extend over to here, and you may have to get a smaller or a single slop sink over in here, right over the sump crock. But you could have a bathroom door, and to the right is a shower, and to the left is the same sink toilet situation, and have yourself a full bath very easily, because it's all been plumbed for that underneath the concrete. And we just glued a cap over the shower right now, which is extra long, and put the washer up on this stage, which makes it, no problem to do it or to interact with it. Keeps you from tripping through that situation. We went with hot water on demand for potable and the boiler heat, because I ended up putting PEX in this floor down here as just something that was relatively cheap. It cost them probably a couple $1,000s, which on this, it's 1% of the project or something, to put the PEX in the floor. But lo and behold, the cost of what was going to be necessary to go back to using the same old poorly engineered hot forced air routes in this house was going to be a whole new furnace and all new infrastructure down here. Number one, that would be taking up a big space on the floor, taking up a lot of space overhead. We don't have the ability to go from this end of the house to the other end past this heavy beam and the sewer line and the staircase and the steel that easily, certainly not with ductwork. So we're coming in with giant ductwork and tying up all kinds of crazy ceiling in here to do all of that. And we're living with all of the poorly engineered cold air return openings and stuff that the house had. And it would have been about as much money as we spent in putting, and then you'd have to, on top of that, because that was just for the forced air situation. You have to add the cost of the hot water tank being reconnected or a new one and running all the potable water to it, and live around all those things. So in lieu of that, since we had this full depth alcove that we ended up needing to have underneath the entryway to make that worth keeping and doing as we've been doing, we put this thing in. Listen to how quiet, how concise, consolidated, easy to, take away and not have to look at, put a door on there. All the rest of this space down here for the most livable, easy, breezy situation. So I'm really pleased with our move to that, certainly because we did everything apples to apples in cost to doing forced air, but the entire system is new rather than just the part of it that's in the basement, and we wrapped the hot water component, the heating of the potable water and the shower water and the hand washing up water is all in that system as well rather than being additional. So I call that a huge win. Now, we got all the electrical outlets down here in Ed's workshop. We haven't gotten to the egress window because we got to come through here with all the drywall. And when we're getting down to hanging drywall, most of this toolage can be packed out of here, so it'll be out of our way, as well as there being room enough for the drywall to come in and be queued up. I haven't rushed to get, a mountainous tall 12-foot sheets of drywall in here, at least one full lift, hand loaded in. It would be massively in the way for all of this, which we haven't done. So as soon as that is ready to come in, then we can have a schedule for the egress window install, and this would all be sunlight again. The rest of these windows, just regular, ordinary glass block for the absolute best price, far better than Lowe's or Home Depot was giving. They're where every hole was left in the foundation from lifting, we put a window. I didn't block it up because the cost of a window unit installed versus the cost of a mason to get blocks and block that all up and not have a window was very similar. So in my mind, let's put a window unit in each one of these and look at all of the, when this is all covered up, you won't have any of that either. So we're still on, we're on a route to lose more of this sunlight that we've already got here. I think we've got a great amount. Once you cover this wall up, it won't come through it and stuff. So all in all, well worth the very cheap windows. There's some safety. We've got the egress. You can open them up and let, fumes and stuff out of here. They're vented, but they're secure and no one can break in here without a lot of trouble, We put the hot routes in the first floor. We're going to use those radiators on the second. I went with flexible gas in here, all plastic drains and all plastic water supply to every fixture in the house, all brand new right on down to the fixture. And then we did all new electrical service, which you saw outside, brought a whole new panel in here. There's a new gas meter on the side of the entryway where it used to be inside the basement, right? We've got a nice heavy ground on where the gas comes in and the water comes in. It's got a nice heavy ground on it, and it all goes real nice all the way back into the rods outside. And then this extra long rebar that they left us out of the foundation, and all this heavy grounding for which there was no grounding to this house. There was no pin, there was no lug, there was no wire, there was no ground. And everything was this BX flex, and there was no ground fault circuit protection in kitchens and bathrooms. It was unbelievably electrically unsafe for both fire and electrocution death. The plumbing, this plumbing stack was plastic to there, and then it went to cast iron and went under the old floor, and it had already just disappeared. There was nothing but the cavity through the concrete left for the poo-poo to flow in it. There was nothing left of the pipe itself. It had collapsed over here where the breather was built into the concrete wall, where the concrete wall had collapsed, and not to mention the potable water valve in was over here, leaking, and all this dirt and moisture, the black mold, and there was no light, and the cats were using it like a litter box, same as that wall over there had collapsed, and the cats were using it like a litter box. The foundation underneath the hearth and chimney was bulging out. As you looked at it right here, it was doing this big bulge outside the wall. This entire space was hot water tank and furnace. The ceiling was right here overhead. The freezing cold air howled through here and blew all around. This room had a floor made of 2x4s laying on the dirt, with mice and stuff living in all four walls, ceiling and floor in here. I pulled mouse nest out. The ceiling was up here, and it was a step up into this room. Just an unbelievable state of affairs here. And we whipped it all into this much shape in about 8 to 10 months' time. I had some great helpers, and some excellent subcontractors. But I did a fair amount of this stuff myself, and I'm looking forward to wrapping it up in the new year as soon as I can. I got to take our week off here for the holidays and go out of town a little bit. If you guys want to come by and steal all my tools, they'll be here. And we just didn't get that occupancy, but you know, it wasn't going to happen. There's too much in front of us to get that here plumbed and cover up those walls and get them mudded. And that ceiling too is in a state where we need to have that to a point where you can have occupancy. So we're going to have to jump on that and push real hard to get that as soon as possible in the new year and get them home, and then they can borrow and finish paying me and to all the merchants for the materials that we will need that we've discussed. Some, electrical stuff to finish out, insulation and drywall, some mud. We've got the dryer vent to do, and we've got that front door wall to kind of frame up and hang, even though we've got the door. And I'm going to leave this light so it looks like somebody's home. Garbages can sit here. And I'm going to punch out of this thing now for 10 days or so. Try not to think about it. I did the best that I could do. I hope the people appreciate the effort. And so we'll get back to this thing next year. Thanks a lot, everybody, for watching. It really means a lot to us. I know that it's not quite clear what I'm trying to showcase or do with the channel. I'm just kind of being honest with everybody about where I spend my time and the reasons why I make the decisions I make. I'm trying to do my very best work on things like this and help people out that need it. Don't put them in a bad way. There's a lot of initial cost. You got to lay out a lot of money here. But I think most of the people that have watched this project from the beginning have seen that, we've made a major transformation, and we haven't gotten rid of unnecessarily anything, that needed to, otherwise, by most people's standards, needed to also go, okay? Things that needed to be changed and gotten rid of. We haven't gotten spendy on this thing at all, We haven't torn into things that don't need to be torn into. We haven't, done any more than what needs to be done around here. And it's an absolute bare minimum, but there's still incredible cost here. So hopefully it helps everybody to understand where the time goes and the kind of effort that we put in at TMFX. It is basically just me with a handful of people that are just the most wonderful helpers and friends of mine that I can beg, borrow, and steal into helping me out, twist their arm. So I know I faked you out once before, but I sincerely mean it. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Please have an excellent holiday and safe holiday season. We'll see you here next year, and we'll see you.